going to pan the camera. We already have a lot of people at the back working on the production to ensure that this event is absolutely perfect. We also have in the other room people sitting where you can also go and take a look. Tell our viewers who all are expected today at Mission Superpower. That is the theme today. We're going to be beginning this with Ashwini Vaishnav, the Union Minister, who's going to be there. He's also going to be in a conversation with our Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami. We're going to follow that up with Nikhil Kamath. There's going to be a debate with Anil Agarwal and Nikhil Kamath. There's going to be Upasana Taku also present there from Mobivik, after which we're going to have a lot of union ministers. Piyush Goyal is going to be here. We're going to try and understand what really makes India Mission Superpower. I'm looking forward to my own, the chairman of the BRA, to really get a sense of how they're going to get involved in this mission. And of course, a very important set is going to be there with Sri Swaminathan Gurumurthy ji, which is going to be the highlight of this evening to understand Rising India.
All right, Rhythm said it all to us. It's going to be a stupendous, great event and a big economic summit of Republic TV, mega event, the big stage coming up on the other side.
Here's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force, and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
2 women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,600 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been ranked among the top for innovation achievements.
TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been arrested by ED in the recruitment of primary teachers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating Mahakaleshwar Temple Corridor in Ujjain. Here's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force, and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
2 women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
Late night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
When the attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev, they essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by Senior Advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to a religion, that is protected. This kind of an approach saying, we will not bend, we will not allow our daughters to study unless you change your rule, I hope this does not ever prevail as a legal argument.
TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been arrested by ED in the recruitment of primary teachers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating Mahakaleshwar Temple Corridor in Ujjain. Here's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force, and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
2 women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
Late night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
When the attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev, they essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran. Late night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
When the attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev, they essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
And let's go across live where Republic is holding the India Economic Summit. It's over to my colleague Shivangi. Shivangi, over to you. Take us through what's happening and all the action that's going on there.
Right, well, the real action will start very soon, Rukma, and I'm going to tell our viewers that this is the India Economic Summit at the Taj Palace in Chanakipuri, and just look at the stage, just look at the stage. India Economic Summit, all about believing in the Bharatiya, believing that India can one day become mission superpower. India can one day climb up at the top of the global world order. We're talking about the biggest names in the world of economy, which will be gracing this stage as well very soon. Union ministers will be here, Shivling Vaishnav will be here. It's going to be a great event, Rukma, and it's going to start in just a short while from now. And I just want to tell you the kind of hard work. Of course, the event is going to be great. All the viewers, Republic TV's viewers, will be witnessing it live on your TV, live on your mobile devices as well. But the kind of hard work which has gone up for this event, just have a look. This is all the hard work that has been going up. We have a production team working very hard. We also have in fact our executive editor politics here as well, who will tell us about how much hard work has gone into it, and the kind of the mega event, the kind of scale that we are doing this is great.
Absolutely, Shivangi, and this is the India Economic Summit. The movers and the shakers of the Indian economy are going to be here. Arnab Goswami himself is going to be here within the next few minutes. And as you can see all around, the buzz has just begun. It's still too early according to Delhi time, 8:45. You don't see the movers and shakers coming out prior to 10. But today they are going to be out, and they're going to be out for Republic. A mission superpower, that's the tagline for today's summit. So you have a full jam-packed house, right from starting from Ashwini Vaishnav to Piyush Goyal to Nitin Gadkari, and then so on and so forth, Bhupen Yadav. So you have a series of ministers, the honchos, the bankers, the investors, the people who really make the Indian economy what it is, are all going to be here on one platform, and that's Republic TV.
And you know what is very interesting, Ashura, if we can tell our viewers as well, it's a short, answer on that. India can become a global superpower. It has a very young workforce, resilient private sector, and it's advancing very fast when it comes to the technology area.
Oh, absolutely, Shivangi. There be no doubt, because even during the COVID times, there were a lot of speculations that Indian economy is going to go by, or the GDP is going to shrink in double digits, but that never happened. So the government at this point of time seems to be working over the hours just to maintain the GDP, just to maintain. And as far as the working force is concerned, as far as the infrastructure is concerned, we have all of that. And to discuss on that, what more needs to be done, we have the Indian Economic Summit today.
All right. Thank you. That was our executive editor, politics. So it's going to be a mega event. This is the India Economic Summit. Taking a very short break right now. Coming up, much more coming up on the other side. This is going to be a mega event, the biggest event of the year. You do not want to miss it.
It's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force, and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
Two women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
Late night when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
When the attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev, they essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to a religion, that is protected. This kind of an approach saying we will not bend, we will not allow our daughters to study unless you change your rule, I hope this does not ever prevail as a legal argument.
TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been arrested by ED in the recruitment of primary teachers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating Mahakaleshwar Temple Corridor in Ujjain. Here's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force, and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
Two women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
Late night when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
When the attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev, they essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to a religion, that is protected. This kind of an approach saying we will not bend, we will not allow our daughters to study unless you change your rule, I hope this does not ever prevail as a legal argument.
TMC
All right, viewers, this is India Economic Summit, and it's already gathering steam right now, as you can hear. This is the entire setup, and our entire team, which has been working extremely hard for this day. It's all about mission superpower, making India number one, India at 100, the big vision of Atma Nirbharata, the big vision that India is self-reliant and other countries will be Bharat Pe Nirbhar. That means relying on India. I just want to go quickly across to our executive editor, news, Niranjan. Hi Niranjan, you have come to Delhi, and it's an amazing city for us, people who stay in Delhi. We're Delhiites, but what's more special is the India Economic Summit. This is a mega event. Please tell our viewers about this, because they've been working very hard for many months for this event to come and become a reality.
So Shivangi, we have a big lineup of guests today. So we have some of our, it's the second edition of our India Economic Summit, and as part of our second edition, we have chosen a few themes. The theme for this year is Mission Superpower, and behind me are the tech checks and the last minute checks going on, because at about 9:15, in about 15 to 20 minutes from now, we are all set to get started. And once we get started, we will have some of the top union ministers who will grace this session. Mission Superpower 5G for $1 billion will be our first session this morning, and Ashwini Vaishnav will be our chief guest this morning, a few days after India rolled out the 5G services. And apart from that, we have Anil Agarwal of Vedanta, Nikhil Kamath of Zerodha, we have Keshav Bajanka, we have an automobile panel called In the Driver's Seat, Unleashing India. We have Piyush Goyal, Union Minister, at the summit today, and we have a session on the top bankers of India and value and valuation. At a time when there is a debate about startups, we have value and valuation as a panel this morning. So that's just the first half, and through the day we have ministers, policy makers, thinkers, economists at the summit, and we will keep you updated live. This will be a non-stop rolling feed on Republic TV. So I'm handing it back to Shivangi as the last minute tech checks take place and people are just about taking their seats here. So we're just all settling in. Suesha is also here. Let me go across to Suesha and ask her hi. Good morning, Suesha. I'm here from Bombay. So what are you looking forward to? What is the session that you're moderating today, Suesha?
In the driver's seat. That is what it is. So I'm hoping it'll be a very interesting panel, because I've been reading up on it and such interesting facts have emerged that I'm really looking forward to have my panel at about 12 p.m. And we'll be talking about the auto sector and how the auto sector is contributing towards making India a superpower, and just so much. I think it's a very interesting stage that the auto sector is in at this point, given how there are electric vehicles, there are, looking forward to a bigger industry, make in India. So just so much to talk about. Some very good names I've lined up. I'm not going to reveal it right now, but 12 p.m.
So we're just about getting ready to get started. In about 10 to 15 minutes is when the event officially begins. Handing it back to Shivangi. This feed will be rolling live through the day here on Republic TV. Back to you for now.
Well, it's time for a very short break. Much more coming up on the other side. We'll be talking to many more people. But stay on, viewers. India Economics Summit, Taj Palace, Chanakya Puri. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Late night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
When the attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev, they essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to a religion, that is protected. This kind of an approach saying, we will not bend, we will not allow our daughters to study unless you change your rule. I hope this does not ever prevail as a legal argument.
TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been arrested by ED in the recruitment of primary teachers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating Mahakaleshwar Temple Corridor in Ujjain. Here's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force, and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
2 women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
When the attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev, they essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to a religion, that is protected. This kind of an approach saying, we will not bend, we will not allow our daughters to study unless you change your rule, I hope this does not ever prevail as a legal argument.
TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been arrested by ED in the recruitment of primary teachers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating Mahakaleshwar Temple Corridor in Ujjain. It's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
2 women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
Late night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
When the attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev, they essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
Amity faculty have filed over
From young founders to entrepreneurs, from Mission Superpower to Roadmap to 2047, it's all lined up. India's biggest economic summit is now live. India's biggest business minds and the country's top newsmakers live at Republic Media Network's India Economic Summit. With steering the India story to the top of the agenda, big focus on Mission Superpower for the country. A Varanasi court is likely to deliver its verdict on carbon dating of the Gyanvapi mosque today. All eyes are on the Varanasi court. Will the Shivling versus the fountain claim be settled?
Good morning, Republic TV's viewers. I'm Shivangi Shukla, and this is a very, very special broadcast because this is just before the India Economic Summit. This is the stage where we'll see the biggest names descend today. Private players, the ones who are taking India forward, ministers. Ashwini Vaishnav will be here very soon. Piyush Goyal will be addressing the summit. It's going to be a mega summit. It's all about theme. The theme is Mission Superpower, making India get to the top of the global world order when it comes to making sure that India is not just Atmanirbhar, but also other countries are dependent on India. That means Bharat Pe Nirbhar. That is mission superpower. I just want to go across to our senior editor, Shravan Sen, who is here, and he's going to be, in fact, talking with a panel today. We have an esteemed panel. Shravan will tell us all about it. Shravan.
Well, in fact, the panel that I'm hosting is about the young India. And, you know, there's lots that we talk about. What really can young India really contribute? How exactly would that happen? Now, in my panel, I find it very interesting, Shivangi, is that you've got a billionaire who's going to be on stage with us, and he's of the same age of mine. So I don't know exactly when I'm actually starting off the session with him, what exactly should I be asking. So if there is anyone who wants to send in your questions, send it across to us also on Twitter. We'll take up some questions also, if possible. But it's a power-packed day. Variety. We're looking at the political aspect, the economic aspect, all that packed together.
Right. And Shravan, before I leave you, and of course you're preparing for that big summit, it's going to be mega summit. And you know what the entire theme is about? Mission superpower. That means, and like I was telling our audience as well, India has a very young workforce, and they're just not young. They are extremely smart. They are bright. They just need that spark which can take India to the next level.
That brings me back to my panel, because every person who's going to be there at the Young India Inc. panel, there is a story to say, and that story basically matches with our India growth story. That tells you how exactly have we reached here. The fact that we have overtaken economies of the United Kingdom, there has to be some reason behind it. The idea is to also look at the story of these individuals and why exactly. I would say that by the end of the session, I'm really hoping those who are here in the audience, those who are watching us on our various platforms, the idea is to also instill that kind of an inspiration, that today we are looking at a country with a large number of entrepreneurs, and how exactly would that happen?
Right. So, it is not a coincidence that India is named as one of the fastest growing economies by the IMF. I just also want to go across to our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, who is here with us. Abhishek, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but, we just cannot control our excitement. This is a mega summit, and the entire team of Republic has worked so hard for this. Tell our viewers why today is going to be a great day for our viewers as well, and for us as well here at the summit.
Well, Shivang, morning to you and to all the viewers. This is our second edition of India Economic Summit, and when we launched as a broadcast platform, we thought that we have to, be the voice of the people and reflect their concerns and their lives. So the general news pretty much takes care of every aspect of it, but economy is a very important and critical component of a nation, a society, and that's why we wanted to have a standalone platform of this kind which deliberates on where we are standing today globally and in our own lives, and then where we are headed to. This is 75th year of India's independence, and we have individual and national and societal targets for completing 100 years in 2047, and a roadmap for that. And economy is the vehicle that's going to take us there as a developed society by 2047. So I think today is going to see deliberations by names like Union Ministers Piyush Goyal, Ashwini Vaishnav, and among others. And then you are going to have Harish Salve, the jurist, who's going to give a global perspective, because he's now a King's Counsel as well. And apart from that, there are those panel discussions that take place, sector-specific, both a bird's eye view and a worm's eye view. We have fantastic participation from the government in terms of government's plan machinery. We have Niti CEO Param Iyer. Then we have G20 Sherpa. Remember, India is going to become chairman of the G20 this year. Next month, in fact, Prime Minister is traveling to Bali and going to take over. And Amitabh Kant is our Sherpa for G20. And so he's going to give us a view of how India is going to lead the world pretty much over the next 1 year. In terms of taking leadership of the economic scene as well. We have Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal talking about where we are headed to, how our trade pacts are panning out, and how the world sees us. So between Amitabh Kant, Param Iyer, Piyush Goyal, Ashwini Vaishnav, we have seen 5G roll out, and he's going to speak about that.
It's going to be a great event.
It's going to be a big, great event.
everyone should look forward to it.
Absolutely. So that was our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor was taking us through the esteemed panel that we're going to have right now. It's going to be an amazing event, viewers. I just also wanted to quickly go across to our editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, who's right here. We're just catching him at the right moment. He's going to open this mega summit. Hello.
Hi.
Our viewers want to hear from you. This is going to be an amazing and a huge summit, Arnab. It's going to be something which we all want. India as a superpower when it comes to economy.
Yes, good morning to you. It's a very interesting timed summit. You know, we saw what the IMF said a couple of days back, though I feel that their numbers on India's growth are still conservative. The bottom line is, if you look at the big picture, we see with absolute clarity that there is the next 5 to 10 years for India being the leading economy in the world in terms of growth. And so it's a wonderful time to sit and talk about the various things that can be done in terms of the role of corporate India, investors in the country, policy makers, and also the political class. So we're covering 4 or 5 key areas, and I'm quite confident that this is going to be a wonderful event as the day grows. And we are ending with a presentation by Mr. Gurumurthy on the global opportunities for India. So all in all, I think it will be a very cohesive, fantastic event.
Yeah, and the entire Republic TV has worked so hard. Arnab, just one more question, because we are building up to it's going to be great. And you know, one thing I was telling our viewers as well, India has been talking about Atma Nirbharta, you know, how we can become self-reliant. But now it's all about Bharat Pe Nirbhar. That is a message we want to give the entire world.
Yeah, Atmanirbharta has been a theme for almost about 5 years. I personally believe that while we need foreign investment, we are over-invested in FDIs, and we forget the fact that we are a huge domestic market. It's the stability of the Indian market which will determine our growth in the future. And at the end of the day, along with that, the increase in our manufacturing base, things which are happening right now are putting India ahead of China. So I think we're making the right moves, and it's going to be a great event. Okay.
Well, thank you so much. Yes, and we're going to wait for your opening address. Our viewers will be watching it. Thank you so much. And let's move ahead. Thank you. Let's move ahead to the entire setup right now. The entire, the excitement is building up at this point of time. Just look at the crowd. In fact, we have a lot of people coming in right now, and this is just nothing, viewers. In just a short while, we have the movers and shakers of the world of economy and business coming very soon, and the stage is all set for that mega event which will be taking place very soon, viewers. In just around 30 minutes or so, we will be rolling live for our viewers this mega event which is happening. And I just want our viewers to also have a look at the room inside where all the planning is happening. Just a small sneak peek into that before I hand back to the studios. So this is where all the planning is happening. The Republic TV has been working hard. People have spent sleepless nights. They've been working day and night for this event, and this is where the planning is happening. A short sneak peek into our planning room here. This is our planning room where you can see this is where we have been planning this entire event since morning. People have come in since early in the morning, 7 a.m. in the morning, 6 a.m. in the morning to make this event a reality. Back to the studios right now. We will be getting you all the updates from here in just a short while, and very soon the event will begin. Do not miss this, viewers. This is something you have to see. This is for our entire nation and for India to grow and become a mission superpower in the future in just by India at 100. That is a mission. All right, in fact, we will be coming back. So you can see right now that our entire planning is happening. Rhythm is going to also be talking to esteemed guest as well. Rhythm, I am just telling our viewers, you were telling earlier that they should see this room because this is where the entire planning is happening right now. A little secret room for us to make sure that this event becomes a success.
Yes. So absolutely what really happens here is if an important guest comes in, they first sit here. We have a quick word with them. Sometimes they want to understand what their session is about, just want to be breaking the ice. All that happens here, after which we'll actually move around. We go towards that room. I remember in the earlier summits, we've seen Home Minister Amit Shah, who was present here. Mr. Piyush Goyal, Union Minister, was also here. So lots of names, including Mr. Goyal, who are also going to be there today to ensure this is a power-packed, very important and a very big summit. And the reason, of course, for this being India's economy, the 5th largest right now in the world, is rising, and we need to ensure that mission superpower, that is our goal today, that is our agenda today, is accomplished.
Right. So Rhythm is, talking to us about this little room that we have over here where all the planning is happening. Let's go back outside, because this is going to be a mega stage setup, which you saw, viewers, right now. And before I go speak to more people, because we have a lot of movers and shakers coming right now, I just want to tell our viewers that why we are doing this event. India is all poised to become the number one global superpower for a couple of reasons. Starting off with it has a very young workforce. India has a very young workforce. Number two, our private players are extremely resilient. Private players, the entrepreneurial spirit of India, that is something that has to be saluted. Many entrepreneurs in India are competing with global brands. That is something to watch out for as well. So this is the reason why we are also doing this event, because we want to make sure, and we want all of viewers to know, not just the viewers in India, we want the entire world to know that India is going to be a mission superpower, something which is going to make a big difference. Remember that when it comes to the World Bank ease of doing business, India has climbed up through the years. So in 2014, it was around 140. Now it is at 63 in 2019. World Bank's ease of doing business. Remember also IMF, like our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami was telling us, IMF has said India is one of the fastest growing economies. This is something that is, all Indians should be proud of. This is big news we're tracking right now. And of course, we have Swesha and Shavan once again. Swesha, hi Swesha, she is my colleague, and Swesha, we meet in the studios and we, break the news all the time. But this is an extremely special event, Swesha. Tell our viewers, why is it?
Because, Shivangi, what happens is news formats are different, and in events like this you really get a chance to be able to talk to experts one-on-one in detail. Again, talking about television formats, sometimes you have a time constraint, sometimes you really get a chance to explore deeper into the subject, dive deeper into that. And I think events like these that are very, very dedicated to a particular subject, especially when it is talking about India and mission superpower, talking about how India is a growing economy and what all we need to do to ensure that it moves in that direction. I think it is just such an important platform to bring together all these experts, bring together all these voices, to hear their opinions, to understand what the challenges are, to understand what can be changed on the ground, and exactly how we come together and how we move with that one mission to influence minds, to influence the youth of the country.
And Swesha, before I show viewers the view outside, I just want you to tell our viewers what this esteemed panel which are coming, because the kind of names we are getting today, it's huge. It's not just of course we have the biggest ministers coming from the government, but also private players as well, because our private players, our ministers and the young people of India, they're making a big difference when it comes to taking our economy to the next level.
This is exactly what it is about, to bring all these different minds under the same platform and to have them interact. Now, of course, we understand that, be it policy makers, be it political bigwigs, be it, those in power in the government, be it influencers, they obviously meet at several such platforms. Not all of them are in the public domain, but it is really when they are in the public domain, information that goes out is, I think, in a huge sense, not just reflective, but also helps eventually in the growth, helps in the fact that ideas come together and those ideas are executed. The country knows, the nation knows in which direction the analysts, the experts, the government together are moving, and that I feel turns out to be the game changer.
Absolutely.
So which is why I always look forward to such events, not just as a participant, be it as a moderator, be it as somebody who's covering the event, but also the very fact that to listen to all those voices, to hear all those voices. I think this one day just takes you forward in your head in terms of the ideas that are floating, in terms of how you can innovate, in terms of where the country is moving, in terms of where you can contribute, and so many startups, so many entrepreneurs established in the making. I think this is how it all moves, and this is how we all move as India, an India that is together, the minds that are coming together to make it a superpower.
So like Swesha is saying, it's all about the minds coming together, and not just, like Swesha said, my colleague, she said very aptly that it's about taking an idea, turning it into a reality. I'm going to toss back to the studios and take a break right now, but I just want to take our viewers through what's happening outside. This is this is the view outside, and a lot of our movers shakers will be coming through here. Taking a very short break right now. Stay tuned to Republic TV. We will continue to be live and breaking and getting you the latest from the India Economic Summit, the biggest summit of the year.
TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been arrested by ED in the recruitment of primary teachers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating Mahakaleshwar Temple Corridor in Ujjain. It's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force, and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
2 women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
Late night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
When the attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev, they essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to a religion, that is protected. This kind of an approach saying, we will not bend, we will not allow our daughters to study unless you change your rule, I hope this does not ever prevail as a legal argument.
TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been arrested by ED in the recruitment of primary teachers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating Mahakaleshwar Temple Corridor in Ujjain. It's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force, and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
2 women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
Late night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
When the attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev, they essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to a religion, that is protected.
Our viewers want to hear from you. This is going to be an amazing and a huge summit, Arnab. It's going to be something which we all want. India as a superpower when it comes to economy.
Yes, good morning to you. It's a very interesting timed summit. You know, we saw what the IMF said a couple of days back, though I feel that their numbers on India's growth are still conservative. The bottom line is, if you look at the big picture, we see with absolute clarity that there is the next 5 to 10 years for India being the leading economy in the world in terms of growth. And so it's a wonderful time to sit and talk about the various things that can be done in terms of the role of corporate India, investors in the country, policy makers, and also the political class. So we're covering 4 or 5 key areas, and I'm quite confident that this is going to be a wonderful event as the day grows. And we are ending with a presentation by Mr. Gurumurthy on the global opportunities for India. So all in all, I think it will be a very cohesive, fantastic event.
Yeah, and the entire Republic TV has worked so hard, Arnab. But just one more question, because we are building up to it's going to be great. And you know, one thing I was telling our viewers as well, India has been talking about Atma Nirbharta, you know, how we can become self-reliant. But now it's all about Bharat Pe Nirbhar. That is a message we want to give the entire world.
Yeah, Atmanirbharta has been a theme for almost about 5 years. I personally believe that while we need foreign investment, we are over-invested in FDIs and we forget the fact that we are a huge domestic market. It's the stability of the Indian market which will determine our growth in the future. And at the end of the day, along with that, the increase in our manufacturing base, things which are happening right now are putting India ahead of China. So I think we're making the right moves and it's going to be a great event.
Viewers, that was the Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami, and this is India Economic Summit. This is the build-up to it, viewers, because it's going to be a great summit. We have the biggest names, ministers, private players coming here. Ashwini Vaishnav will be here, Piyush Goyal will be here, and we're going to have a steam panel discussions on the biggest topics when it comes to the world of economy, all about making India mission superpower, all about making sure that India is no more Atmanirbhar, but also Bharat Pe Nirbhar. That is the focus. Time for a very short break. We will continue our live and rolling coverage from the India Economic Summit from Taj Palace in Chandrapuri.
It's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
2 women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
Late night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
When the attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev, they essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to your religion, that is protected. This kind of an approach saying, we will not bend, we will not allow our daughters to study unless you change your rule, I hope this does not ever prevail as a legal argument.
TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been arrested by ED in the recruitment of primary teachers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating Mahakaleshwar Temple Corridor in Ujjain.
It's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
2 women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
Late night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
When the attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev, they essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
there was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to your religion, that is protected. This kind of an approach saying we will not bend,
Viewers, we are live and breaking. This is a very special broadcast because this is the India Economic Summit, Republic TV's biggest summit of the year. And we will be rolling live from here. Once the panel comes, the esteemed panel comes very soon. Ashwini Vaishnav will be here, Piyush Goyal will be here. We'll have the biggest names and the private players as well, which are taking India to the next level. I also have Sriram Chole with us. He is an international affairs expert. And this is, if you can tell our viewers as well, that this is the biggest event of the year for Republic because it's all about making India a mission superpower. And India has everything it takes to climb up the global world order.
Absolutely. High potential country with a sweet spot in its economy, expected to grow continuously over the whole decade, far ahead of China, which has been in the past outpacing us, but now this decade we are going to outpace the Chinese. We're going to catch up with the Chinese. A $3 trillion economy, Prime Minister's promised to make it 5 trillion. I can foresee it becoming 10, 15 or even 20 trillion. Eventually being an equal of China in the United States. That is our goal. And for that to happen, this mission superpower to happen, we need ideas. We need like-minded people to come together. We need to mobilize the country. And that's what Republic Network is doing. It's bringing together important thought-provoking ideas and sharing how we can generate this sustained growth, because without that we'll be left behind, and we cannot afford 1.4 billion people's aspirations and hopes rest on the idea of India becoming the superpower.
And Mr. Sriram Chole, India is on the right path because IMF has said that India is one of the fastest growing economies. I just want to go across to Tanisha as well, who's right over here at the Taj Palace, Chanakyapuri. Tanisha, over to you.
Right, Shivangi, now remember at a time when world is witnessing turbulence due to the post-pandemic world, India is maneuvering its way to become the world superpower. We are here at the Taj Palace. The stage is all set today with a grand event. So let me just show you around. We have the preparations all going on. In just about a moment, we'll start with the event, and Ashwini Vaishnav is going to be our special guest for the evening. Remember, this is right after the 5G was rolled out. And once I take you through, our guests, as you see, have already started coming in. We have a plethora of guests, and the special guest, as I already mentioned, is Ashwini Vaishnav. We also have Kamal Bali, MD Volvo India, Rajiv Chaba, MD and MG Motors. Now, Piyush Goyal, our Union Minister, will also be there. We'll take you right inside the venue where the mega event is going to take place. And this is a grand venue. We have things all set there. You see the stage is all set. The guests are seated, and the event is just going to begin in some time. We'll also take you through our team, which has been working day and night to make sure this event is a grand success. We have our team sitting there, full prepared, ready for the stage. We have guests coming in. Let's also go across and talk to the team that has been working behind it day and night. We have with us Ankit. Hi Ankit, how are you feeling? Today is a big day for all of us, a long day, but it's going to be a very exciting experience.
It's very exciting. India is the fastest growing major economy in the world. This could not come at a better time. I was here last year as well. That time we were shifting gears. Now we're on mission superpower, and I think there's a lot to come. The guest list is extensive. It's fantastic. It's the best voices, policymakers, corporate heads, economists. Everyone is ready to gather here, and I'm very excited about it, and so is the rest of the team here. We're all set to give you the best experience on air and online, so everyone can watch us also on YouTube and on republicworld.com and on our social media as well.
Well, now that's a blockbuster. You can watch us live on TV and also on the social networking sites. Ankit, talking about the guest list, we have a very interesting guest list, which I have it right in my hand. We have very interesting guests lined up for you. Which is your most awaited session?
I think one that I'm looking forward to the most is one of the first ones, which is when the Railways and IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav joins us. He is recently taken over and he is a serious technocrat, and so we would love to hear his views on how he's going to modernize one of India's crown jewels and another which is India's claim to fame around the world in economic terms, the IT industry. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Great. So Ashwini Vaishnav is in everybody's eyes. We are all waiting for the chief guest to arrive and to give us more insights on the 5G that has recently been rolled out. I would like my camera person to pan around and show the mega seating that we have. The stage, as you see, is all set. The final preparations are underway, and this is the grand event. We also have all our anchors, all our guests already seated. In just few moments from now, we will begin with a mega broadcast that will be taking place. This is, as you see, viewers, the mega stage. Shivangi, back to you.
Right. Tanisha, this is going to be a big event, like you were saying. And I just also want to go across to Rini Khanna, who is the host of the event. And Rini, if you just could come here, and just because the viewers want to have a look at the stage, and this is where you will be here as well. You will be setting the stage, Rini, and you are such an experienced host. This event is going to be very, very big. And if you could tell our viewers as well that what is the importance of today, Mission Superpower, making India the #1 when it comes to economy, because India has everything it takes. It just needs a little push.
Absolutely, and I think it's wonderful that we are at this juncture in the capital city, which really steers, what happens in the rest of the nation. So it's going to be a power-packed day. You've got 5 ministers, you've got bankers, thinkers, economists, people from the financial world, from the economic world. They're all going to gather here to ideate, to deliberate, and to look at all the critical questions that face the world, which is already in a spin. You've got global recession that is setting in. So obviously this is an opportune moment for us to kind of pause and look at what we've achieved and what remains to be done.
Right. And really, I want the viewers to look at the stage right now, because if my camera person can pan, Pankaj, Vijay, this is a mega event and we have the biggest movers and shakers coming. And really, I just want our viewers to also get understanding about why we are doing the event. It's not just about getting the most esteemed panel on stage. It's about making sure that India stays on the right path, because India has a young workforce, a great private sector, great technology, and it also has the right infrastructure as well. When it comes to manufacturing, India is at the top right now, Rini. And if you could just talk a little bit about the guests we're going to have today, and how do you think that panel interviews are going to go? Because I want our viewers to get a sense about why they should watch today's event. It's the biggest event for Republic TV.
It's definitely an event that you should not miss if you've got your eye on India. We are at the right moment, and India is poised to become superpower. It's already powerful, but its voice needs to be elevated a little more and enhanced a little more. As far as our rundown is concerned, Shivangi, I think we've got a fabulous star cast. We begin with the Union Minister, who actually controls how communication happens in the country, Mr. Vaishnav. You've got Mr. Amitabh Kant, you've got Mr. Gurumurthy, Mr. Mohandas Pai. So you've got names that are actually, heavyweights as far as this world is concerned. And it is the right moment for all of us to kind of just be a part of this conversation that is happening about India. And I think there couldn't be a prouder moment for the Republic Media Network to be somebody who is steering this and curating this and giving it direction, and the right direction and the right push and the impetus required to take India to that higher power.
Well, thank you, Rini. Rini is the host of the event, and we'll be watching you on stage. Our viewers will be watching you, Rini. And let's move ahead. My camera person, come and follow me right now. The event is gaining pace right now, and we'll have our guests very soon live. Our editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, I just spoke to him a short while back, and he was also saying the same thing, that this is all about making India number one. He also said that IMF has said very, very clearly that India is one of the fastest growing economies, and it's coming in just after the IMF said this. It really gives an idea about how big this event is going to be at this point of time. And I just want our viewers to also have a look at what's happening backstage. Before I toss back to the studios, I just want to have a look at the backstage. So right now we have the outside of the event is also buzzing because we have our staff, Republic TV staff has been working so hard. They're preparing for this, and this is where all our guests are going to be coming in. It's going to be an amazing, amazing event. Our team is working 24/7. You can see that. All the Republic TV's team, we have a Republic TV staff. Some of them have flown all the way from different parts of the country for this event. It's going to be amazing. I just want to toss back to our studios right now. Stay tuned. The event will start in just a short while. We're talking about the India Economic Summit at the beautiful and the magnificent Taj Palace in Chanakyapuri. Alright, time for a very short break, viewers. We will be back in just a short while. Do not miss this event. It's going to be the best event of the year. All about making India the global superpower when it comes to economy and business. Biggest names coming. You don't want to miss it. Stay tuned.
Late night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
When the attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev, they essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to your religion, that is protected. This kind of an approach saying, we will not bend, we will not allow our daughters to study unless you change your rule, I hope this does not ever prevail as a legal argument.
TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been arrested by ED in the recruitment of primary teachers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating Mahakaleshwar Temple Corridor in Ujjain. It's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force, and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
2 women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
Late night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
When the attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev, they essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to your religion, that is protected. This kind of an approach saying, we will not bend, we will not allow our daughters to study unless you change your rule, I hope this does not ever prevail as a legal argument.
मैंने जितना गुजरात और गुजरातियों को अपने जीवन में समझा है, मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से 2 शब्द साफ कहना चाहती हूं। राजनीतिक हार। गुजरात में आम आदमी पार्टी का यही भविष्य आगामी चुनाव में होने वाला है। आपने प्रधान सेवक की मां का अपमान नहीं किया, आपने गुजरात की एक 100 वर्षीय महिला का अपमान मात्र इसलिए किया क्योंकि उनका बेटा आपकी राजनीतिक मंशाओं को पूर्ण होने नहीं दे रहा। मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से साफ आज कहना चाहती हूं, शब्द कम पड़ते हैं आक्रोश को व्यक्त करने के लिए, लेकिन गुजरात और गुजराती आम आदमी पार्टी को न्याय दिलाएगा और आम आदमी पार्टी गुजरात के चुनाव में ध्वस्त होगी। ये संकल्प गुजरात और गुजरातियों का है। In an attempt to attract political attention, Aam Aadmi Party has given many a political statements that has hurt sentiments of Gujarat and Gujaratis. From propagating myths about the Hindu way of life, from slurring Hindu women and religious institutions. Now, with the blessings of Arvind Kejriwal, Aam Aadmi Party leadership in Gujarat maliciously, in an abusive form, attacks the Pradhan Sevak's 100-year-old mother. That Arvind Kejriwal could fall to new lows is not surprising. What Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party does not realize is the esteem with which Gujarat and Gujaratis hold women and especially mothers in our society. Today, this message is for Arvind Kejriwal. In the forthcoming elections of Gujarat, Gujarat and Gujaratis will ensure political defeat of the Aam Aadmi Party. That you do not spare a 100-year-old lady. Her only crime is not that she is in politics, but that she gave birth to Narendra Modi. Your leaders and workers seek to punish her and abuse her. Mr. Kejriwal, the people of Gujarat have now decided to stand in your judgment. If you think abusing the Prime Minister's mother will help you gain political popularity in Gujarat, you are mistaken. And for that mistake, it is Gujarat and Gujaratis that will make you pay a political price in the forthcoming elections. Thank you.
Well, that was Union Minister Smriti Irani talking about the fact that after the fact that AAP leader Gopal Italia had released that video in which he used derogatory remarks against Prime Minister Modi.
Abuse of any woman is not permitted by any community. The fact that after abusing a mother who is not in politics, he seeks to hide behind new excuses, shows that the Aam Aadmi Party will use any political leverage, will use any community, will use any gender to meet their own political ends. Narendra Modi has always said, abuse him. He is ready for that political onslaught. Do not abuse the motherland has always been his plea. And today, Karyakartas like me want to say, abuse us, abuse our organization, for that is your political goal. But it is absolutely unforgivable if you seek to abuse a 100-year-old woman who has nothing to do with politics. The people shall not spare such a political attack.
Every time.
Well, that was Union Minister Smriti Irani talking about the fact that AAP leader Gopal Italia had earlier used derogatory language against Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Is fearing a recession, India has emerged resilient by becoming the 5th largest economy of the world, beating the United Kingdom. We're so pleased to see many of you here. We've got the Honourable Minister joining us, and all of you joining us physically and online today at the India Economic Summit to bear witness as we have 5 ministers, bankers, investors, policymakers, economists and thinkers join forces to turn the spotlight onto the country's economy, the scope, the breakthrough potential that India has, and of course, help chart the roadmap for the nation to soar collectively to unsurmountable heights. Ladies and gentlemen, as has been mentioned before and will be repeated often today, the fastest growing economy in the world recently surpassed the United Kingdom to become the 5th largest economy in the world and is only growing upwards. There is a clear goal in sight, and that is Mission Superpower. So I'd like to now invite Republic Media Network's Editor-in-Chief, Arnab Goswami, to please welcome you all and set the tone of the day.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Rini. It's wonderful to be once again back at the India Economic Summit. We are going to have a fantastic session today. We have so many wonderful sessions right through the day. I'm so excited to have the Union Minister, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, with us. I see my friend Mohandas Pai and Mr. Kamal Bali of Volvo. We see so many people here. So first of all, a big shout out to all the early birds who've woken up fresh with their breakfast and with us this morning. We're going to stay right through lunch and dinner and have a great time together. Now, a couple of things just at the start that I want to tell you about. First of all, it's an exciting period for us at the Republic Media Network. It's been a beautiful year last year in terms of our growth story. And it's also been something that has taught us fortitude, not just us as an organization. I think all of us across the country as a people have fought back COVID, and it's great to meet once again in hopefully what are these post-COVID times. About the Economic Summit, I won't make a long speech. I don't need to. We are here to listen to all of you, but a couple of things. Yesterday, the managing director of the IMF said, and I wanted to start with this quote, India deserves to be called a bright spot on this otherwise dark horizon because it has been a fast-growing economy even in these most difficult times. But most importantly, because India's growth is underpinned by structural reforms. Therefore, the point was the tough decisions we took are now paying dividends, and it is now the time to seize the opportunity. We have taken very difficult decisions, decisions which any political economy finds difficult to commit itself to.
We've taken the decisions because of our outstanding political leadership, and we must compliment the determination of the country's political leadership over the last 8 years to not be opportunistic but to be strategic. Every nation this is not for me, this is for what's been done by the government. Every nation has a hockey stick moment. Every nation. I believe personally that every growth cycle has a hockey stick moment. And India's blade years are behind it. We have witnessed our growth inflection point, and now I believe we are heading towards a hockey stick moment. I believe that our growth in the next few years is not going to be gradual. We are entering in a very accelerated period of growth, and I just want to give a little bit of historical perspective for this. America saw its hockey stick moment in the late 18th century when its GDP grew 2.5 times faster than the population from 1700 to 1900, and then 4.5 times faster between 1900 to 2000. So the 20th century was truly America's century. And within this hockey stick moment, there were the periods during the Second World War and after when the growth was even more, 5 or 6 times outstripping. The West overall has also had its hockey stick moment when, after the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century, it spiked up the growth rate for 200 to 300 years. And the impact of this hockey stick moment is not for a decade. It's for decades and sometimes centuries. Japan, which was behind Eastern Europe before World War I, it caught up by the United States by the end of the 20th century when it saw its hockey stick moment. And now our closest competitor, China. China, which fell behind Africa in the middle of the 20th century, is now one of the major economies of the world. And as we meet this morning to discuss Mission Superpower, we must start with the realization to ourselves that our time has come. It is the time for the Indian hockey stick moment. It is the time for the Indian hockey stick moment, and I will end with just a few examples as thought starters on why I believe we are having our hockey stick moment. Though Mohandas Pai is fantastic in extrapolating these facts, I thought I will sort of charge up his thoughts this morning. My belief is that India's robust growth momentum provides our hockey stick moment. Just consider the following facts. It took 60 years for India to become a $1 trillion economy in 2007. Then it took us 12 years to achieve the next trillion. But now, in only 5 years, and however much people who don't like this government politically, they have to swallow this fact. It has taken us 5 years, 2014 to 2019, to hit the $3 trillion threshold. So first 60 years, next 12 years, and now 3 years. Now look back and think about it. And Mr. Minister will elaborate on this, I'm sure, this morning. It took a whole 4 years to shift from 3G to 4G on the ground. But now, in a matter of minutes, a 4G phone is 5G enabled, and the shift is faster than your blink of an eyelid. It is the speed of growth. It is exceptional. We have a grasshopper view of this country. We are so close. We're so close to the ground. We don't see the changes. It's like you don't see your child growing before your eyes, but when somebody comes and tells you your child has grown taller, you realize sometimes you need a bird's eye view. One more point. India had a total national highways length of about 91,000 kilometers in April 2014. Today, we have completely increased our national highway network by over 50%. No country has achieved that. We talk about what China achieved in the late 90s and 2000s. We are doing far better than China. We are doing far better than China did in the 1990s. India's steel production has seen a 152% increase since only 2013. That's rapid growth. So all these facts must just tell you that when the external environment in the world is weakening, We are accelerating. We are looked upon globally as the brightest spot in the world. And I believe that our economy should help provide a buffer against any negative impact. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will not say anything more than this, but to tell you just one thing. Yesterday, somebody asked me, what do you feel about the cynics? And I said, I have no time for them, because soon they are beginning to sound like broken records. Positivity, growth, and a sense of genuine pride in our collective achievement is going to be the bedrock of taking advantage towards what we call mission superpower, so that we realize the Prime Minister's ambition, our collective ambition, not by 2047. I believe that if we work well, we work together, and even media organizations like ours can play our small part in this. I believe that by 2030, we should be established as one of the economic superpowers in the world, in GDP terms, nominal GDP terms, social terms, economic terms, in every way. So let's have a fantastic day ahead. I look forward to spending a lot of time with you, and thank you all for coming this morning. Let's have a great day, and welcome to the India Economic Summit of the Republic Network. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arnab. And as they say in Delhi, aapke muh mein ghee shakkar. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to now introduce to you our next guest, a man who is taking India tech to its zenith. With more than 500 million internet subscribers, India is one of the largest and fastest growing markets for digital consumers. With the recent 5G launch, India is all set to take digitalization to a whole new level. Our next guest is here to make sure that every individual has access to the internet, to information and technology. A vision that our Honorable Prime Minister had effectively put through in his Digital India campaign. Let's take a look at the audio-visual.
Digitization has taken over the world, and India is leading from the front. With over 788 million broadband subscribers, India is the second largest market in terms of internet consumption globally. With a robust Atmanirbhar digital infrastructure and a $1.5 trillion digital economy by 2025 vision, we are taking over the world by leveraging technology and harnessing innovation. With the launch of 5G services, the government is determined to have 80% of 5G coverage in both rural and urban areas.
We had another very big, during the 5G auction cabinet approval, another very big reform for having non-public networks and opening up spectrum leasing. So all those reforms have happened, and now we are at a stage where the industry has come out of a very painful legacy period where lots and lots of court battles were there, lots of legal, lots of other issues were there. Industry has more or less come out of that and is at a stage where it becomes a sunrise industry, a growth phase it can enter.
The country is about to join the bandwidth of growth and connectivity. With us today is the Honorable Minister who will transform this vision into reality. He's striving to ensure that technological developments have the last mile reach. Joining us at the India Economic Summit 2022 is Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Minister for Railways, Communications, Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, speaking on 5G for a billion.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, Minister for Railways, Communications and Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, to give the keynote address on Mission Superpower 5G for a billion. Mr. Minister, sir. Okay. All right. Speaking to the Honourable Minister, Arnab Goswami, Editor-in-Chief, Republic Media Network.
the minister is more than comfortable to have a fireside chat this morning, and I'm grateful for that, because I believe that in the nature of the informality of our event, Mr. Minister, we are we're flexible on format. So first of all, thank you for that, because I think that's what these sessions are about, right? We get to see each other up close and open up. So thank you, first of all. Thank you for all the... My pleasure. For being here, and thank you for all the hard work that you're doing. I have been told by our reporters this morning that you do 15-hour days, straddled across 3 of the most important ministries in this government. And so first of all, kudos to you for all the hard work. I think that fact that you find time for us is a big thing for us. So I want to first have a round of applause for you for that.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's truly, truly remarkable. So may I start by just asking you a personal question, Mr. Vaishnav, before we go to the brass tacks. How is this shift, to a political role? And as I was asking you just before this event, today do you see yourself as a politician, a technocrat? How would you define yourself in this role that you're doing? And personally, how has this transition been for you?
If we look at what politics of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji is, he has redefined politics. For him, politics is making a transformational change in people's lives, especially people at the bottom of the pyramid. If you take that as the definition of politics, yes, I am very comfortable being that. Absolutely no difference in what one would have done as a bureaucrat, as somebody who's trying to make a difference in people's lives in the districts, in field level, and now at a much larger level. I don't see any friction in this shift.
So we'll go through all the policy questions now, because a lot of headlines will be made from everything that you say, and I hope you open up. How is the faster rollout of 5G made possible? Were you working on deadlines? Are you overcommitting on deadlines? Are you sure of delivery?
See, industry was expecting that normally after the spectrum auctions, it takes generally a few months for the spectrum to be physically allocated, letters to be done, the harmonization of all the frequencies which has to be done. It takes generally earliest possible is a few months. It actually happened in one day.
It's amazing. So, I thought it was about 2 weeks since the letters of allotment were issued, and all happened within 2 weeks of the auctions. But you're telling me it happened in a day. What's the inside story?
2 weeks is basically the time which is given to the telecom service providers to make the payments. As soon as the payment was done, I think the payment was done on the evening of, I don't remember the date now. Within 24 hours of that, the spectrum letters were out.
So why these sharp deadlines?
We have a leadership which believes in performance, which believes in delivery, which believes in making sure that whatever people's aspirations are, those aspirations are met with full vigor, full force, full commitment, and that's what all of us are trying to do in today's
And what will 5G mean for India's Atmanirbhar journey?
A lot will change. If you look at the global experience, the most fundamental change which happens when 5G gets launched and 5G gets utilized is the change in the healthcare sector. That's the most fundamental. In terms of globally, the number one change which happens, that change is in healthcare sector. The second change which happens is in education sector. Third is in the logistics and industrial sectors. So the same phenomenon will be repeated here. We will see massive transformation in healthcare. What used to be a difficult dream for a person living in remote areas to be able to access good consultation with somebody sitting in a good world-class hospital in a big city, those things will become realities. Telemedicine, what we used to think during the satellite era and all those things, is going to get totally transformed. It will be like the way we are sitting together today. A patient and a doctor, a patient sitting in remote areas of Odisha can have exactly the same consultation with a doctor sitting in Bangalore or Mumbai.
Will you open up on the China angle, please? Because you know, it is, I am happy with it, to be very honest. But I want to know your thinking. You took a decision, the government took a decision, we will restrict the import of 5G equipment from China. I mean, I could give you a huge round of applause for that. But I want to know why. I know it's great. We will be the first country to use indigenous 5G, which is fantastic, isn't it? Completely indigenous 5G in the country. But I want to know, isn't it great, Mohan? Fantastic, indigenous 5G. But why did you take a decision to keep China out?
I'll be very candid on this.
Please.
And would like to explain the entire thought process. There are certain technologies which every aspiring nation should try and master. That doesn't mean that we shut ourselves out from the world. The idea is our engineers, our technicians, our people are among the best in the world. They are doing the best developments for the whole world. If we have a clear strategic vision and take a conscious call that we will develop certain technologies, come what may, we can achieve it. I'll give two examples of this. First is the 5G stack. End to end, if you look at the entire technology spectrum, there are only 5 countries in the world which have the complete end-to-end 5G technology stack. And now we are joining that club as the 6th country. It's not an easy task. What was important is Prime Minister had complete faith and complete commitment in our ability to deliver. No other leader would have given that kind of clarity of thought, clarity of purpose, which PM Modi has given. We could have kind of fluctuated saying that no, people are demanding 5G and we are not able to provide 5G today. Some countries have already gone ahead. We could have thought that no, let's import and let's go forward. No. He was very, very clear on this and that helped. I'll give the second example, the example of Vande Bharat train. There are only about 8 countries in the world which have developed a train which can run at 180 kilometers per hour. We are the 9th country to do so, and again the goal which PM said that we must have a world-class train for our own people. The thought process within the system was that go out, import from Germany, import from France, import from Japan. But PM said no. He clearly said no. He clearly said no. It has to be developed by our own engineers. Again, it's that thought process of becoming technological leader, having that confidence in our ability to do, having that confidence in our engineers' ability to develop. That's what is making this big difference.
I think that political conviction was not there earlier.
If you go back, I can give you 100 examples. You take any particular technology, you take any particular sector, take the defense equipment, right? Where was the political commitment to try and develop our own guns? Where was the political, even things as simple as a rifle, right? The thought process, I'll tell you what has changed. The thought process was go out, scout for a technology, have a technology transfer agreement, and then live with that technology for next 30, 40 years. That thought process has changed. The thought process is make in India, design in India, wherever possible, indigenize as much as possible, bring the entire supply chain into India. That's the thought process. That's a very big difference.
Now I also know you're a politician because you avoided my China question. The minister thinks I'm trying to get him into Mr. Jaishankar's realm. But I'm curious. I greatly appreciate it. I totally agree with you. I mean, if you look at, I'm going beyond your ministry. I remember way back when I was a reporter, I did a story on a massive public sector undertaking in our country which was working in the field of drugs and pharmaceuticals. And as part of the story, I spoke about the retrenchment of hundreds of employees in that organization. And when I went around, when I met the scientists from the organization, I remember I was in my 20s, they told me that, Arnab, we are capable of beating the Chinese. These basic drugs, which have suddenly become our biggest imports after the opening of the Indian economy, if we just had 6 months to 1 year to catch up, we could have done it. But we rather chose a Chinese substitute. My direct question to you, Mr. Minister, please answer it. Some people would have said, let's scale it up fast, let's import the technology, we will play catch up later, but your government didn't do that. So is there a risk factor that you think about when you're sitting in the government, when you're talking to the Prime Minister? Do these conversations happen, or is it and do you also think of the diplomatic fallout of taking tough decisions like this?
Very clear commitment towards developing technologies, very clear focus on where we want to go. That's what most of these reviews which PM takes in our ministries, at least 3 ministries which I hold the responsibility for. Very, very clear decisions. See, the question is, if we want shortcuts, if we want band-aids, if we want things which are going to be good for today, that's possible to do, anybody can do. But if we are aiming at taking ourselves to a developed nation status by 2047, then shortcuts won't work.
Completely agree with you. You completely skirted the China question. I will get Mr. Jaishankar and answer that. But I got your point, and I think we greatly appreciate the belief that the government has in our own expertise. I want to know, last question on this, on your present IT Telecom Ministry. 5G is projected to be 100 times faster than 4G. 6G, they say, no, 6G will be 100 times faster than 5G. And one day there will be 7G. Are we getting lost in words? What is the future looking like to you? I want to know, what is the impact of all this speed for the average Indian? What does the future look like to you, and how will we benefit? How will everyone benefit? If you can, in basic terms, explain that.
If you look at very basically, how's this whole technology picture getting evolved, right? 3 things are happening. First, the cost of compute is reducing dramatically. The compute power is increasing inversely to the cost of compute. Second, the cost of communication is reducing dramatically, whereas the communication power is again increasing significantly. Third is the cost of sensors is reducing phenomenally, like it's almost like 15-17% CAGR. And the number of sensors which are available with a very small footprint, they are increasing dramatically. The convergence of these 3 factors is changing practically everything that we see. There are examples of using 5G where exactly as per the water requirement of a plant, you can give exactly the exact number of drops that have to be given to that particular plant, you can do that. So those are the changes which are happening. How the world will look, I would like to again put it in the context of what we are thinking. We as government are thinking, we as the team of Prime Minister Modi is thinking. After almost 30-40 years, first time in the International Telecommunications Union, first time India's IP rights was recognized, included as a part of the standards, and today the 5G standards has India's IP rights incorporated in for the first time. It's not a small feat because the entire telecom industry is kind of controlled by 4 or 5 big players, and those 4 or 5 big players will never let anybody have a seat at the table. First time we were able to snatch, we were able to make our presence felt. Now in 6G, Prime Minister has given us the lead that we have to be the leader. He has given us that target. And already we have invested significant amounts of time and resource and funds in getting the 6G developments in place. Already we have more than 15 patents. We have more than 15 patents for 6G technology. Our teams are today called for all the major discussions. We have a clear roadmap laid out for taking the lead. Now the lead is not just in rolling out, Arnab. The lead is in technology. The lead is in making sure that we are the technology leaders in 6G. It's not just rolling out. It's very, very important. Today we have 35 manufacturers of telecom equipments. We have 5 manufacturers, designers of good quality radios, which is the most critical equipment. We have our entire core network developed by 2 entities in the country, one a government entity, one a private entity. You cannot imagine the power it puts in the hands of our country. See, if you don't have your own core, somebody can just put a pipe in there, and whatever things you try to do on your phone or on your machine, on your computer, the network itself is leaking to somebody else, right? Having our core is of strategic importance. Having our radio networks is of strategic importance. So those are the things on which we are making significant progress.
So you're already thinking of 6G?
Yes, of course.
And you are thinking of the applications of 6G?
Absolutely.
And you are talking to those, even private sector or research, who will be putting out those applications of 6G so that you can execute it fast?
The model that we are taking is, our youngsters have huge amount of energy, huge amount of innovative spirit. We are taking the 5G use case, 5G laboratories to about 100 universities across the country. Just what we are doing in semiconductor, exactly that same phenomenon we are taking into 5G also, 5G and 6G too, 5G and beyond is what we are calling it. So we set up a lab in the remote areas of Jharkhand, everywhere in the country. Practically each and every state will get 2 or 3 labs. That way the students are able to think of new solutions, new use cases. They are able to look at how 5G can impact their own lives, how 5G can make a difference in the people around them. So that's the way we are moving.
What is your timeline for 6G?
6G is around 28, 29 is what the world is.
Around 2028, 29?
Yeah.
And you're preparing for 6G?
Absolutely.
So India makes the transition to 6G by 28, 29.
And I also want to share another very important information with you. We recently had the elections of International Telecommunication Union.
Yes.
Indian candidate Ms. Revati, she won with record margin. I think out of the 170 odd members of the ITU, we got 130 votes. So the world is recognizing that India is emerging as a technological superpower. It is not just a country which develops for the world. It is a country which which is doing for its own also. And actually, in the G20, I want to share with you.
Yeah.
In the G20 group of ministers, at least 8 ministers told me that we are waiting for your 5G to be rolled out so that we remove our dependence on the country that you named. And
the country that I named. All right. Mr. Vaishnav, I am now beginning to enjoy this. Yes. Go ahead.
They wanted India to come out and say that yes, our 5G has been rolled out now and we would like to use the 5G from India.
The country that I named is probably going to be looking at this headline coming out of this event, that India commits to the implementation and execution of 6G by 28-29. The country that I named, which is frightened at our growth prospects, will now have a nervous breakdown listening to what you said this morning. But I think this is getting frighteningly exciting for us. Mr. Vaishnav, this is wonderful. I mean, if you think about this, we are thinking of the execution of 6G, and what a way to start this morning. How affordable is this going to be? How affordable, I think about, because you got to increase the base of 5G and 6G. Do you think about it? Because it has to reach the people.
As per ITU's affordability index, India is the most affordable telecoms industry in the world, whole world. That trend is going to continue.
So the most affordable, largest space, fastest implementation. Wow, you have your job set out. This is remarkable. A link to that, semiconductors. You alluded to it. Now my question is, how is the government planning to achieve the target of the semiconductor industry amidst a massive global shortage? Just expand on it a little bit, Mr. Vaishnav, because you say that within the next 5 to 6 years, you're talking of 28, 29, as we move towards 6G, we will also become a great semiconductor design capital in the world. Right? We have a 76 billion semiconductor industry at present. How does the government go about achieving this target, and how crucial is it, Mr. Vaishnav, to achieve the target when there is a massive global semiconductor shortage? Do you have any innovative ways, Swadeshi ways to achieve that?
Okay, so bit of context. 10 years back, what was electronics manufacturing industry in India? Practically negligible. What is electronics manufacturing industry in India today, and where it is going? Today it is already at $80 billion US. It is growing at 17 to 19% CAGR. It is likely to cross $300 billion in the coming 5 years. Now, what's the most important raw material for electronics manufacturing? Most of the stuff that we see around today has electronics in it, and every electronics has semiconductor in it. Semiconductor is one of the most strategic item today. If we look at the global world, that's the most important item. The country definitely deserves to be the economic powerhouse. It has to have semiconductor industry. Now, that's one part of the story. The second part of the whole thing is, we have close to 50,000 semiconductor design engineers in our country, working for all the best companies in the world. That's the second part. Now, third part, globally, if you look at the semiconductor industry, 20% of the global semiconductor workforce, especially at the higher ends, is all Indians. Now you put all these things together and you can definitely come up with a solution by which India becomes a powerhouse in semiconductor industry. It's not an easy task. It's going to be a long and arduous journey. It's going to be a very, very difficult journey. It's going to be a journey which will really test our patience, will really test our execution capabilities. It's not an easy thing to have even one fab in a country. It's a very, very difficult journey. We are cognizant of that. I want to tell you, when we went to the Prime Minister for review of what we want to do in semiconductor, we sought 45 minutes. He gave us 2 hours and 45 minutes.
And what was his essential line of questioning to you? What was the Prime Minister's central line of questioning to you in that meeting?
Each and every detail in this, he wanted to ask how you are going to execute this. What will be the implications? Where can we fail? So those are the things that he went in good details, because everybody knows that it's very easy to say that yes, we want semiconductors, but how many countries are actually able to deliver on it? So the thought process was that we must design our entire program in such meticulous detail that we should understand what are the failure points and we should be able to mitigate those risks right up front.
So you are saying the Prime Minister does this kind of deep SWOT analysis with you?
At least in every major thing, in railways, in telecom, in semiconductor, in 5G spectrum auction. I know that in BSNL revival, the meeting went on for almost 2.5 hours.
What is the weakness that you identified for the Prime Minister when he, as you said, he questions and challenges the assumptions which you're making, and he asks for what the challenges would be? In the semiconductor SWOT analysis, what was the weakness you probably identified, or the threat? If you don't mind sharing a little bit of that detail. I mean, I'm sure the country that we have named this morning is also listening very closely to you. You don't want to give away state secrets on this platform, but what is the weakness that you possibly identified?
There are, if you ask me, 4 or 5 major challenges. And we are cognizant of each one of those challenges. See, again, I'll give an example, another example. When India wanted to start the automobile industry, did the Ford or Volkswagen or Toyota come to India? No. Did the top names come to India? No. Who came to India? Somebody who had more hunger, somebody who had some willingness to take the risk and go forward, right? Correct. That kind of company came.
Correct.
That is exactly the same phenomenon we'll see in the semiconductor industry in India. We probably initially will get some of the players who are more risk-taking, may not have that kind of capability. So we have to balance that out. That's a big challenge we have to face. How do we face that challenge? We have tied up with some of the best laboratories in the world. There's a laboratory in Belgium, IMEC. I personally visited them and requested them that we are a country which is starting on this journey and we need your support. They promised us full support and they implemented their promise very rapidly in the entire process. That's the first challenge we have to face. Second challenge we have to face is bringing the ecosystem.
Correct.
Now this is a very, very complex ecosystem with very specialized gases, very, very rare and very specialized chemicals.
Yes.
And everything has to fall in place exactly just in time. It cannot be that you can store some of these things and you can use it over a period, right? So we are cognizant of that. We have contacted each and every supplier in the world. Each and every supplier in the world has committed to us that yes, you decide one place where 3 or 4 fabs can be set up over a period of 5, 6 years, 7 years, 10 years. Then we come and we set up our entire base there. I'm very candidly sharing these things.
Yeah, please.
Because it's not that, please. I don't want to tell you that everything is hunky-dory, it's a very easy journey. It's not an easy journey. No, it's a very difficult journey. It's a journey where so many countries have floundered, they have failed, and we don't want to fail. We want to succeed, and if we want to succeed, then we have to prepare for it. We cannot just go in with blind eyes, right?
Yeah.
That's the second big challenge. The third big challenge will be on lots and lots of crossfire over who owns the IP. Yeah. So in semiconductor industry, there is always an IP created up to a point and you take that IP and beyond that you build over it.
Yes.
So that requires very strong legal structures, very strong contracts, very strong agreements. So we are cognizant of that. And we have created a team where some of the best in the world are today advising us. People like Vinod Dham,
yes,
who invented Pentium, right?
Yes.
People like Professor Rao from Georgia Tech, people like Professor Paul from Stanford. They are the ones who are advising us, they are the ones who are guiding us at every step. So it's a journey where today best of the best minds have already joined this journey. They are supporting us and they are the ones with whose help we are moving forward. It's going to be difficult, but we will achieve.
What is coming across to me as I listen to you is that what the government is providing, and I'm also looking at this from a macro perspective, what the government is providing to external stakeholders, to the private sector, to people who provide the R&D base, and people who will invest in India and work collaboratively with you. I think the remarkable thing is that this government is providing clarity to all those external stakeholders in the policy direction and stability of your government. And I think without that, it's not possible to do it. I think for the first time, do you feel sometimes, Mr. Minister, that when you talk to all of these external stakeholders, multiple companies, that they find this approach refreshing? Because I am looking at you as a very committed and sincere man. The sincerity is really coming across very clearly. But it's important to provide clarity, I mean, to a number of, it's a labyrinth of people who will work with you to provide stability to the semiconductor dream. Again, I'm asking you an approach question. Is this approach new?
See, this approach is...
And refreshing.
This approach is very refreshing and the commitment from our leadership is so clear that it helps us navigate the waters very, very clearly. See, again, without taking any names, a very large company which has turnover more than $100 billion, the chairman of that company made a statement that India has changed. When he visited India after 15 years, he visited. He didn't visit for a very long period.
Yes.
And he was so surprised by the candidness, by the freshness, by the sincerity of the approach, and he met Prime Minister. The meeting went on for almost an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah.
It was like,
yeah.
It was a totally different experience for him, because which Prime Minister in the world is willing to give that kind of time and energy and support for developing a very good long-term future for the country?
Yeah. No, I think this clarity is so important. And I also appreciate the candor and depth with which you are sharing details this morning. Mr. Minister, let me tell you, as a journalist over 10, 20 years, I've seen symbolic statements by ministers who come to events like these, make their 5-minute speech and then, leave. I think it's amazing that you have a minister heading 3 significant portfolios who is going into this level of detail in a public forum like this. I really appreciate it. Mr. Minister, if I can extend the time a little bit and ask you a few more questions. We are all invested in the digital economy of this country. What does the future hold for digital India? We're going to go into $1 trillion economy by 2030, not 800 billion, I think, be trillion. In this scenario, a new version, and as much as you can share, of the data protection bill is presently underway. It's in the works. If you can share, what are some of the key details, or what are the key changes that the government plans on bringing about in this aspect, and what effect will it have on India's digital economy? As much detail as you can provide at this stage about the data protection bill.
5-6 questions in one question. That's Arnab Da.
As much as you can share. I want to draw you out this morning. I want to draw you out, since you appear to be in the mood to share generously, please.
Okay, so we have actually entered a totally new world, totally new economic phase. The industrial phase is over or getting over. The digital phase is what we have entered in as the entire world, not just India. India has made much bigger progress compared to many other countries in the way digital has been rolled out. Now, can we have a legal framework of the previous century for this century and for the coming decades? No, we cannot have. So, how do we approach this? Time's up.
No, that's not. I'm extending the time. We are at ease, please.
Okay, please. So our approach has been look at a very comprehensive framework, starting with the entry point, which is telecom. Second, a very important point which concerns the entire IT industry, which concerns every citizen, that is privacy. Third, there were many structures of the age when internet had just begun the journey, which had just entered. Many of those structures need to be totally revamped. Things have changed. Internet use has changed. The way internet is used has changed. The way internet is governed has changed. All those structures we need to change. So these are the 3 big pieces of legislation. First big piece is the telecom bill. In a very consultative process, we first uploaded a consultation paper. Basis the inputs, we published a draft telecom bill, and that draft telecom bill has been uploaded for consultation, and we have received fantastic, excellent feedback. In fact, one of the magazines, again I won't take a name, pardon me for that, but that magazine generally criticizes our government. In their editorial they wrote that this is the best draft of any bill they have seen, because the language is very clear, language is very simple, very straightforward. There are no cross connections anywhere. Hundreds of illustrations are given so that the point is clearly defined. Wherever possible, the definitions are within the context of the section so that people can understand. PM has given us a framework. He says that law saral honi chahiye. So saral has a full name. So basically the whole thing is that it has to be a very clearly, easily understandable framework. Laws are made for the people. People should be able to understand it. The same philosophy we are putting in the data protection bill. Again, we are drawing from the experience of what Europe has gone through. Europe has actually lost its innovative capability because of the way GDPR was defined. We want to be out of that. We have a huge innovation ecosystem in the country. We have more than 100 startups which are unicorns. We have 74,000 startups registered. We want our innovation system to flourish, not to get stymied by the data protection bill. That is the second thing. Third, the world has entered a digital era. Why should our implementation of law be still in the paper era?
Is there a pushback?
Absolutely not.
Not?
Absolutely not. It's a very progressive way. It's a very forward-looking bill. And I'm sure once you see the bill, you will really appreciate the thought process which has gone in it. Prime Minister has again and again said that nothing should be done without proper consultation. And we are following that process. We are consulting almost every stakeholder possible. And when the draft bill comes, that will again be uploaded for consultation. Basis the inputs from general public, anybody who wants to share something, we will take with a very open mind, very sincere effort, and make sure that the bill which finally goes to the parliament is a bill which is by the people, for the people, of the people.
No, that's fantastic. Mr. Minister, the cabinet approved some 10,000 crore rupees recently for the redevelopment of the Delhi, Mumbai, Ahmedabad railway stations that we saw recently. And we've been seeing these models which come sometimes on the internet of the futuristic, super futuristic railway stations. They are going viral. Will we be seeing a string of bullet trains next? Because we're talking about infrastructure to a great extent today. What's the vision there? What's the vision? What is your schedule, say, by 2026, 2027 on that?
Listen, again, railway is something very close to Prime Minister's heart. He is like he knows everything, almost everything about railways. When I go for meetings, that's the subject on which I prepare the most.
Really?
Yeah, because he knows. We cannot say that this is what is happening here, this is what is likely to happen. He'll ask you a question which is so much connected with the actual operations on the ground, on the platform, on the stations, that you'll be like, oh, I should have prepared more. So that is the kind of thing which we have a very tough boss. So,
what's the vision? What's the vision?
So the whole thing is...
See, can I simplify the question before you go into... I'll tell you where I'm coming from. All of us are associated with railways. We have our own memories, etc. in the future. Now, you have a troll brigade behind you. When there's an accident, they will troll it. You know what I'm talking about. This futuristic vision that you're presenting for this kind of 10,000 crore, 20,000 crore investment in railways, public-private partnership, is it for the Aam Aadmi? How does it benefit the Aam Aadmi's experience?
It is for the benefit of each and every person traveling by railways. It is for the benefit of each and every citizen of this country. See, what's the big picture here? I'll tell you, maybe again and again it's showing time.
Please don't look at that. I have in my entire life never looked at the clock when I'm anchoring. That's why when I started my career, Mr. Vaishnav, I started with a half-an-hour program. I'll tell you, then they said they couldn't discipline me. By 2006, I was given a 1-hour program. Then by 2010, I was given a 2-hour program. So don't worry about time, sir. Time is infinite.
I'm a bit...
No, I shouldn't tell you that as a minister, but don't worry.
About that.
No, but I want you to go into a little bit of detail because, I'm very excited about this. I remember from Guwahati, when I used to travel to Delhi by sleeper, you used to change trains. And used to go get down at Barauni and change the trains. Now I want that vision of 400 Vande Bharat trains, which has been laid out in the budget. What's your timeline for that? I just want to know, I began with 5G. I want to end with railways because I want to look at physical infrastructure and IT infrastructure and then understand the sense of it. Please.
For me, time is very finite.
No, please. I know it is, but
I
please.
really wish I had
as much as you can.
3-4 hours in a day.
As much as you can.
More.
Please.
So the vision is very clear. First and foremost, passenger experience has to change. Without being an extra burden, without putting any extra burden on the passenger experience has to change. Difficult task, but achievable. Second, safety has to be paramount. Safety has to be paramount. Third, very clearly we have to fundamentally change the technology that we have had for 50, 60 years. That technology has to totally change. These are the three basic things on the passenger side. There are things on the freight side. We can have another session on that. On the passenger side, first and foremost thing is the station. PM has given us a target of 200 stations. So we have by now created a master plan of about 139 stations. And each and every master plan is designed for future, designed for making sure that the growth of a city is actually accelerated by the station and not get hampered by the station. And believe you me, when the first 50 designs that our team, all of us, we took to the Prime Minister, he reviewed that entire thing for almost 2.5 hours, each and every station. After 2.5 hours, he was not happy. He didn't approve. He didn't say, Aage badho. He didn't say that. We came out of that room so disappointed. We were thinking that what has happened? We put in so much effort and still it has not got approved today. And in the night I get a call from PM. He says, आपने जो तैयारी की है वो आज के लिए अच्छी है. आगे से 50 साल के लिए सोच के वापस तैयारी करके लेके आओ. आगे के 50 साल के लिए सोच के लेके आओ. It's a very different thought process. It took me a while to understand what is Prime Minister's thought process, how far he's thinking. We went back, we put everything in the shredder and took some of the best architects, some of the best town planners, some of the best designers. We took them, sat in long workshops. How do we plan for 50 years? It was a very difficult thing because where is the data? What kind of technology changes are going to happen? All those things we have to put in the system and then plan. We went back after 2.5 months of hard work and we got the approval from the boss.
This is a wonderful insight and it's a wonderful note to end on. But because this is the story of the day, and I will only wrap up by saying that we used to say, sir, that in the 1990s, China thought 20 years ahead, and it is remarkable and such an insight today that we have a Prime Minister and a government which is thinking 50 years ahead. We will outstrip China. And it's not mission superpower, it's a question of when we will be a superpower. You are heading fantastic 3 ministries, you're doing a lot of hard work. You have warmed up the entire day for us and I'm very grateful to you for that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
really enjoyed
Vaishnav.
this.
Thank you.
I was a bit afraid of how Arnab will grill me.
Sir,
thank you so much for giving all that space.
I am warming up for the rest of the days. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Sir and Arnab, for that really captivating and revelatory conversation. Thank you for spending time with us and really patiently hearing out all our concerns, and thank you for giving us a ringside view of
Good evening and welcome, viewers. I will not comment on the Supreme Court split verdict in the hijab case today. We must not, because India's highest court will eventually decide on the issue before a larger Supreme Court bench which will deal with that issue, and we must all respect that process. So there will be no comments and not required on what the Supreme Court split verdict really means. But I will ask tonight, and I will say tonight, and say again tonight with all the conviction at my command, that the hardline elements in this country who are trying to insist on Muslim women wearing the hijab, they are misusing the card of individual choice. They don't really believe in it. They don't believe, ladies and gentlemen, in the principle of individual choice. They believe in the contrary, on imposing their views on those who deserve to have a choice, a real choice, to whom the Constitution and the legal process in this country gives them a choice from the day they are born in this country. And viewers, I have one more thing to say tonight to people who say that in India, the hijab is being banned. What fiction? They say the hijab is being banned. I ask them, and you should ask them too, Do these people want to ban school uniforms? Do these people want to ban military uniforms? Do these people want to ban police uniforms, ladies and gentlemen? What should people wear what they want in school? Should people wear what they want in the defense forces or as paramilitary personnel? It makes no sense. I believe this is a bogus argument. This whole argument is bogus and completely contrived. And with you on my side, hopefully tonight I shall prove that on the debate this evening.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to a religion, that is protected. This kind of an approach saying we will not bend, we will not allow our daughters to study unless you change your rule, I hope this does not ever prevail as a legal argument.
TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been arrested by ED in the recruitment of primary teachers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating Mahakaleshwar Temple Corridor in Ujjain. Here's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force, and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
2 women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
Late night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
When the attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev, they essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is?
All right, welcome back. Breaking news development coming in. The Election Commission is all set to announce dates for elections, polls to state assemblies of Himachal and Gujarat, most likely together. And typically Gujarat has seen two-phase polls. The question is whether this time it would be a single-phase election. Last time Himachal and Gujarat had went to polls separately because of a flood situation in Himachal. This time the question is, would it be a repeat like the Election Commission, when it meets at 3 p.m. for the press conference, is going to announce polls only for Himachal, and later, about a week from now, on Gujarat, or whether today only, the body would be announcing polls for both Himachal and Gujarat. We'll come back to you with all the details after a short break.
TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been arrested by ED in the recruitment of primary teachers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating Mahakaleshwar Temple Corridor in Ujjain. Here's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force, and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
2 women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
late night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
The attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev. They essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to your religion, that is protected. This kind of an approach saying, we will not bend, we will not allow our daughters to study unless you change your rule, I hope this does not ever prevail as a legal argument.
TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been arrested by ED in the recruitment of primary teachers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating Mahakaleshwar Temple Corridor in Ujjain. Here's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force, and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
2 women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
Late night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
The attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev. They essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to your religion, that is protected. This kind of an approach saying, we will not bend, we will not allow our daughters to study unless you change your rule, I hope this does not ever.
Welcome back, and the Election Commission all set to announce polls for Himachal Pradesh and Gujarat assemblies at 3 p.m. And the question is whether this would be a single phase poll for Gujarat, and whether the two states would be heading into elections together, or they would be split like it was done last time. Remember, Gujarat typically has 2-phase polls, Himachal 1-phase poll. And this time there has been a deliberation as to whether Gujarat can also be done in single-day election. And the assemblies to be constituted by Jan and Feb for Himachal and Gujarat respectively. All eyes on the Election Commission, which meets at 3 p.m. A short break.
Here's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force, and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
2 women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
Night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
The attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev. They essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to your religion, that is protected. This kind of an approach saying we will not bend, we will not allow our daughters to study unless you change your rule, I hope this does not ever prevail as a legal argument.
TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been arrested by ED in the recruitment of primary teachers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating Mahakaleshwar Temple Corridor in Ujjain. Here's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force, and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
2 women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
Late night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
When the attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev, they essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to your religion, that is protected. This kind of an approach saying we will not bend, we will not allow our daughters to study unless you change your rule, I hope this does not ever prevail as a legal argument.
TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been arrested by ED in the recruitment of primary teachers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating Mahakaleshwar Temple Corridor in Ujjain. Here's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force, and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
2 women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
Late night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
When the attacks actually took place.
I'd like to now invite Mr. Shravan Sen, Senior Editor, Republic Media Network, to moderate this session. As speakers, we have Mr. Pranav Pai, Founding Partner and Chief Investment Officer at 314 Capital. As CIO, Mr. Pai has over 70 seed and venture capital investments across several investment categories in India and the US. He's deeply involved in the startup ecosystem in India and has served as the co-president of Stanford Angels and Entrepreneurs India and the national vice chairman of the IMA Young Leaders Council. Mr. Pai has also received the 35 Under 35 award from Entrepreneur Magazine India. Mr. Nikhil Kamath, co-founder of Zerodha and True Beacon. Zerodha is an Indian institutional brokerage firm and a trading platform. Mr. Kamath started working at a call center at a young age of 17 before he started his business in 2010. Zerodha's business took a huge leap amid the COVID-19 pandemic when its user base grew 100% every month. Mr. Kamath has recently topped Hurun India's 40 and under self-made rich list of 2022. Of course, Nikhil Kamath will be joining us live from Jaipur. Ms. Upasana Taku, co-founder and COO of MobiKwik. Ms. Taku was listed on the Forbes list of Asia's 25 most powerful businesswomen in 2019. She was also recognized as the first woman to lead a payments startup by the President of India in 2018. MobiKwik in the year 22 recorded an 80% jump in its revenue, and prior to MobiKwik, she held senior positions at PayPal and at HSBC. And Mr. Keshav Bajanka, Executive Director of Century Ply, the man behind the company's stellar growth of decorative verticals, which includes successful implementation of new supply chain projects and foray into new business. Century Ply, of course, is an industry leader and recognized as one of the best plywood brands in India. It's over to you, Shavan.
In fact, we've got a fantastic panel to start our day with. In a short while from now, Upasana would also be joining in. Let me begin by saying this, ladies and gentlemen. This entire rise of India is perhaps the biggest story in the global economy in the last few years. And when the managing director of the IMF essentially says that India should be considered in the bright spot in these otherwise dark horizon, she's essentially reiterating what we all Indian feel. We will become the next economic superpower. And how is that really possible, ladies and gentlemen? That's because when we have young entrepreneurs like them on the stage, and Nikhil was also joining us, they're the risk takers. All of this becomes possible. And we have that faith. And the Prime Minister rightly says that if today India has reached a position number 3 in the world when it comes of creating startups, it's all because of the risk takers like Pranav, Keshav, as well as Nikhil. In fact, I would like to begin the session first with Nikhil, because Nikhil, I would describe him, he fits that description that today's entrepreneurs are like modern day cowboys, simply because he started off with about an 8,000 rupees call center job, has become a billionaire, and in his recent blog he says, we need to have a stupid faith to believe that everything will work out. So Nikhil, I want to start with you. For becoming a superpower, would you say that we really need to have that stupid faith, as you call it, stupid faith that we will achieve it?
I think largely as a country, we do feel a lot of optimism on the ground. I would say even outside of India, when you talk to international investors today, they might not be very optimistic about their own countries, but when they talk about India, it's always with a lot of optimism. So I'm sure we're on the right path. We need to be cognizant to the bumps on the road along the way. The very near future looks slightly tumultuous with all the different headwinds we have from inflation, interest rates going up in the West, higher cost of borrowing. So I think while we remain extremely optimistic about the future as a country, it's also probably wise to look at the short-term problems that there might be in industries across the board and plan accordingly as well.
Let me bring in Pranav, because what I find very interesting in Pranav, in your profile, is the way you've handled it in terms of your selection of investments, be it in Yulu, as I was talking to Keshav a short while back in the back room. Why Yulu? And there are several others, and one would say these are non-mainstream companies like Koo, for that matter, Licious. It does appear there is a pattern, Pranav, in your thinking, and that is essentially investment in businesses which has a direct impact in everyday life. How would you say that perhaps this is the direction perhaps that we need to take forward in terms of building a superpower, in the right investment, choosing something that is going to have a direct impact?
Yeah, certainly. I think that's a great way to actually encapsulate what we look for. I think India is this very strange ecosystem now, where it's a large country, there's 1.4 billion people, it's the youngest country in the world, it's such a dynamic economy now. And we still have fundamental problems that we can solve. And of course, we can build young companies, startups, use technology to address those challenges. So that's what we do in venture capital. We study markets closely. We're surprised by how many obvious non-mainstream opportunities there still are in India. You mentioned a few of them, from electric vehicles to food, to commerce, to banking. And we've tried to find the right founders with the right domain knowledge and hopefully be the best partners we can as they build from 0 to 100. In fact, some of the people here, like Nikhil, Upasana, they encapsulate that story of starting with that idea, being the best people for that specific challenge and working non-stop to get that problem solved at scale. And in India today, scale means 1 billion people. Like Mr. Nilikani says, we are the only population scale country with open digital platforms, with the internet in 800 million people's hands, with 600 million smartphones, 1.4 billion people with unique identification. It's an extremely interesting place to invest, and we couldn't be happier that India is finally the top 3 in the world today.
Keshav, if I can bring you in, because Keshav has a very interesting thing that perhaps not many know, is that he loves to throw surprises, especially when he has his board meetings. And he loves to come up with ideas, innovations. I think that's one aspect, innovation, that we need to talk about. Because for a company like yours, a legacy company like yours, when you go into that boardroom and when you are discussing of the idea forward, India's growth story and companies like your contribution to it, do you really feel that innovation, when we talk about innovation, we're still a little bit of skeptical, especially when it comes from legacy companies like yours?
It's a very good point. When it comes to innovation, I think the way that we have, come up is that we believe what has got us here today is not going to take us to where we want to go. In essence, you need to do things a little differently. When COVID struck, when we were all scrambling to see what to do next, how to proceed, so on and so forth, somebody in the plant came up with an idea saying, what if we make plywood that is virus free? And initially everyone was laughing, but we sat down and we said, why not? You see it in so many other products, refrigerators and others, and so on and so forth. So we took up the challenge, and by the grace of God, we were able to bring up a product, the first in the world, that was antiviral plywood. So that really helped us get out of COVID at a faster pace than others in the industry. So innovation, I think it is critical for a company to remain a market leader, if it's already one, or to become a market leader. Today, whether it is in product, whether it is in process, I'll give you one more example. We implemented a Salesforce automation tool. Sounds very simple, but it's a mindset change. Now, when we're implementing this tool, every single salesman would tell us, sir, मैं कर लूँगा, लेकिन sale zero हो जाएगा. Sale गिर जाएगा. So, as a salesman, I got scared. I was like, मत करो. When COVID came, sale was already zero. For a month and a half, we sold nothing. So I said, boss, अब क्या गिराओगे? Now, implement it. So today, by virtue of a little luck, of a few innovations, we have reached where we are today, and this is now a philosophy that we follow.
Let me also welcome Upasana. Upasana also has a lovely story in which I would say that this is exactly what defines India and how things are really changing. Upasana, I think so. When we really look at your story of how you started in Dwarka, with your company, with your husband, you've shattered all glass ceilings. There's absolutely no doubt about it. But there's one question that I really want to ask you is that you were working with some of the most high impact projects, millions of dollars abroad. What is that one aspect brought you back to India? And what is it that you saw that, yes, it is changing in India. We need to be part of this growth story.
So, thank you everyone for having me here today. And so to the question to this answer is curiosity, opportunity. I was very well established in my career in the Silicon Valley. I was working with PayPal, which was at the time and continues to be today global leader in payments. And I was getting the opportunities of a lifetime. I got to launch PayPal in several new markets in Europe. I got to acquire a company along with the team at PayPal in Tel Aviv. So it was a very nice fast track career that I was on. But after doing that for 3-4 years, I was like, what next? You know, the quantum of the project has gone from 20 to 50 to $200 million, but what next? And there is still a lot of innovation happening. I mean, since then, many more decacons in payments and fintech have happened in the US. But in developed markets, what happens is that the innovation opportunities are more incremental in nature, and emerging market opportunity is really fundamental. When I came back to India at the end of 2008, we had about 15 million digitally paying users in a country of 1 billion. Today that number has of course exploded, and we have 250 to 300 million Indians who pay digitally. But still, I mean, there's still a very large runway of growth, right? Because it's a country of 1.3 billion, 800 million have bank account, but are still paying using cash, non-digital. So there's a lot more to be done. And that's still scratching the tip of the iceberg, because if I look at other financial products, even today, despite all the digital transformation that has happened in the last 5 to 10 years, less than 70 million Indians have access to credit. Less than 30 million Indians invest or have access to insurance. So, I mean, all these numbers are less than 10% of the population of India. So, from an innovation and opportunity point of view, it's like a greenfield. Like, I think 100 more unicorns can be created just in the fintech space in India, which is, by the way, already the third largest fintech opportunity globally after US and China. So I do believe that engineers, business people, marketeers who want to create net new products and services from scratch, whether consumer facing, small business facing, all of these opportunities are immense. And yeah, I mean, if you want to make millions of dollars and be in a cushy job, there are opportunities in India as well as globally. But if you really want to have impact, and if that's what drives you, then, you know, India is a huge, huge growth story. And I would love to see, like, you know, we already have 100 plus unicorns. I would love to see that number be, you know, 1,000 in the next few years. So that's sort of my big thing.
Perhaps that's the aim. Pranav, I think so. I would like to bring you on this, because you and your brother, you both have been extremely bullish about the Indian economy, saying that perhaps by the end of this decade, you're projecting that India could be, you know, the third largest economy just behind the US and even for China for that matter. I want to understand from you, what's the way forward in terms of the challenges, as Upasana was also pointing out, that we know where to go. How do we really go about it? And when you yourself said that this is the decade for India's entrepreneurship and startups, how do you define that?
Yeah, I think a lot of things have come together to give us that confidence for this decade. I think the first thing we see, you know, given we graduated from the education system a decade or less ago, there's been a cultural change in the young people of India. There's a confidence in this country, in this economy, in being Indian, in staying, in remaining here, in solving India's problems that we hadn't seen when we were in school or college before. There's a confidence and an inspiration from the first batch of successful Indian founders, startup operators, entrepreneurs, so many of whom are on stage. There's a big cultural change in the next set of operators taking over India's largest companies. For example, at Century right here. All that happening at the same time is a very strange coincidence. And it's taken 30, 40, 50 years of 2 generations of Indians making sacrifices, building every day, staying back here, going through tough times, to be honest, to get the country to where it is today. So I think the first thing we always talk about is we try to make the awareness of this cultural change as widespread as possible. Many people still don't believe this is happening. Many people in government still have other bigger challenges to solve, so this part is outside, it's in the rear view mirror, if you will. So we think if we embrace this cultural change, we'll notice we have this very natural tide in our favor And if we harness it correctly, it's, in my opinion, the energy for that flywheel that takes us to the third largest economy over the next 10 to 15 years. Now, there's only Japan and Germany ahead of us, around $4 trillion. We're at around 3. China and US, of course, are past 10. So for us, it's no longer about how do we be better than China, better than US. We need to set a simpler goal. 5 trillion, as the Prime Minister said, we'll get there very quickly. The only other country in the world to cross 10 in the next 10 to 15 years, 10 trillion should be our real goal. And at 10 trillion, India is wealthy, our systems, our business are formalized, Indians can spend, they're voting in the favor of the businesses that solve the best problems in their life every day. Another very interesting thing is now you can buy the stock of your favorite brands, your favorite internet companies in the public markets. They've gone IPO, and you can vote in favor of your favorite companies by actually becoming shareholders yourself. So there's this big transformation that's happened in the last 15 years that if we continue on this trajectory, I think we're definitely going to be the top 3 economy. Now, what are our challenges? We still don't have a widespread national system that supports entrepreneurship on the ground. It's not going to be only startups that transform the country. Of course, they'll take the headlines, they'll raise billions of dollars, they'll become unicorns. Media loves to talk about that. But the everyday transformation that's happening is, in my opinion, equally important. So it's all parts of the pyramid, or the stack, or the buckets, however you want to classify. The transformation's happening every step of the way. So we want to see more support for small entrepreneurs. We want to see more support for student entrepreneurs. We want to see more flexibility in India's universities and colleges. We want to see 100 IITs. Why do we have only 15 or 20? We want to see 200 IIMs. Why don't we have more diploma and business courses for anyone in India who wants to train themselves to become better at business? So we think there are a lot of unlocking required in this country to make sure every Indian has that opportunity. We don't want this gating of opportunity to only be to the companies and the builders of large corporations that are in the headlines. So I can keep going on, but I think everything is set. I hope the transformation is more widespread, and certainly, in my opinion, if India does this right, it will be the only example of inclusive transformation anywhere in the world.
Well, in fact, I would say that each one of you, there is a story for everyone here. And Nikhil, I think so, your entire growth story is the most unconventional and extremely inspiring, I would say, because for someone who started at the age of 17, managed to even convince his manager at the call center that he should start investing, trading, and today he has over 1,000 clients. That unconventional method, today when we talk about India, we position ourselves as a country with cheap labor. That Bangladesh and Vietnam also did at some point. You know, that positioning is changing. We have today, India has highly educated individuals also. Do you feel that that positioning of our country also needs to change?
I think it is changing with time. When more Indian products are maybe used by foreigners, especially the Westerners, I think the perspective will change on the ground. In many ways, India is doing much better than the Western world. Like when I travel there now and I come back here, you know, be it in terms of crime, be it in terms of how clean our roads are, even like on many parameters where India was once lacking, we're really picking up. So this narrative around India, I think, will organically change, and it seems to be changing. Like I was saying in my earlier comment, people seem more optimistic about India today than their own geographies itself. And this is common in the Middle East, in Europe, in Southeast Asia. Everybody is looking upon India as the next big opportunity. And I think this is the right time for us, and this is the opportunity for us to really grow at a pace like, maybe comparable to China for the next 10 or 20 years.
Upasana, if I can bring you on this, if you really look at companies in India which have truly gone global, it's been the IT companies or for that matter pharma companies. What do you think should exactly be done so that perhaps in the years to come we see diversification of more companies, truly, Indian companies truly going global? How do you see that?
No, I definitely think the narrative has got to change, and I wish that, starting with all the media persons here itself, we should stop talking about cheap labor, we should start talking about smart labor. smart people. Because, I mean, this narrative has been there for a long time, and we celebrate the Americans of Indian descent who are leading, let's say, the Fortune 50 companies, especially, you think about FANG or any other such acronyms of the large companies. So we should start celebrating overall the tech prowess and the engineering prowess of the country. Coming to your question about, will Indian companies go global? Yeah, definitely. I mean, you're talking about pharma and IT, and of course, Infosys has been the bastion in that, and we have sound representation from ex-Infosys leadership here. But I definitely think that SaaS companies, the B2B tech companies, have already taken their products global. I mean, Zoho is an excellent example. Freshdesk is another example. So there's stuff happening, but it's still small. There aren't like hundreds of companies that we can talk about. I think that consumer-facing product and tech companies have also tried. I mean, there were times, I think, that Oyo and Ola and others have dabbled abroad. But I think that as exits and liquidity and more Indian companies get listed. I mean, last year we saw a few, and of course this year the market has not been kind to anyone. But I think in the next 5 years or so, we'll see many of the large Indian internet companies becoming, massive, not just in the Indian market, but they will expand to other geographies as well, whether it is South Asia or whether it is other emerging markets moving to Africa, MENA, that we will see. But I definitely think that Indian companies are first busy, at least the consumer-facing companies are busy catering the Indian market. Right. But sooner than later, once they reach a certain scale, they want to replicate their success in other markets, especially because there are many countries where we do believe that our tech platforms can be easily replicated. Innovation from the tech perspective is not as great. I mean, I can talk about a market that we've been looking at, some markets in Middle East, etc., where we think they're evolved because they have the superb highways, amazing airports, amazing infra. But I mean, I can only speak for my sector because I'm a financial services person. You can't do an instant transaction over there. A P2P transaction of payments, which we all do on UPI, like in 5 seconds now, you can't do that in many countries of the world. In fact, even the US, ACH transaction used to take 3 days until a few years ago, right before COVID. So there's a lot of innovation that we can take to other markets, even from the point of view of generating faster revenues, speeding up the growth of these companies. Because India is a country of 1 billion, but the ticket sizes here are definitely small. And from a revenue and profitability perspective, it takes much longer for companies to get to a certain scale. So as an example, if a company like MobiKwik has taken 10 years to get to $100 million in revenue in the Indian market, it will probably take us 4 to 5 years to replicate that in a market where the average spend per user is high, because we can take our platform, customize it, and launch it in a new market and get to that scale much faster.
Upasana, just a follow-up on what you essentially said, because the finance minister also indicated the same, that the time has come for Indian companies going abroad and putting a stamp on it, especially when it comes to payment gateway companies like yours, fintech companies like yours. There is a huge opportunity. When you look at that opportunity, do you think it's time to perhaps scale up?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I'm saying that India is a difficult market. Companies that are able to rise to even a mid-level stage, let's say they are not even in the top 5 or top 10 companies in their category in India, they have reached a certain scale where they can take their know-how of product, engineering, operations, and take that mix and formula, and they've reached a certain level of success, they can definitely try their hands if they have access to capital or if they are profitable, like many other companies of B2B companies generally tend to get profitable faster. They can definitely take up the agenda of going global, trying a few markets, and trying to create an equivalent level of scale of business in those buckets as well.
Pranav, because we've got a very young audience, and when it comes to entrepreneurship, there's that element of fear. There's always that element of fear. So what is it that you would say in terms of the risk appetite? Would you actually tell that it is perhaps the right time to actually give wings to your dreams by going ahead with what you believe?
Yeah, from my experience, I don't think young people need to be told it's okay to take risk. That is definitely something that is de facto now. There's an impatience in young India. I'm sure all of us have seen it. There's, like I said before, there's a drive to make sure that we move ahead faster. And there's this don't care for what they say attitude that, defy the mainstream, if you will. And that's great. I think we finally have an ecosystem that allows young people to express themselves, express those energies in the right direction. But I must also say, I mentioned this before, there are two generations of Indians who have come before. It's not like they did not take risk either. So many Indians had to leave this country, go to the US, the UK, Europe, Australia. That was taking a lot of risk. They've pulled an entire family up because one person took that risk. So many Indians started small businesses, logistics, distribution, retail, so on and so forth. They were all taking risk. So I believe in India, we have this culture of risk taking. It is not new to us. It's been there for thousands of years. And if we allow Indians to express themselves, if we have systems and governance that sets the right boundaries and removes friction, I strongly believe we don't need Indians to be told anything. They will show us the way, for sure.
Keshav, when it comes to the risk appetite, it's going to be very important for everyone to know, because during the pandemic, when everyone was basically trying to get into a cocoon and perhaps shelter themselves by not taking ahead any risk, you decided to go ahead, increase the capex, look at expansion in sectors which your company perhaps wouldn't have really thought about it a few years ago. But you decided, look here, it's the time to go ahead, been extremely bullish about the economy, and you said that I'll go ahead. Where does the optimism really come from, Keshav? Because we're talking about the pandemic time when the thought process actually began. You finally managed to do it, but the thought process began at a time when no one was really dared to think, I would say.
So, Pranav said that young India is impatient. I think that is one thing that is very true. Young India is impatient. During the pandemic, whatever happened, I was seeing this TV interview where the late Shri Rakesh Jhunjhunwala was saying that everyone has this air of negativity. But if we look at long term, nothing is changing. Today it might actually accelerate. And we felt the same. We thought that going forward, there's tremendous scope in this country. Today in the morning, the IMF has set out a report saying that by FY28, India will be the third largest economy in the world. So, that journey seems to be accelerating. And I think that going forward, we had the conviction that India has to reach scale. We are at a fraction of where we should be. If you look at a country like China, similar population, maybe in 5 years we'll overtake them in population, their per capita consumption of our products is 20x of what it is in India today. Now, with an increase in cash flow, with an increase in the ability to spend, going forward, the Indian market is going to do really well. Every customer is going to have the ability to purchase things that they would not have had earlier. Earlier, companies in India had innovation, they did not have the capital. Today, if you look at it, every single company in the country has practically zero debt. Companies are getting stronger day by day. So we have this ammunition with us now, where we can grow to scale. This is something that I don't think was there 5 years earlier. And I think this is the perfect platform. So a conservative company like ours also has realized that it's now or never. So I think this is how our thought process evolved.
Well, in fact, Keshav's company has also done the Northeast very proud, where he comes from. And what I also wanted to ask you, Keshav, is that especially if you look at companies like yours coming from areas where earlier we never thought of companies thriving, flourishing in those parts of our country. Today, your company perhaps is a living example of the potential that India has in every corner. So it's not about the urban cities, it's also about perhaps talking about the Northeast or talking about the East India. Your company does that job today.
I think that's a very, very important point you've touched upon, because when people ask me, are metros going faster, are rural going faster, I don't know. It's such a blurred difference today. If you look at Delhi, when you're talking about Delhi, it is very difficult to understand whether everything that is sold here sells here, goes to Faridabad, goes to Gurgaon, so on and so forth. It is now a much more open economy because of GST. Now, urban, rural, all of these markets have access to each other, have access to products. The hassles have been reduced. Going forward, like you said, whether it is the Northeast, whether it is Calcutta, Delhi, whether it is Sambalpur, every single part of the country is going to feel the benefit of what this country has been doing, of the growing GDP, of the pace of growth. So I think that distinction now does not hold too much relevance. Going forward, it is going to be a country that grows throughout.
That's right, and we are seeing it almost in all sectors, be it even in our fraternity also, in the media fraternity also, the expansion that we have seen. Nikhil, if I can also bring you right now with regards to, we've spoken a lot about unicorns. We know our position today, extremely proud about it, ahead of countries like Germany, United Kingdom, but is it now to talk not about unicorns, hectagons is the way forward? Is that truly achievable?
So we all have a lot of cliched optimism in a way when we're on these panels. So, let me take a slightly contrarian view to kind of counterbalance the optimism prevalent in the panel right now. I think we have to understand and be cognizant to the fact that the world is walking into a tough place. Globally, markets are down 25-30%. India, while we have largely been immune to that correction, many of the underlying factors for companies and entrepreneurs in the startup space are changing. Inflation is, at levels we have not witnessed in 50, 60, 100 years in many countries across the world. And one of the only few or the only tool we really have to contain inflation is taking up interest rates. So when interest rates continue to go up, they go up from like 5% to 7% to 8%, the risk-taking ability of the VC and PE funds which have been pumping money into India in the last decade will go down significantly. So to the young people watching this today, starting companies this year, in the coming years, I think you have to realize that raising money will be significantly harder tomorrow than it was yesterday. Your path to profitability will probably have to be a lot quicker. Our generation, people who have been in the startup industry in the last 15-20 years, we probably got lucky by virtue of the circumstances in the world around us back then. But the next decade will probably be a little bit harder, and the youth of today have to kind of modify their expectations and the way they run their companies based on the new world that they might be walking into.
Upasana, if I can take this question with regards to the number of policies that the government has actually started, the Startup India, Make it India. In terms of policy, what do you think would actually give that leg up in becoming a superpower in terms of what you think is the need of the hour? And of course, there's been a lot of optimism in the air, but obviously talking about the way forward, we need to look at certain areas that the government, or for that matter, entrepreneurs would like to talk about.
So thanks for asking that question. I think that this government, more than any other government, has had a very strong sort of theme of Startup India, Make in India. In fact, I'm quite happy that in every financial budget, there is something mentioned about fintech or digital payments, and there are SOPs of some nature or the other being provided to banks and by banks to the users. So I think the focus is amazing, and I do believe that there can be a lot of disruption. Half of the country is so young that if there is a focus on startups, not only will there be innovation in products and services which don't exist and are manual right now in the country, but it will also create a lot of employment, solve for brain drain. So coming to the question of what policies, I think that many of these movements are very good from an appeal point of view and from a media point of view, but from the real sort of business perspective point of view, I think that the stance of regulation is on, off, very conservative to very liberal, so it keeps changing. So I think from an entrepreneur's point of view, there are many entrepreneurs trying to build businesses in new and evolving sectors where we don't have companies today. I just wish that we would come up with simpler constructs of regulation, licensing, and then we would stick to it at least for 3 years or 4 years and not keep changing things every year, because that is very, very hard for people to, for entrepreneurs to interpret. And there are businesses that get created, whether it is gaming or other evolving sectors, and there are some improvements based on what the judgments the courts give, and then a year later it's 5 steps backward. So these kind of things are not very nice for sort of building new age businesses. I think it creates a lot of disruption. Clarity of thought in regulation and sticking to it for some credible period of time.
Let's also get a quick word from all of you in terms of what really drives each one of you in terms of young entrepreneurs. Pranav, what is it that really drives you? And when you actually speak to a lot others, what is it that you tell them?
Well, I'll speak more about what I learn from founders every day. And there are 3 types of founders we meet. The ones who have already made it, so many on the stage. There are the next generation of leaders coming into corporate India. Again, we have that on stage as well. And then there are the new founders, the first-time entrepreneurs who are making that very important decision to take that risk, start a company, compete in an open market, and attempt to.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to your religion, that is protected. This kind of an approach saying, we will not bend, we will not allow our daughters to study unless you change your rule, I hope this does not ever prevail as a legal argument.
TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been arrested by ED in the recruitment of primary teachers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating Mahakaleshwar Temple Corridor in Ujjain. Here's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force, and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
2 women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
Late night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
When the attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev, they essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to your religion, that is protected. This kind of an approach saying, we will not bend, we will not allow our daughters to study unless you change your rule, I hope this does not ever prevail as a legal argument.
TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been arrested by ED in the recruitment of primary teachers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating Mahakaleshwar Temple Corridor in Ujjain. Here's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force, and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
2 women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
When the attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev, they essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen?
At least 30 startups, which are, some are early stage, some are mid stage, and some have already done better than us, that are founded by people who at some point of time were working with MobiKwik. So that is something I am very excited about. I am not taking any credit for their success. They were all meant to go places. But it's important to me that we played a part in their learning journey for them to get the confidence to start their own companies. Similarly, another thing that, you know, there was a time, Pranav spoke about some very interesting changes in culture. There was a time when people traditionally in India used to look down upon failed founders. We should not look down upon failed founders. We should hire failed founders just because they failed in that idea that they were working on doesn't mean that they don't have the gumption, the courage, the skills required to succeed. So I think from a people perspective, I think that's sort of what drives me to be a part of the startup movement and to see entrepreneurs trying not once, not twice, but third time lucky.
TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been arrested by ED in the recruitment of primary teachers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating Mahakaleshwar Temple Corridor in Ujjain. The Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
2 women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
Night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
When the attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev, they essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to your religion, that is protected. This kind of an approach saying, we will not bend, we will not allow our daughters to study unless you change your rule, I hope this does not ever prevail as a legal argument.
TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been arrested by ED in the recruitment of primary teachers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating Mahakaleshwar Temple Corridor in Ujjain. All right, news just coming in. Now we're going to cut across to news updates coming in of the ED conducting fresh raids at about 25 locations in the national capital in connection with the Delhi liquor policy. 25 locations are being raided by the Enforcement Directorate. Even as we speak, the raids are being carried out in New Delhi. This, of course, is with regards to the Delhi liquor policy, which is, of course, now defunct. The Enforcement Directorate, remember, is looking at the money trail and also looking at the alleged bribes that were paid and how they were routed. Harsha is on the phone line with us. She joins us with more details. Harsha, give us more details in terms of which are the places that are being raided.
So we are getting to know that there are almost 25 locations in Delhi NCR where the press.
Well, I think that's a very poor audio connection that we have with Harsha. We're going to go back to her in just a bit, but here's what we know so far. 25 locations are being raided across the national capital in connection with the Liquorgate scam. The CBI and the ED are consecutively investigating this. You are watching Republic TV. We're going to slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll bring you more details on the raids that the ED is conducting in the national capital.
It's raring for adventure. A fierce hunter. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs, the advanced Grand Vitara, rule every road.
It's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
2 women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
Late night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
When the attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev, they essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to your religion, that is protected. This kind of an approach saying, we will not bend, we will not allow our daughters to study unless you change your rule. I hope this does not ever prevail as a legal argument.
TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been arrested by ED in the recruitment of primary teachers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating Mahakaleshwar Temple Corridor in Ujjain. It's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force and
Republic TV, and right now ED searches is going on in the 30-25 locations in the national capital. A week before we saw the raids were conducted at 35 locations in Delhi, Telangana and various places. Now national capital in link with the new Delhi excise policy, raids are being conducted linked to the Delhi entities and businessmen and liquor mafias whose residences and offices are in the national capital. Initially we saw House Mahendru and Vijay Nair and Abhishek Bonpalli custody has been taken by Enforcement Directorate. You are watching Republic TV and we are giving you all the updates linked with the ED raids in national capital. Stay tuned with us. Keep watching Republic TV. We'll be right back after a short break.
Late night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
The attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev. They essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to a religion, that is protected. This kind of an approach saying, we will not bend, we will not allow our daughters to study unless you change your rule, I hope this does not ever prevail as a legal argument.
TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been arrested by ED in the recruitment of primary teachers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating Mahakaleshwar Temple Corridor in Ujjain. Here's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force, and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
2 women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
Late night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
The attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev. They essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to a religion, that is protected. This kind of an approach saying, we will not.
Welcome back. You are watching Republic TV, and very quickly we are given to understand that the ED is conducting raids across the national capital. Raids are being conducted in about 25 locations. These raids are of course in connection with Liquor Gate. The raids began a short while ago and are still continuing. You are watching Republic TV. We slip into a very short break. On the other side, we're bringing you more news. Stay with us.
सरकार इंतजाम कर रही है। इस बार खूब सारी स्पेशल तैयारियां की हैं आप लोगों के लिए। 2 साल से आप लोग एक तरह से घर में बंद थे, कैद थे कोरोना की वजह से। इस बार खूब अच्छे से अपने परिवार के साथ मनाइएगा छठ पूजा।
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to a religion, that is protected. This kind of an approach saying, we will not bend, we will not allow our daughters to study unless you change your rule, I hope this does not ever prevail as a legal argument.
TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been arrested by ED in the recruitment of primary teachers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating Mahakaleshwar Temple Corridor in Ujjain. Here's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force, and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
Two women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
Late night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
When the attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev, they essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to a religion, that is protected. This kind of an approach saying, we will not bend, we will not allow our daughters to study unless you change your rule, I hope this does not ever prevail as a legal argument.
TMC MLA.
The Minister for Railways, Ashwini Vaishnav, at the Republic Economic Summit has said that India has become a powerhouse of the semiconductor industry.
TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been arrested by ED in the recruitment of primary teachers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating Mahakaleshwar Temple Corridor in Ujjain. It's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
Two women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
Late night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
When the attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev, they essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to a religion, that is protected. This kind of
Hello and welcome to Republic TV. Well, the second edition of Republic's India Economic Summit has put the spotlight on the Indian economy at a time when the nation is moving ahead with its mission to become a superpower. The momentous event witnesses the participation of union ministers, most influential list of economists, corporate heads, bankers, entrepreneurs, thinkers, and policymakers as we discuss India's mission superpower. Listen into excerpts from Ashwini Vaishnav's speech.
It has taken us 5 years, 2014 to 2019, to hit the $3 trillion threshold. So first 60 years, next 12 years, and now 3 years. Now look back and think about it. And Mr. Minister will elaborate on this, I'm sure, this morning. It took a whole 4 years to shift from 3G to 4G on the ground. But now, in a matter of minutes, a 4G phone is 5G enabled, and the shift is faster than your blink of an eyelid. It is the speed of growth. It is exceptional. We have a grasshopper view of this country. We are so close. We're so close to the ground. We don't see the changes. It's like you don't see your child growing before your eyes, but when somebody comes and tells you your child has grown taller, you realize sometimes you need a bird's eye view. One more point. India had a total national highways length of about 91,000 kilometers in April 2014. Today, we have completely increased our national highway network by over 50%. No country has achieved that. We talk about what China achieved in the late 90s and 2000s. We are doing far better than China. We are doing far better than China did in the 1990s. India's steel production has seen a 152% increase since only 2013. That's rapid growth. So all these facts must just tell you that when the external environment in the world is weakening, we are accelerating. We are looked upon globally as the brightest spot in the world. And I believe that our economy should help provide a buffer against any negative impact. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will not say anything more than this, but to tell you just one thing. Yesterday, somebody asked me, what do you feel about the cynics? And I said, I have no time for them, because soon they are beginning to sound like broken records. Positivity, growth, and a sense of genuine pride in our collective achievement is going to be the bedrock of taking advantage towards what we call mission superpower, so that we realize the Prime Minister's ambition, our collective ambition, not by 2047. I believe that if we work well, we work together, and even media organizations like ours can play our small part in this. I believe that by 2030, we should be established as one of the economic superpowers in the world, in GDP terms, nominal GDP terms, social terms, economic terms, in every way. I have been told by our reporters this morning that you do 15-hour days, straddled across 3 of the most important ministries in this government. And so first of all, kudos to you for all the hard work. I think that fact that you find time for us is a big thing for us. So I want to first have a round of applause for you for that.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's truly, truly remarkable. So may I start by just asking you a personal question, Mr. Vaishnav, before we go to the brass tacks. How is this shift, to a political role? And as I was asking you just before this event, today do you see yourself as a politician, a technocrat? How would you define yourself in this role that you're doing? And personally, how has this transition been for you?
If we look at what politics of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji is, he has redefined politics. For him, politics is making a transformational change in people's lives, especially people at the bottom of the pyramid. If you take that as the definition of politics, yes, I am very comfortable being that. Absolutely no difference in what one would have done as a bureaucrat, as somebody who's trying to make a difference in people's lives in the districts, in field level, and now at a much larger level. I don't see any friction in this shift.
So we'll go through all the policy questions now, because a lot of headlines will be made from everything that you say, and I hope you open up. How is the faster rollout of 5G made possible? Were you working on deadlines? Are you overcommitting on deadlines? Are you sure of delivery?
See, industry was expecting that normally after the spectrum auctions, it takes generally a few months for the spectrum to be physically allocated, letters to be done, the harmonization of all the frequencies which has to be done. It takes generally earliest possible is a few months. It actually happened in one day.
It's amazing.
So,
I thought it was about 2 weeks since, the letters of allotment were issued and, all happened within 2 weeks of the auctions. But you're telling me it happened in a day? What's the inside story?
2 weeks is basically the time which is given to the telecom service providers to make the payments. As soon as the payment was done, I think the payment was done on the evening of, I don't remember the date now. Within 24 hours of that, the spectrum letters were out.
So why these sharp deadlines?
We have a leadership which believes in performance, which believes in delivery, which believes in making sure that whatever people's aspirations are, those aspirations are met with full vigor, full force, full commitment, and that's what all of us are trying to do in
5G is projected to be 100 times faster than 4G. 6G, they say, 6G will be 100 times faster than 5G. And one day there will be 7G. Are we getting lost in words? What is the future looking like to you? I want to know what is the impact of all this speed for the average Indian. What does the future look like to you and how will we benefit? How will everyone benefit? If you can in basic terms explain that.
If you look at very basically, how's this whole technology picture getting evolved, right? 3 things are happening. First, the cost of compute is reducing dramatically. The compute power is increasing inversely to the cost of compute. Second, the cost of communication is reducing dramatically, whereas the communication power is again increasing significantly. Third is the cost of sensors is reducing phenomenally, like it's almost like 17% CAGR. And the number of sensors which are available with a very small footprint, they are increasing dramatically. The convergence of these 3 factors is changing practically everything that we see. There are examples of using 5G where exactly as per the water requirement of a plant, you can give exactly the exact number of drops that have to be given to that particular plant, you can do that. So those are the changes which are happening. How the world will look, I would like to again put it in the context of what we are thinking. We as government are thinking, we as the team of Prime Minister Modi is thinking. After almost 30-40 years, first time in the International Telecommunications Union, first time India's IP rights was recognized, included as a part of the standards, and today the 5G standards has India's IP rights incorporated in for the first time. It's not a small feat because the entire telecom industry is kind of controlled by 4 or 5 big players, and those 4 or 5 big players will never let anybody have a seat at the table. First time we were able to snatch, we were able to make our presence felt. Now in 6G, Prime Minister has given us the lead that we have to be the leader. He has given us that target. And already we have invested significant amounts of time and resource and funds in getting the 6G developments in place. Already we have more than 15 patents. We have more than 15 patents for 6G technology. Our teams are today called for all the major discussions. We have a clear roadmap laid out for taking the lead. Now the lead is not just in rolling out, Arnab. The lead is in technology.
Right, we have a 76 billion semiconductor industry at present. How does the government go about achieving this target, and how crucial is it, Mr. Vaishnav, to achieve the target when there is a massive global semiconductor shortage? Do you have any innovative ways, Swadeshi ways to achieve that?
Okay, so bit of context. 10 years back, what was electronics manufacturing industry in India? Practically negligible. What is electronics manufacturing industry in India today and where it is going? Today it is already at $80 billion US. It is growing at 17 to 19% CAGR. It is likely to cross $300 billion in the coming 5 years. Now, what's the most important raw material for electronics manufacturing? Most of the stuff that we see around today has electronics in it, and every electronics has semiconductor in it. Semiconductor is one of the most strategic item today. If we look at the global world, that's the most important item. The country definitely deserves to be the economic powerhouse. It has to have semiconductor industry. Now, that's one part of the story. The second part of the whole thing is we have close to 50,000 semiconductor design engineers in our country, working for all the best companies in the world. That's the second part. Now, third part, globally, if you look at the semiconductor industry, 20% of the global semiconductor workforce, especially at the higher ends, is all Indians. Now, you put all these things together and you can definitely come up with a solution by which India becomes a powerhouse in semiconductor industry. It's not an easy task. It's going to be a long and arduous journey. It's going to be a very, very difficult journey. It's going to be a journey which will really test our patience, will really test our execution capabilities. It's not an easy thing to have even one fab in a country. It's a very, very difficult journey. We are cognizant of that. I want to tell you, when we went to the Prime Minister for review of what we want to do in semiconductor, we sought 45 minutes. He gave us 2 hours and 45 minutes.
And what was his essential line of questioning to you? What was the Prime Minister's central line of questioning to you in that meeting?
Each and every detail in this, he wanted to ask how you are going to execute this. What will be the implications? Where can we fail? So those are the things that he went in good details, because everybody knows that it's very easy to say that yes, we want semiconductors, but how many countries are actually able to deliver on it? So the thought process was that we must design our entire program in such meticulous detail that we should understand what are the failure points and we should be able to mitigate those risks right up front.
How is the government planning to achieve the target of the semiconductor industry amidst a massive global shortage? Just expand on it a little bit, Mr. Vaishnav, because you say that within the next 5 to 6 years, you're talking of 28, 29, as we move towards 6G, we will also become a great semiconductor design capital in the world. Right? We have a 76 billion semiconductor industry at present. How does the government go about achieving this target, and how crucial is it, Mr. Vaishnav, to achieve the target when there is a massive global semiconductor shortage? Do you have any innovative ways, Swadeshi ways to achieve that?
Okay, so bit of context. 10 years back, what was electronics manufacturing industry in India? Practically negligible. What is electronics manufacturing industry in India today and where it is going? Today it is already at $80 billion US. It is growing at 17 to 19% CAGR. It is likely to cross $300 billion in the coming 5 years. Now, what's the most important raw material for electronics manufacturing? Most of the stuff that we see around today has electronics in it, and every electronics has semiconductor in it. Semiconductor is one of the most strategic item today. If we look at the global world, that's the most important item. The country definitely deserves to be the economic powerhouse. It has to have semiconductor industry. Now, that's one part of the story. The second part of the whole thing is, we have close to 50,000 semiconductor design engineers in our country, working for all the best companies in the world. That's the second part. Now, third part, globally, if you look at the semiconductor industry, 20% of the global semiconductor workforce, especially at the higher ends, is all Indians. Now, you put all these things together, and you can definitely come up with a solution by which India becomes a powerhouse in semiconductor industry. It's not an easy task. It's going to be a long and arduous journey. It's going to be a very, very difficult journey. It's going to be a journey which will really test our patience, will really test our execution capabilities. It's not an easy thing to have even one fab in a country. It's a very, very difficult journey. We are cognizant of that. I want to tell you, when we went to the Prime Minister for review of what we want to do in semiconductor, we sought 45 minutes. He gave us 2 hours and 45 minutes.
And what was his essential line of questioning to you? What was the Prime Minister's central line of questioning to you in that meeting?
Each and every detail in this, he wanted to ask how you are going to execute this. What will be the implications? Where can we fail? So those are the things that he went in good details, because everybody knows that it's very easy to say that yes, we want semiconductors, but how many countries are actually able to deliver on it?
General Motors across multiple international markets, including China, North Africa, and Egypt. Mr. Chaba has also bagged several awards and recognitions during his illustrious career, including that of Automotive Man of the Year by Autocar Professional 2019, Editor's Choice Award for 2020 by CSR Times, and many more. Joining Mr. Chaba is Mr. Kamal Bali, President and MD, Volvo India. Mr. Bali's illustrious career spans over 4 decades, and prior to working with the Volvo Group in India, he worked with leading Indian and multinational organizations at senior executive positions. He's an active speaker at various national and international fora and holds senior positions such as the chairman of the Swedish Chamber of Commerce India, the past chairman of CII Karnataka, member of the Karnataka Government Vision Group, and board member of the Xavier Institute of Management, Bhubaneswar. So it's over to you, Suvesha, now.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for being here. A very good afternoon to all our viewers watching from home. And thank you so much to both you gentlemen, honestly, for the reason that I was really looking forward to this conversation. I think we're in such an interesting time, especially when we're talking about the auto industry and how it has evolved in the last 3 decades, especially. The transformation that it has gone through, and for how exceedingly well we are doing. Today, India is on a global ranking of number 4 from where we started 3 decades ago, and we're moving. It's the paradigm shift. Really to understand that today the auto industry that contributes about 7.1% to India's GDP, 49%, Mr. Bali, to India's manufacturing GDP. How has the transformation been, and how is the auto industry steering India towards being a superpower? Yes.
Thanks for inviting me to this forum. I would say, I'll start with a small example. I was in GM for donkey's years, and I worked in many territories across the world. And in 2002-03, we used to make business cases to get multinationals to the country. And that point of time, we used to keep selling potential, future potential, kabhi kuch acha hoga. I mean, we used to make business cases, all kind of scenarios and things like that. Now the time has come where we don't have to make a business case to tell about India's potential. So that's very clear. So that's a big transformation. Now obviously the thing is, how do you really can have not only succeed in India, but also can you do something in India for the world? Within automotive also, there are lots of areas which I'm sure we'll talk about, where we can do that. So there's a huge opportunity. Obviously, I think so from average, I think we have become good. Now from good to great, How do we go? And that's the point we need to discuss.
You know, I have a lot of numbers on me, and which is why I'm trying to keep that less. But the fact, at the rate at which we are growing, and we understand that when we are talking about compact SUVs or two-wheelers or passenger vehicles, it's grown by 10 to 20 times. So really talking about manufacturing in India, and for a company like Volvo, how have things changed?
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you Republic TV for having me on this panel. Pleasure to be here with Rajiv. Well, manufacturing sector and the automotive industry is actually, the automotive industry is actually the bellwether of manufacturing industry, as it accounts for almost 45% of the manufacturing sector. And I think it's been growing pretty well. We've had, of course, cyclical numbers in between, but I think today we are producing close to 23 million vehicles, and this is likely to grow at a very quick pace in the coming years. But I think going forward, the interesting part is the growth is going to be not simply in numbers. It's going to be very, very different growth. And whenever we talk about automotive industry, generally the whole discussion gets overshadowed by EV. But EV is just one element of the future, the ongoing automotive or the business of mobility. So let me tell you, there are 5 or 6 things which are going to happen going forward. Number one, alternate energy carriers will come in, which means you could have a battery, you could have hydrogen fuel cells, you can have the current engines using biofuels, non-fossil fuels. So that's the first big shift which is going to happen, which is what we talk about in a big way. The second shift what we are seeing is connectivity, digitalization and automation. That's another very, very major shift. Just to give you, how is this shift going to help? Just to let you know, today if a truck moves, Mr. Agarwal is here, only 10% of the fuel in a truck is used to move cargo. 90% is waste. If somebody can optimize that, at least 90 or 80% of the fuel in a vehicle is used to move cargo or used to move people, imagine the amount of monetization you can do. You can monetize this entire thing. That's a huge, huge opportunity, and I feel India is very well set to actually capture that opportunity. The third is, of course, going to be new transport concepts, which is hub-to-hub movement, and then, of course, last mile connectivity. You will see drones on the last mile connectivity in a big, big way. So I think the future of mobility, just to keep it short, is very bright. It's very transformational. It's not going to be simply, today you do 23 million numbers, tomorrow you will do 30, 50, 40. It's not going to be like that. It's going to open a completely new economy. And automotive companies will look like technology companies, because there'll be more of electronics and software inside a vehicle. So it's interesting times, and I can tell you, India is really, really poised for a big opportunity. I was in Gothenburg last week, and as Rajiv said very rightly, normally I am always welcomed and saying, oh well, India, I think the potential is very good. I mean, potential is always very good, but we never perform up to a potential. But today, people are saying, you are the guys who are actually performing on ground. And rest of the world is actually looking at it. And they're really, really looking forward to India actually winning now. Because I think India is the bet for rest of the world.
You know, from what you're saying, and Mr. Chaba, we were talking outside on how it is very important to be solution-oriented, especially given how the market is functioning at this point, and how when the government, very clear in its intent of Make in India, I really want to understand for foreign players, for Indian players in the market right now, especially with in 2017, India having brought the Automotive Mission Plan 2026, how reforms have been eased for the industry, and most importantly, the role that your companies are playing, and for the Indian manufacturers as well. How achievable is this mission?
So I would say that, like I'll continue from where I left, that, the enablers are getting in place now. The policy is getting in place. The intent is there, and And now, few things we need to do. We all are proud Indians here, but sometimes we suck in execution, right? We talk a lot, we don't execute well. So I think that execution needs to improve. And the second thing is, I would say that, and I keep giving this example that in a small company like ours, where we have only 2,000 employees, there are so much of dynamics within the company, and it's difficult to manage lots of things within a 2,000 company. When you have 1.4 billion population, and if the CEO of the country, just imagine the kind of things he needs to do. So it takes time. It's a mammoth task. But one thing which I feel very strongly about our country is that our machinery, the decision-making machinery, has to be part of solution. The mindset has to be that how can I help you and how can I solve this problem? That mindset is taking time to change. And I think that is one important thing. It starts with training of all the guys in the decision-making machinery of the government. So that's very important, and then the execution is important. I'll give you one or two examples. As part of my career, I was posted in China in 2011 when I was in GM. So we were working with a joint venture partner there. So there in 2011, they were talking about how do we meet the emission criteria of 2020. And it was not just a talk on paper. It was a pure execution plan in 11 for 2020. Also I remember the way that some good aspects of that country, that, if you are not able to sell cars, or the economy, or suppose the country's target of a GDP is 8%, even the Shanghai province is given a target. Within Shanghai province, your locality is given a target. And within that locality, if your company falls, the whole machinery is trying to help you to produce more and sell more. So the whole concept is about solution, that if this is the country's target, it becomes the target for everyone. So that mindset, I think we need to change in this country, in our country. But otherwise the intent is there, enablers are getting in place, digitization, we all should be very proud of. And to some extent, thanks to COVID also, we are leapfrogging in digitization. And I will just take one word from him. I would say even in auto, coming to our industry, in auto industry, I think it's the auto tech. Frankly, we can be a global leader for sure.
In fact, just to add to that, I think the ability to really lead, the ability to dream, even in the automotive sector, just like our young Turks you saw in the last session, I think it's happening even in the manufacturing sector today. Today, let me tell you with tremendous pride that India is the first country to produce green casting. We are talking about a sustainable world, zero greenhouse gas emissions. The first country to produce green castings for engines is India. And this was done just about 2 months back, and this is going to be exported completely. Today, 8-liter and 5-liter engines are being produced only in India for Volvo Group and is exported to all across Volvo Group. So these were things which were not happening earlier. We never dared to think like that. I think the last few years, I think people have started thinking, people have started delivering. And I think that's the major shift, what I see. We always talked of potential. Now we are talking of performance. And I think that's the major shift which I see.
In fact, Mr. Bali, you were sharing that the challenges, typically the mindset would be that in the auto industry, it would be manufacturing related challenges that the industry is facing. But now you also say that with the changing times, it's connectivity, automation, data privacy challenges. So these are newer challenges that the industry is facing. And again, we were talking about the government's intent and how Nitin Gadkari has also gone on to say that the idea of German auto giants setting up joint ventures, which again you had mentioned, collaborations, for establishing vehicle scrapping units, this will also bring down the costs of spare parts. So that will again make the market a lot easier, both for the maker and the consumer.
Absolutely, and I think one of the things which is coming out clearly from this is that the era of collaborations and partnerships has started. Because no one company in the new business models in the automotive industry, no one company will be able to provide a 360-degree solution to the customer. So therefore, the era of collaborations, partnerships with startups has started. In the last 3 years, we have partnered with 8 companies which 3 years back I couldn't have said that we would have partnered. We have partnered with our competitor Daimler to make hydrogen fuel cells, right? That's the first one. We have partnered with another company, our competitor, to do the charging infrastructure in whole of Europe. We partnered with Samsung for batteries. We partnered with NVIDIA for autonomous solutions. So I think the era of partnerships and collaborations has started, and I think it's a humbling experience for large companies, but I'm very happy that this is an era where you will bring in a lot of startups. Startups will come in if they have a good solution, and I think that is where India can stand out, and that's a great opportunity to my mind.
Mr. Chaba, I want to bring the point of startups also for the reason that the government has set aside a budgetary outlay of more than 25,000 crores for production-linked incentive schemes for the automobile industry, primarily to create jobs, for job growth, for supply chains, and also how you were talking about startups helping with the whole process of now EVs, for example, and at a time when it is growing at such a fast pace. How are you incorporating startups and helping with job creation?
This is one topic where I can take hours and hours, but I'll keep it short. So much before we launched our first car, MG Hector, which is a connected car, we started working with startups, with Startup India and with TAI. We wanted to make sure that technology innovation becomes one of our #1 pillar for the brand, for the MG brand. So far we have worked with almost 800 startups in the last 6 years. We have mentored and hand-holded 46 of them. A few of them have gone ahead to raise lots of funds now. In fact, 3 days back we launched our MG Development and Program, Grant and Development Program with Startup India in IIT Delhi. The good part is now that when you work with the startups, some of these youngsters also work as reverse mentors for your employees. And also you get to know what's happening. So it's not only on the product side, but on the manufacturing processes side, the people side. In fact, some of the chatbots we got through these startups, which we're using in our call center now. So a whole lot of stuff is happening. So this is again our strength of the country, because lots of guys are coming in this area. Also, important thing is that how do you nurture the talent within the universities, to make sure that they go more towards entrepreneurship and startup rather than, like in my generation, doing jobs. And they're also, like, we have tied up with many companies now, with many universities now. We have in fact tied up with almost 30 colleges. And very simple thing, if somebody's in the auto probably can use this. We have to scrap lots of tested cars, right? Because you can't bring those cars on the road. So what we are saying is, where do you scrap the cars? Make it a little bit better. They cannot be driven, but you give it to engineering colleges, diploma colleges, ITIs. So the latest EVs, what we are producing, ZS EV, which is not a cheap car, it's 26 lakhs of rupees. It has got the world's latest technology. I would like to claim is the best EV on the road right now in that price band. I mean, we are giving it to colleges, to diploma colleges, ITIs, so that they can do reverse engineering, they can learn, and they can accelerate their thing. So lots of such stuff is happening now. Also, on EV side, the biggest potential remains that India-specific solutions, and which we can export also to likewise countries. Also, one important thing, that the kind of new jobs which are getting generated in EV, which may be interesting. So we didn't know how to provide charging solutions, charging infrastructure solutions to residents, because in India all kinds of things are there. You are in a condominium, you have RWAs, you are parking the cars on the road, so you need different kind of charging solutions. So we have encouraged startups for the last mile connectivity on charging. They are employing some retired guys from distribution companies. They are employing electricians. Now, I mean, normally you will not relate them to auto industry, but that's the kind of a new way of employment. So now we are trying to support a lot of young guys who should be electricians to help EV solutions. So that's the kind of a thing is happening, which is pretty interesting. So it's all thanks to nurturing of students in colleges, startups, and these kind of new startups which we are supporting in this new EV era.
I want to talk to you more about EVs, and that is not something Mr. Badi is very gung-ho about. But then again, when we are talking about Make in India, I know. Then again, when we are talking about Make in India and the ease of doing business and the intent of the government, like we were saying, because we also understand that today the Indian automobile industry stands at 7.8 lakh crores. Exports, like you mentioned, stands at 3.5 lakh crores. And you know, like Nitin Gadkari has said, that the dream really in the larger plan is to make it an industry of 15 lakh crores, boosting exports by many, many levels. Are we really around that time or working in that pace to achieve that target?
Yeah, I think, Sweta, 3 or 4 things are happening there. I think, number one, we are very under-penetrated when it comes to automotive sector in India. Maybe in many areas with comparable countries, we are 1 by 10th, fraction. So that's a good news in a way, because we are nowhere near saturation. So that's the first piece. The second piece is that government is supporting with the PLI scheme. Now that's a very interesting element. This is a big one, which actually is going quite unnoticed. And this PLI scheme is not to do more of the same. This PLI scheme is to bring in new technologies, because PLI is applicable only to new technologies. So with PLI schemes, a lot of anchor investors are going to come into India. You will see the who's who of the world when it comes to automotive sector, both at component level manufacturing as well as vehicle level manufacturing are already here, but more are going to come in. So I think that's the second thing. The third piece is that things like hydrogen fuel cells are going to be built here. Government has started a hydrogen mission. We are part of it. And I think there's a huge amount of consultation going on. I think that's going to be a big, big opportunity again. So I believe there are 3 or 4 pathways when it comes to electric vehicles, or to say alternate fuels. One is electric vehicles with batteries. Other one is with using hydrogen fuel cells, or you could be using hydrogen as a fuel on the same IC engine, or you could be using biofuels using the same IC engine. So there are many, many opportunities, different pathways. I believe the 2-wheelers and the 3-wheelers will go very, very quickly. The battery route, the lithium-ion battery, for long-haul transport, for trucks and heavy duty, it will be hydrogen with a combination of batteries to some extent. And also there will be biofuels which are non-fossil in nature, which will be used. So to my mind, number of opportunities, and we are all working very closely with the government, whether it is the vehicle scrappage policy. I think the mission of the government, or the vision to become net zero by 2070 is a very, very big statement in itself. Now it's quite an unwieldy thing to really decode how net zero will happen. So I think that's something very interesting, and I think government and all the actors in this game are all pretty much aligned, and I think we can see a direction going forward.
And you know, yes, please.
If I can just add on to this export part and the job creation part. See, there's a statistics which says that if you produce 1 car in the country, it creates around 14 jobs, direct and indirect, right? So that's why it's almost 40 million people are employed in the auto industry. And if you look at the export of components, like, there are lots of good Indian companies exporting to even Teslas of this world, right? So, and then you have IT companies, all the top 5 IT companies, they are providing IT solutions to, I think, everybody in the world. So we have established certain things. So now you need to look at what are the future trends globally, and how do you take, in terms of exports, how are you in the forefront of those areas which are exportable? So from my perspective, connected car, autonomous, and EV is the future, where like all the multinationals are spending their money right now. So from India's side, I feel very strongly that, like India needs a specific solution of the battery, considering the thermal situation and stuff like that, and also like, the recycling of battery, and we are, and the whole life cycle management of battery. If a battery in a world can work for 10 years, we Indians probably would like to work it for 16 years, 20 years, because we recycle everything. You remember, you may not remember, some of the guys remember that we used to keep shopping bags under the mattress. We sell old newspaper, we sell old beer bottles. This whole recycling, we don't throw away anything till it gets wasted. So like on battery, can we extend the life of the battery? Because then you come to the questions of raw minerals are not available and blah, 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 energy security. So the whole solution by Indians on longevity of the battery life, Maybe we can use old batteries in rural electrification, things like that. This idea and this technology can be exported to all emerging markets like Middle East, Africa, Latin America. Because Europe and America will not be working on solution for those countries. We will work for specific solution for India, which can be exported. Likewise, connected car. I would like to dream on this thing. When I was young, I used to talk about, can you give a phone free? And then you will charge for services. And probably it's kind of thing happening. So I'd see a world which India can do, car is free, but you will charge for various services. So car will be used as a platform, and then you say, okay, if you want to drive the car for 1 week, I'll charge this much, and insurance this much, resale price this much. And if you want to use the data, which already we are doing in MG, that some data is free, and high-end data for the high-end services for streaming music and everything, you have to pay extra. So actually there can be various charges, and so this solution will be great for Indian consumers, which are value-conscious customers, and this can be exported, this whole technology. So this connected car, because we are strong on IT anyway, so if we use it in this auto and make it auto tech, that is a huge potential.
And especially for a company like MG, where you're looking at a surge of almost 138% when it comes to the EV segment, and which is why I want to ask you that the passenger vehicle market is moving like never before in terms of the way the demand is surging. Today we are in an India where probably in the metropolitans, in a family of 4, there are 3 cars in one house, and again, the buyer is the youth between the age group of 25 to 35, nice corporate salaries of about 80,000 to 90,000 rupees, and a car being a necessity. Given how you're moving in terms of innovation and also having a sustainable technology, how do you see consumerism evolving in the next decade?
See, so I still believe, we don't talk more about Uberization and at this point of time because of COVID it went down. But frankly, all consumers accepted that idea of sharing. And this will come back. Because of COVID, probably it has gone in the backseat right now, due to obvious reasons. But I think in a 1 year's time, 2 years' time, post-COVID, I think it should come back. So shared mobility is the way to go. And globally, people accepted it, and we in India also welcomed it, right? So with that, see, again, there are 2-3 aspects we are talking about, because, on one hand, it's a good idea that you have 20-30 cars penetration of 1,000, which is low because our roads are bad. But if the roads improve, which are improving right now, you can have more penetration, and we have pollution issue also, but if you have the good energy source for energy, cleaner energy for energy, and that EVs, I think that should take care of the pollution too, to some extent, emissions. So I think shared mobility is the solution. Consumerism, I want to throw some examples, and you can judge for yourself. When we launched our first car, the Hector, and we said connected car, guy said, what do you mean by connected car? So we said internet inside. Okay, internet inside. So what do you mean by that? And lots of guys were, again, I'm not bitching about competition, but I'm saying the solutions were available in the country. But it was as simple a decision that if you put an industrial SIM card, Airtel ka ya Jio ka SIM card, if you put in a car, who will pay for that? So because of that lack of decision, the card was not put. So we said, listen, let's put the card right now, and let's give the data free for 5 years. After that, we'll find out how it has to be done. Like EV, our second car was EV, and that point of time, guy said, why are you launching EV? So consumers are ready. Connected car, if you are launching any car above 10 lakhs of rupees, has become price of entry now. So that's how the consumer's mentality has changed. So our consumers are ready for good solutions at good value. Problem was from us, from OEMs, from manufacturers, that we were not providing, and still now we are not providing the best solutions for consumers, in my opinion. Again, it doesn't mean that it will change 100% to EV. It will change 100% to connected car. But there is a substantial chunk, where people want to experiment. They have global aspirations. They want globally best practices and products in our country, provided you can provide a good, compelling value.
I believe Mr. Bali wants to make a point.
No, not on this. I'm generally very bullish on the India story, because I'm very excited with the rebalancing of global value chain, which is happening. Almost $4 trillion of manufacturing is shifting out of existing countries. Even if 10 to 20% shifts to India, we can double our manufacturing or triple our manufacturing to almost $1.5 trillion. And that's the story. And if $1.5 trillion is going to be overall manufacturing, obviously automotive industry is also going to get a big stake. So I think the future, maybe the next 3 or 4 decades, belong completely to India. And the reason is very simple. The per capita, which is today 2,200 or 2,500, moves to 7,500 by the end of 2030. Imagine the kind of consumerism, the amount of disposable income which is available. That's the simple story which everybody will understand. Yeah.
And as much as I had a lot more to ask, but there is the time constraint. Having said that, we are closing this on a very good note, and certainly the auto industry in the driver's seat to move towards making India a superpower. Thank you so much, gentlemen, and thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chaba, Mr. Bali, and Suyesha. Ladies and gentlemen, India is booming with opportunities, and you've been hearing that being said right through the day. Opportunities for foreign investors to pledge their money for steady growth. The world today is bullish on the India growth story, and we have the resources, we've got the potential, we have the youngest and brightest minds to take the country to insurmountable heights. Bharat is clearly heading to the Amrit Kal and is becoming unstoppable, with unicorns becoming decacorns in just a span of a year. With businesses thriving in diverse sectors, the time to unleash our true potential is now. And that sets the stage for our next guest, a parliamentarian, cabinet minister, and a nationalist who is bullish on India becoming the powerhouse driving global growth by 2047. So without any more delay, I'd like to invite Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Textiles, Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs and Food and Public Distribution, Government of India, to join us today for a special address on Mission Superpower Unleashing India.
I would truly have been delighted to be a part of the summit in person, but I'm traveling to Gujarat tomorrow morning and I'm unable to be with you. But I assure you that the next time you have a summit, I'll be there. And I'm sure this summit also will be a grand success. I have always held the conviction that India, given its demographic dividend, given the ability of our young boys and girls, the skill sets that they possess, the young aspirational India, where 1 billion plus people now connected with the world through digital technologies wants all the good things of life for them and their families, and India, which is powered equally by our farmers, becoming the food bowl of the world, as much by our laborers, providing us strengths in manufacturing, by our engineers, by our professionals in different walks of life, making India truly a powerhouse of knowledge. And that knowledge is going to translate to economic growth in the years to come. The Honorable Prime Minister, in his address at the 75th Independence Day celebrations on 15th August from the ramparts of the Red Fort, gave a clarion call to the nation as a part of the Panch Pran, the 5 commitments that he made. He articulated his vision of a developed India. An India which is free from the colonial mindset. An India that goes back to its roots. An India in which everybody is conscious of their duties. An India which is united. And I think the entire country today aligns themselves with this vision of the Prime Minister. Given our huge potential in different areas, be it manufacturing, industry, our agricultural produce, the very vibrant and strong services sector. India is looking at a holistic growth across different skill sets. And even if we were to look at a business as usual scenario, where we grow at our typical 12% odd nominal growth that we have been seeing for last many years, and factor in the depreciation also at current levels, though I personally feel depreciation of the rupee would significantly reduce in going forward. But over the last decade, we've seen an overall depreciation over the last 8-10 years in the region of 2-2.5%. When you do the maths based on this simple, elementary, normal growth that India sees, you come to a $30 trillion plus economy by 2047, which will translate to a nearly $20,000 per capita income for every Indian citizen. Friends, India today is the fastest growing economy in the world amongst the large emerging markets. While we are also facing all the challenges, all the stress that the geopolitical situation in the world, soon after we barely got out of the pandemic, is facing, the fact that there's inflation which is 4 times, 5 times higher than ever before in most developed countries, the fact that most countries are seeing a huge erosion in the value of their currencies vis-a-vis the dollar, the fact that across the world economic growth has come down very significantly. In all these circumstances, India continues to lead economic growth and in fact is expected in the next few decades, possibly this century, to become the engine of global growth. Let me try and put together why I am so confident of the future of India. Over the last 8 years, Prime Minister Modi has focused on providing for the basic needs of every citizen of India. There was a time roti, kapda and makan were the pressing and urgent needs of every citizen, and most of their life went in ensuring 2 square meals in a day or ensuring that they could save enough money to maybe build a small house. Today, through a holistic development program which covered different aspects of human needs, be it the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana, which ensures adequate food grain for the 80 crore poor or less low income families, lower middle class families. They already were getting food grains through the National Food Security Program. For the last 28 months, in fact until December, they will get 5 kilograms per person additional food grain free of charge, which will ensure that nobody ever has to sleep hungry. Over 3 crore families have either got or will soon receive a proper home. Every home in the country today has an electric connection. Every home has a toilet. Every home has internet connection either already available or will soon be available. In fact, the country has launched 5G well ahead of many of the developed nations. Piped drinking water is being taken to every home across the country. We all know clean drinking water can help bring down significantly disease and healthcare costs. Over 50 crore people are eligible for free healthcare in the world's largest healthcare program ever envisaged, ever implemented. We are taking digital technologies across the country through a huge broadband optical fiber network. We are expanding infrastructure like never before. In fact, capital investments on infrastructure are today 4 or 5 times what they were 10 years ago. We believe high quality infrastructure will lead to lower logistics costs, will lead to ease of doing business, ease of living, will help the economy grow in the years to come and make us competitive across the world. India today is engaging with the developed world from a position of strength. Atmanirbhar Bharat has helped us design our industrial and manufacturing ecosystem in a manner that for critical inputs we are not dependent on any country. Whether it's the production linked incentive program where nearly 2 lakh crores is being given to 14 different sectors to create global champions, or the Semicon project in which 76,000 crores will be given to promote the semiconductor industry in India. Be it our effort to engage with developed world for free trade agreements or comprehensive economic partnerships. We have already concluded 2 in a record time with UAE and with Australia. We are in dialogue with many other countries for robust, fair and equitable free trade agreements which will be a win-win for both countries, which will be in national interest and which will provide huge opportunities for Indian business, huge opportunities for new jobs, for work, and give a fillip to our manufacturing and industrial base, also to our farmers and dairy sector. The MSME sector, which is the backbone of our economy, is a focus area, and this government, through multifarious programs, is supporting the MSME sector. Agricultural production has consistently grown despite severe challenges across the globe. When fertilizer prices rose nearly 4 or 5 times, the central government absorbed the entire additional cost and subsidized fertilizers so that the farmers could get adequate fertilizer at the old rates, and they could continue to produce quality agri products which are today adding nearly $50 billion to our Indian exports. The marine sector, fisheries, has got a big fillip from the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Yojana, through which we are helping our fishermen improve the quality of their catch, also focus on sustainable fishing. Friends, for us in India, the next 25 years are going to be a defining period, a golden period. Collectively, 130 crore Indians working with a spirit of duty, कर्तव्य भावना से जो आज देश का युवा युवती काम कर रहे हैं, जिस उत्साह और उमंग के साथ देश की अपेक्षाओं को, आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करने में आज पूरा देश जुटा हुआ है, जो निर्णायक नेतृत्व आज प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी इस देश को दे रहे हैं, जिस प्रकार से हमारे वैज्ञानिक नई नई खोज लेके आ रहे हैं। प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने 15 अगस्त को जय किसान जय जवान, जय किसान, जय विज्ञान के नारे के साथ जय अनुसंधान को भी जोड़ा है। जिस प्रकार से आज देश में स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम डेवलप हो रहा है, जिसमें नई नई सॉल्यूशंस रोजमर्रा के प्रॉब्लम्स के लिए, इंडस्ट्री के प्रॉब्लम्स के लिए हमारे युवा पावर प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं। मैं समझता हूं एक होलिस्टिक देश की विकास की यात्रा अमृत काल में प्रारंभ हुई है। इस अमृत काल में हम सब मिलके इस देश को एक विकसित देश बनाएं, एक समृद्ध देश बनाएं, एक विश्व गुरु बनाएं, एक अंतरराष्ट्रीय ताकत बनाएं। इस कर्तव्य भावना से जो आज देश उमड़ पड़ा है, पूरी दुनिया आज ईर्ष्या के साथ भारत के प्रति देख रही है। Many of you will recall the situation that existed in 2014 when this government came to power. From a fragile five economy facing severe challenges on every front, today we are recognized the world over as the fastest growing large economy. We are an emerging market, a developing nation on the highway, speedily progressing towards prosperity. Friends, let us all join hands. Let us all work together to meet the aspirations of every fellow Indian. Together, let us commit ourselves to making India great, to making India a superpower. My warmest wishes to all of you in this endeavor. We are in the midst of celebrations. We are in the midst of the festival season. I pray for your good health, your prosperity, your well-being, and I also wish Republic and Republic Bharat all the very best in their service to the nation, in their contribution towards making India and Indian people progress in their own way. They have provided a platform which is helping in creating the people's voice, in articulating the people's voice. I wish them well in all their endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Goel, for your inspiring words and your valuable insights. It's always a treat to hear you speak. Our next segment, ladies and gentlemen, at Republic Media Network's India Economic Summit 2022 is on Mission Superpower, Banking on India, that puts the spotlight on banks as the key growth catalysts of the Indian economy, and how they're going into the future. They are going to be the wealth creators driving India's vision for 2047. Let's take a look at the audiovisual.
The backbone of a country's economy, the banking sector plays a significant role in the economic growth and development of the country. Banks in India are going to be the wealth creators in the time to come. In 2020 to 2022, bank assets across sectors have grown exponentially. Total assets across the banking sector have increased to $2.67 trillion in 2022. With an efficient UPI system and a robust fintech sector, India is now the largest country in terms of digital payment transactions. Honorable Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman cited banks as the key growth catalyst for a strong economy, rightfully the dark horse of the Indian economy. Today at the Republic Media Network presents India Economic Summit 2022, we discuss how the world is now banking on India.
I'd like to now invite Rhythm Anand Bharadwaj, Executive Editor, Law and Governance at Republic Media Network, to please moderate this session, with Mr. Sanjeev Chadda, Managing Director and CEO of Bank of Baroda, India's oldest and second largest public sector bank that provides high-tech net banking services to its customers. In 2019, Mr. Chadha was honored with the Freedom of the City of London Award in recognition of his contribution in promoting the bilateral relations when he was working in the London office of SBI. His area of expertise includes retail banking, corporate finance, investment banking, mergers and acquisitions, structured finance, and private equity. It's over to you, Rhythm. Could we have the sound for Rhythm, please?
It's on. Yeah. Thank you, Rini, for your wonderful introductions and making sure that the summit shines like always. A very good afternoon to everyone who's here. I love the way everyone's so engrossed in listening to what's happening. It's an honor to be on stage now with Mr. Sanjeev Chadha. And sir, as I introduce you, I also want to say he's the chairman and the managing director, the CEO and the managing director of the Bank of Baroda. Thank you, sir, for being with us. Just a short while ago, I want to begin by saying what Piyush Goyal said. This is going to be golden years of India to come. When it comes to the banking sector, the finance minister has clearly stated that in a developed India 2047, there's going to be a lot of contribution of banking. Mr. Chadha, how do you look at it, and how can banks ensure India as a mission superpower is on agenda?
So thank you, Rhythm, and a very good afternoon to everybody. So I think we need to look at in the context of how India as a financial system works. There are different models in different parts of the world. US, for example, is an economy where the bond markets really are central to the financial system. India, much like Europe, is largely dependent upon banks in terms of financing. So banks do have a disproportionate contribution to make when it comes to the financial system in India. And also is in terms of how the history has played out. So banks today also pretty much do the work which the DFIs, the development financial institutions, used to do in the past. So they are not only providers of working capital, they also do a lot of project finance. Then because of the nationalization, banks are front and center in terms of financial inclusion. So you can almost say that every aspect of the Indian economy, whether it is industry, whether it is MSMEs, the export sector, and increasingly consumer finance, banks are front and center. In terms of where we are positioned now, I think we are at a very fortuitous time in India's history, in India's financial history. I think the banks have come out much stronger through COVID. If there was one sector which performed well during COVID, and also is now poised to outperform, it is banks. Partly it is on account of the fact that the corporate credit cycle has improved and the challenges that we had over the last 7 or 8 years have dissipated, but a lot of other things, for instance, again, well capitalized, a lot of reforms which have happened. So I think the finance minister, I think, made a very important point that as we move again in terms of our next phase of development, the banks are well poised to play a very important role.
Absolutely. Therefore, I come to the Bank of Baroda. It's reported a whooping 79.3% in the year-of-year jump in the net profit in Q1. What role, Mr. Chadha, does the Bank of Baroda envision in this path to being a superpower?
So I'll again, I think this is a forum where we probably again need to talk more in terms of the financial system, maybe less about BOB, but I can illustrate again, I think a few points with the example of the bank. So as I mentioned earlier, I think the fact that development in India needs to be broad-based is very important. So of our 130 million customers, nearly 70 million are financial inclusion customers, Jan Dhan account holders. So we have a 6% market share in India, but our market share in terms of Jan Dhan accounts is 17%. I think this is something which is very important because if growth has to be sustainable, it needs to be broad-based. And through the creation of this enormous infrastructure of Jan Dhan accounts, I think we have done a signal service to the country. For instance, when we had COVID and the government wanted to make sure that you can transfer money to the people who needed it most, jobs had been lost, it was the banking system through our business correspondents and this Jan Dhan account network which were able to reach out to them. The second important part, I think, is the digitalization agenda, which is again fundamental for a number of reasons. So we had launched our Bob World app about 1 year back. Today we have got something like 22 million customers. We are a bank which is 117 years old, but 4 times as many customers use Bob World today, every day, as compared to those who come to our 8,200 branches. So I think this is something which is very fundamental, because if you were to look at the history of the last 100 years, every time you wanted to do more business, you said, okay, I need to now open so many more branches, hire so many people. But with digitalization, that linkage of a scalable model which rested upon scalable costs has been broken. It is now possible for us to expand our business while making sure that costs are under control. The third part, again, I think what we have been talking of even in the previous sessions, for instance, the automotive sessions, is the power of collaboration and partnerships. Today, all banks, I think, are looking at doing more and more partnerships to make sure that they can reach out the last mile, that you can work with partners who can do certain things better. So I think all of these trends are what has powered both BOB and the banking system to become a much more effective partner in Indians' progress.
Yes, and you spoke about digital marketing, digital payments, digitalization. The RBI in its payments vision for 2025 document has made the vision payments for everyone, everywhere, every time. How do you think this broad basing of digital payments is going to be a game changer for the banking sector and for India?
So I think we spoke about the fact that financial inclusion is something that was very fundamental. So I think you're absolutely right. If there's been one revolution which has touched the life of almost everybody, it is the payment revolution. And there, I think it's important that when we talk of technology, it is something which is appropriate to India. And the model that we pioneered through the UPI system is truly unique, and which again has worked very well for India in terms of the cost per transaction, in terms of scalability. So I think now the time has come where what we have achieved in terms of the digital infrastructure, the Aadhaar system, the payment system, now we're talking in terms of the ONDC, and this is the time to now build upon those successes to make sure that this infrastructure is used optimally and can reach, and we can make sure that all Indians are part of this progress.
In fact, like you spoke about this, what is the future of fintech, Mr. Chadha, in India? Because like we're saying, 80% of Indians today have bank accounts, 60% have, can get the internet access. How do we make it 100%?
So I think when we talk of fintech, I think we can talk of fintechs and we can talk of fintech, right? One is, of course, companies, startups who are actually responsible for so much innovation. And it is, again, for the banks to make sure that they can partner with them, and each of the partners can bring their respective strengths. The fintechs are agile, they're innovative, they have the ability for last mile connect. The banks in turn have got capital, they are well regulated, they are also profitable and can make investments. So I think working with fintechs has to be part of the business model of each bank. But then we come to fintech without the S. And I think that's something which, as we have spoken earlier, is equally powering banks in terms of how they work. I spoke to you about Bob World, that is again financial technology at work in a bank. I talked to you about the Jan Dhan account network. Now we are servicing our Jan Dhan accounts through business correspondents who also work through handheld devices. That's also financial technology in action. So I think we have to make sure that we appreciate both aspects of the fintech revolution. Fintechs as a source of innovation, and financial technology which will make sure that when it comes to the financial sector, in particular banks, it touches everything in terms of making sure that costs come down, in terms of making sure that your risk management is better, in terms of making sure that your services to your customers are far better as compared to what they were.
Absolutely, absolutely. Sir, because of these very reasons, the international media today says that it's the bankers, the Indian bankers, that the world is looking at, amidst the fact that China and Russia's growth prospects have gone down, of course, because of the Ukraine war and COVID. Today, because of global uncertainty, we are seeing this rise. But how do we sustain this advantage?
So I think you are absolutely right. To my mind, the Indian financial system and Indian banks have been a standout success, possibly underappreciated. The most valuable Indian banks, if you look at in terms of price to book value, for instance, are from India. And Indian private banks who came in the last generation are very competitive to the extent that foreign banks actually have found it very difficult to increase their market share. Public sector banks, I think, over the last few years, again, have made sure that in terms of technology, they are coming right up to speed, and we are seeing a re-rating when it comes to public sector banks also. So I think the best part is that we have a very broad-based ecosystem which encompasses private banks, public banks, who are able to contribute again in each in their own way to what is a very resilient and a very vibrant financial system. Actually, if you were to look at the World Competitiveness Report, India actually improved its ranking from, I think, 41 to 37 last year. But within that, if you look at the financial system, it is rated 21st. So the financial system is actually a source of great comparative advantage to us, and it is now for us to make sure that we leverage it for the progress of the country.
Yes. So when you talk about progress, we also want to know when it comes to senior citizens in rural areas. There is a great lot going on in India. You just spoke about it, digital payments, digitalization. How does the unorganized labor, the rural sectors, the senior citizens get improved accessibility to this?
So I think that's a very important point. While we talk of digitalization, the digital divide is also a fact of life which we must address. So first of all, the urban-rural divide. I think when we talk of digital, it must be something which is appropriate to the user. You cannot have a one-size-fits-all approach. So as I mentioned to you, when it comes to our rural clientele, and more than 60-70% of our clientele is from rural semi-urban areas, the approach that we have used is of business correspondents who work pretty much in the village where your consumer is, to make sure that banking services are accessible. 2 years back, the proportion of our network of branches to BCs was about 1:2, which means that for every one branch, we had 2 business correspondents. Today, it has gone up to 1:5. I think it's very important we appreciate that there's an appropriate technology solution for each of our customers. Similarly, you talked of the senior citizens, for instance. So Bob World, of course, as I told you, was launched about a year back. But then about a few months back, we had another version of Bob World called Bob World Gold, which is for senior citizens, where the interface is much easier and appropriate to that set of users. I think that really is the beauty of digital. It was very difficult to have physical infrastructure which was tailor-made to your clientele. You of course had branches which were specialized branches for SMEs, for instance. But I think when you are in the digital world, the possibility of tailoring a solution for each customer category is far easier, far more practical. And as we go along, I think we will be able to make sure that not only do you have a digital solution, but is also appropriate to your use.
Absolutely, that's wonderful, sir, because Bob will be helping, the digital Bob will be helping these people, all the sectors, the infrastructure will also help. I want to ask you, how is the fintech industry placed in terms of values, with valuation? Are foreign investors interested to put their money in India's banking sector?
So I think when it comes to valuations, again, I think you have drawn a distinction between fintechs and banks. I think when you look at fintechs, effectively what is the basis of valuation? It is that you should have a scalable technology, which is the biggest advantage of digital enterprise. It is that you actually are able to attract a very large number of customers. But then at the end of the day, it is also important that you have a business model which is viable in the medium and long term. And that's where, again, the differentiation happens. It is possible to do the first two if you have sufficient pools of capital. The third really is the test case, which really separates the people who actually make it big. When it comes to banks, I think some of these factors operate equally. So one is, of course, that you should have technology which is scalable. It is important that you have customer base. So the bank actually already have a large customer base. It's important that, as I mentioned, that you have a viable business model. So banks already have a business model which is viable. Now, when you twin this customer base and a viable business model along with technology, which is appropriate, which is scalable, I think it becomes a very powerful solution. And which is precisely why, as I mentioned to you, that certain Indian banks actually are the most valuable banks in the world. And we are seeing a re-rating of the entire Indian banking sector also.
Okay, my last question to you, Mr. Chadha. What kind of growth do you envisage for India? What do you project will be the growth?
So I think we are at an inflection point, which is very powerful. Ultimately, everything is comparative, right? So when you rate companies, you say this is AAA, this is AA, this is A. Everything is comparative. So I think both in absolute terms, I think we are rebounding and rebounding powerfully. Equally in comparative terms, I think we are very well placed. I think in many ways, what is distinguishing different countries in the world today is how they saw and how they addressed the central challenge of the pandemic. The fact that India's response was very well calibrated, we did not go overboard, for instance, in terms of cutting rates, means that the kind of disruption that now the world faces when you want to normalize interest rates or normalize liquidity, that's not the challenge India is facing. So I think we are very well placed for cyclical reasons, for structural reasons, and also what has been a very wise way to confront the challenge of COVID.
Absolutely. On that very positive note, Mr. Chadha, we thank you for being with us on the India Economic Summit, sharing your projections for the banking sector and India at large. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Rhythm.
Thank you, sir.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,600 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been ranked among the top for innovation achievements.
Style? For me, it's the pursuit of timeless elegance. Crisp, clean, classic, subtle brilliance. You don't know what it is that catches your eye, but it does, you know. The cut, the color, the lines. There's something in the essence of the evergreen. You feel special, selected. That's when I know I found the right fit. When I feel selected.
It's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
2 women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
Late night when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
When the attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev, they essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to your religion, that is protected. This kind of an approach saying, we will not bend, we will not allow our daughters to study unless you change your rule. I hope this does not ever prevail as a legal argument.
TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been arrested by ED in the recruitment of primary teachers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating Mahakaleshwar Temple Corridor in Ujjain. It's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
2 women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
becomes too large, and like Rockefeller said, even the shoe shine person opposite Wall Street was talking about stocks, fear comes in. And then people start selling and valuation disappears. So we go through these cycles. And these cycles are part of the capitalistic economy of creative destruction. It's like the Tandava dance of Shiva. Creation, sustenance, destruction. So, greed and fear rule the markets. Human emotions rule the markets. And it's happened throughout. When the going is good, raise capital, keep the money in the bank, look at it every single day, worship it, because the market comes down, you'll have cash to spend. You know, Arnab, I remember in 2000, Infosys was valued at 55 times sale, 200 times EPS, 50,000 crores for a revenue of about maybe 400 crores, as whatever it is, small. And the next 4 years, we increased our EPS by 43% a year. Market value came down from 50,000 crores, 35,000 crores. So all these declines in the market for Paytm and all, we've seen it much bigger, much before. If somebody says my valuation is 30 times sales, you just laugh at them and say, okay, it happens. So there is this cycle that goes on, and I think we got to be very cognizant about that and build sustainable businesses. So I want to say it is part of the capitalist economy, and we got to keep quiet. Now, how do you build a sustainable business? You build a sustainable business by creating products or services which people want, are payable to pay you a price, and people need. And this has to continue by relentless execution day in and day out. Entrepreneurship is a 24/7 hour job for everybody. There's no work-life balance in entrepreneurship. It's just work, because life is your work, like you do, Arnab. Every day, every single minute, like Suhail does, like the great man Sanjeev does. Every single minute is work. And work is life. It involves a lot of sacrifice. It involves creating value in future by sacrificing today. And you enjoy the benefits for a period of time, and it takes time. Anything that goes up fast comes down fast too. When the Nasdaq boom happened, Infosys valuation went up by $25 billion in 2 weeks and came down by $15 billion in 1 week. We never knew why it went up. We never knew why it came down. It was nice going up. While coming down, well, you felt a little bit surprised. So, that is the second one. So, build a sustainable business. Next thing is, raise capital when money is available. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. When people are going and giving you money, raise the money. Get whatever valuation you want. But remember one thing, equity is very expensive. Equity holders want 20-25%. Banks only want 8-9%, right? They're very cheap. Except if you buy an apartment and go away somewhere to London or somewhere. So it's very difficult. But it's expensive, and investors want return on what you buy. If you are valued at 10 billion and raise $1 billion capital, they want 25% compound in the next few years. That's their expectation. And if you don't fulfill the expectation, the market will punish you. So you've got to be careful about how you value. And if you value, you must value at a point when the investors who come in see great value. If you're going for an IPO, we tell people, value at a lower point than what you're willing to pay. You know, Arnab, in 1999, when we did the Infosys listing on the Nasdaq, we had a book of $3.6 billion for $72 million of capital. We didn't need the money is still in the bank. We never used the money. Listing was for strategic reasons. And the book was around $37. And we fought with the big banks like Goldman Sachs to say, we don't want 37, give us 34. They were shocked. Nobody has argued with us to say that we don't want the best price. We said, look, we are diluting 3% of the stock. We want the investors to come in to make money. We want them to make money because we don't want to destroy the 97% for the sake of the 3%. If you price it high and the market falls, 97% are going to lose. If you're diluting 10%, you've got to take care of the 90%, not squeeze the 10%. You take more money from the 10%, the 90% will lose. All these guys who have gone to the market, very proud boys who think they're the cash whiskers, they've seen the stock price fall down 60, 70%. They destroy the value of the existing investors for the small amount of greed and to be heroes on a particular day to go price going up. So price is something that you've got to be very careful because the price has to be sustainable. And when you take money from the public, you have a fiduciary agent. You work for everybody, not for yourself. You have to work for the small investor, every single person, because you have taken their public money. I was in a FICCI event where a lot of industrialists are there. And as a SEBI committee member, we brought in majority of the minority for voting for related party transaction. Everybody came on stage and said, I own 60% of the company. Who is this person to tell me majority of the minority? Then the chairman told me to meet, to come and talk. And I said, look, if you take 1 paisa from the public, you are a fiduciary agent and they have a right, not you. You are not the owner of your company. You are a fiduciary agent and take care of them. So when you take money from investors, you must make sure they raise money. And I think that's extremely important. And then make sure that you have respect for capital. Somebody has given you money to invest, not to blow it up, to buy cars, and to go for a holiday and give bikes to all kind of people, because money is not going to be endless. Have respect for capital. Be frugal in the use of capital, because capital multiplies if you're frugal. And if you're frugal, you'll get outsized rewards. And the money is not going to last ever. You know, I remember one day, Naramurthy came to my room and said, Mohan, I went to a meeting where people said that, there's something called loans and advance in the balance sheet, and what is they hide something there. What are you doing? Then he told me, how much cash do you have in your account? Bank balance. He said, about 30,000 crores. I said, do you really have that money? I said, why are you asking? Parmalat, an Italian company, had just now had $1.5 billion of capital. It was a fraudulent capital because there's no bank deposit. They had printed the certificate. Then I told him, are you in town in another 2 days? He said, yes. I'll go to the bank, withdraw all the cash, and you and I will sit and count. So I'm just telling you this story is to say that you have to respect capital. You've got to be frugal, because it'll increase. And then I'll just end by 2 or 3 more points. The world printed $25 trillion of money, particularly OECD and the United States and UK, to take over the global financial crisis and COVID. The printed money is a $90 trillion global economy. The money will not wear off. So there was zero interest rates for about 20 trillion of the 40 trillion bonds of the OECD. Now, of course, we are paying the price for it. So the splash of liquidity bought in more unicorns. And that's what gave people this exuberance, and they forgot about valuation. So in the public markets, valuation goes up, driven by flows of money, driven by greed, driven by optimism. Valuation falls, value creation comes, and slowly value creation meets valuation, and the market cycle starts all over again. In public market, it's 36 months, private market maybe 16 months. It happens all the time. It's going to happen tomorrow, it's going to happen day after, and it's going to be a continuing thing. But today we are surplus in capital, and we are in the midst of a global inflection. So I want to say very clearly that India is in a great cycle for startups. We have raised $112 billion of money in the last, from 2014 to 2021. 2021, we got $42 billion of capital coming in. This year we'll have FDI of $100 billion. And this year we had 18 unicorns. Last year we had unicorns almost every week. Almost every person wanted to be a unicorn, and money was pouring in. Take the money and have fun. But keep the money in the bank and don't blow it up. And we had 108 unicorns today. By 2025, we'll have 250 unicorns. And this year, we already got about $19 billion of capital. We could end with $22 billion of capital, maybe 20 unicorns. And hopefully next year will be better. So I want to end by saying, look after value creation. Value creation is sustainable. Valuation is the glamour. Glamour in business is the first 2 minutes. The balance is all about execution, execution, execution. Like you, Arnab, you can come here and talk about your EBITDA, your number of eyeballs, people doing thalis, but you got to have a show every day, 3 hours of shows, and you got to work 10 hours for the 3 hours of shows. And those eyeballs are not secure. They may go away tomorrow because you're not exciting anymore. You're not having those things that are interesting to people. So value creation is something that's sustainable, that creates loyalty, that creates a moat, and that creates something that can go on. Valuation is the time of the moment that goes up and down. Don't get enthused by valuation. Look at it and be happy, but make sure you keep the cash in the bank and create value. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pai, for that engaging talk on value and valuation. Ladies and gentlemen, the people who earlier looked at India as a developing country are now looking to invest in the emerging superpower. We are the fastest growing economy and have put ourselves on the list of the largest economies of the world. Now it's time for us to lead them all. It's time to bring the world to India. As investors are moving out of China, India is their preferred destination. The government is bullish on FDI inflows, and so is India Inc. Our next panel, Mission Superpower, Investing in New India, talk.
Style? For me, it's the pursuit of timeless elegance. Crisp, clean, classic, subtle brilliance. You don't know what it is that catches your eye, but it does, you know. The cut, the color, the lines. There's something in the essence of the evergreen. You feel special, selected. That's when I know I found the right fit. When I feel selected.
Late night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that was in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
When the attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev, they essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to a religion, that is protected. This kind of an approach saying, we will not bend, we will not allow our daughters to study unless you change your rule, I hope this does not ever prevail as a legal argument.
TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been arrested by ED in the recruitment of primary teachers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating Mahakaleshwar Temple Corridor in Ujjain.
Thanks for staying tuned. Now, the Varanasi District Court will today pronounce most likely its verdict on a plea filed by the Hindu side demanding carbon dating of the structure they claimed to be a Shivling inside the Gyanvapi's mosque Vazukhana or reservoir. Earlier, remember, during a court-mandated videographic survey of the mosque premises, the Hindu side petitioners claimed that a Shivling was found close to the Vazukhana. So the verdict is expected by the Varanasi court today. We'll go across to our reporters as well, but tracking closely all the updates coming in.
Thanks a lot for a nice introduction and good afternoon, all of you. I was just doing my own research a few days back and I caught up with Mr. Bhikchandani backstage. A few data points to begin this discussion. So, last December 21 till now, the UK 10-year gilt bonds are down 52%. The MSCI Emerging Market Index is down 32%. For the first time in the history of Japanese economy, the Japanese 10-year bonds went untraded for 3 consecutive days this week. Amid all of this, if you see, India, IMF said 3 days back, is the only bright spot. And India is expected to be the fastest growing major economy in the world this year and next. And when I was reading all of this, an incident kind of replayed in my head. I'll share an incident with you. I was graduating out of my MBA class 15 years back. And as part of the convocation ceremony, our VC was addressing the entire student gathering there. And this was actually the start of global financial crisis. This was 2007, the world was about to enter GFC in 2008. And one of my batchmates asked the VC that, do you also feel that India is going to go through the same economic pain which the West is going through right now? The VC actually took a 10-second pause, took a deep sigh and said, कुछ बात है कि हस्ती मिटती नहीं हमारी, सदियों रहा है दुश्मन दौरे ज़मा हमारा. And everybody was clapping and ecstatic. And I want to ask the panelists here that do you also share the optimism of my VC 15 years back, that India is still the bright spot, or do you think that the financial storm is about to hit us as well?
You know, you need a little bit of history to answer that question. Let me give you data. 1950, we are the largest economy in Asia. China was destroyed, Japan was destroyed, Southeast Asia was destroyed. 3 of the top richest families were in India, primarily in Mumbai, I think, because Delhi didn't exist at that point of time as the business center. And from 1950 to 1980, we grew at 3.5% a year. Population grew at 2.5%. Per capita income 1% a year because of Nehru's failed policy. Nehru made sure that we became poorer in 1980 than 1950. This is all data, not politics. 1980 to 1990, we grew at 5.5%, population 2.25%, but debt grew from $20 billion in 1981 to $80 billion, and we are broke by 91. 91, we opened up when we got our economic freedom. Our freedom fighters and forefathers fought for freedom for this country, but we got political freedom in 1950 in the Constitution, economic freedom in 91, because private capital was suppressed by Nehru because of his dalliance with the Soviet model and the Fabian School, and you know his disdain for business. And India has been a free market economy throughout our history. That's why we're the richest country in the world. But we destroyed in the first 30 years, and we're paying the price. But 1991 GDP was 275 billion. 2022 we reached 3.15 trillion. We grew at 8.2% a year in dollar terms for 31 years. It's incredible. You should talk about it, Arnab. All those debates you have are irrelevant looking at this growth. What is this hijab debate? 8.2% a year every year for 31 years. We are a $10 trillion economy by PPP. We are the top 5 in most products in the world in agriculture and industry. All data is there. And in rupees, we grew at 12.5% a year from 5,72,000 crore to 236 lakh crores. In 2014, Shahzad, GDP was 113 lakh crores. In 2022, it's 236 lakh crores. And this year, we're supposed to go to 276 lakh crores. So am I optimistic? I lived through the last 30 years. I've seen the rise of this country. I've seen what people can do. I've seen that 108 unicorns. I've seen $1 trillion of value in the digital markets. I've seen the rise of Sanjeev. What would you want? I mean, if I'm not optimistic, what do you want to be? And I've seen Suhail speak. I've seen Anna become a great entrepreneur and disrupt the media. I've seen Shahzad on TV having everybody for dinner and chewing them up and spitting them out. If I'm not optimistic with all this, what do you want? Come on, give me a break.
No, I think you are much more optimistic than my VC was 15 years back. How do you feel, Mr. Bhikchandani?
Well, look, there are ups and downs. And as Mohan pointed out in his earlier talk, that look, valuations go up and down. There are capital ebbs and capital flows. But if your business is fundamentally sound, you'll be fine. And look, if you go back to what Mohan said about creative destruction and what Schumpeter said, yes, some may not survive. Entrepreneurship will dominate. Some may not survive, but the ones who are fit will survive and do well. But you know, the point I want to make, coming back to startups and investing in New India, which is the topic. So I graduated from college in 1984. So that's what, 38 years ago. And I joined a company. I was working as a trainee in a company. And when I look back to 1984 and I see today, there's been a huge change in the business environment, in the companies, in the economy, in the rate of growth, in how fast we are progressing. And when I look at it, actually a lot of the growth, a lot of the buzz, a lot of the investments, a lot of the increased employment has come from industries and companies that did not exist in 1984. So the IT services industry barely existed. IT-enabled did not exist. Mobile telephony did not exist. Private sector insurance did not exist. Private airlines did not exist. Private sector banks barely existed. They were legacy, but the new ones hadn't come in. Right? So if you look at the change, it's been brought by new companies, new initiatives, and very often by startups. Some by diversification, like TCS was a diversification of large business house, but HCL and Infosys were startups back in '84, right? So actually the startups of today will be the giant companies of tomorrow. All will not make it, but those that make it will become huge, and that will make the difference. So I'm optimistic.
And let me tell you, the optimism is not misplaced. Another data point, S&P 500 of US is down 18% since beginning of year. And Nifty and Sensex, the broader Indian stock market, is flat. It's not down. It's maybe a minus 1% down and is up today 1.5%. And the reality is that the world is really looking at India as the only bright spot. But another reality is that stock markets generally globally always discount future. So while the stock market is doing fairly well, but the startup ecosystem is reeling under pressure. I think we've not seen this environment since last 6-7 years. I think 2015 was the last startup kind of bust which happened of sorts. So when do you see the real animal instinct, so to say, coming back into the startup ecosystem, sirs?
Look, the animal spirit is still there. You come to Bangalore, I'll show you the animal spirit every single moment in my office. We get 800 startups coming and asking for capital every single month. I mean, in Delhi, you don't see much of that because you've got other issues. But look, the problem is, let's not carried away by the animal spirit being linked to flow of capital. Right now, people are not investing as earlier, throwing money, not investing. It'll come back next year because I think January, February, there is $276 billion of dry powder, capital waiting to be invested, and people are going to get tired of seeing stock price come down. They'll start investing, right? So it'll come. Let's not link this funding to growth of companies. Good companies are growing. They're still raising capital. But, first half we had 16 billion. Last 3 months we had 3 billion. It's come down. It's not so much as that past. But people are happening. Now the key thing is, like Donald Trump said, when banks call you to the office and give you money without asking, take the money. That's what we did last year. We got $42 billion last year. You should have raised capital last year. You would have got $1 billion. You'd be a billionaire by now. We got $42 billion last year. Okay? And this year it's come down. Before that, we got $12 billion. Maybe next year we'll get $30-40 billion. The key thing is very simple. Market moves in cycles. Valuation moves in cycles. Be careful. You have to last it out. Money in the bank is like blood in the body. Right? Don't get too much of blood transfusion. Don't lose too much of blood. And you'll be fine. So I'm very optimistic. So this could last somewhat. But even today, good companies can go raise capital at reasonable valuation. It's not that the money is dried up everywhere. Good companies can raise money. But if you're a company which is raising $1 billion, blowing it up in the next 6 months because you believe the more you spend, the more valuation you get, that's not going to happen for some time.
And you were telling me about a survey you did, Mr. Bhikchandani, recently.
Yes. No, look, I'd like to echo first Mohan's point. There is enough money available for startups and for early stage companies. We are seeing it. A lot of investors have got funds ready. It's just that they're being a little careful. They're asking more questions, taking a little bit more time, right? And they're applying some lenses when they're evaluating a proposal, which they perhaps are not applying so rigorously maybe 2 years ago. So now we ourselves have invested more in the last 6 months than we did 2 years ago in terms of number of companies. We are seeing about 1,000 companies a quarter, and we invest in 3 or 4 out of that. So no, it's not 800 a month like Mohan, but Mohan, Delhi is okay. It's not so bad. It's okay.
And you mentioned, Mr. Pai, that the irony is, and Mr. Bhikchandani was telling me backstage again, that all of this is happening at a time when there is massive amount of dry powder available. Dry powder means uninvested capital by the funds. And I was just talking to a few VC friends, one of the largest VC funds in India, just raised a $1.2 billion India dedicated fund just a few months back. And bulk of that money is not invested till now. Another reality is that, which both of you mentioned, is that the economic cycle will always have booms and busts. That's the nature of the market. You'll always have ups and downs. The other side of the equation is, to the investee company is the investor. Now what was happening, again a question to you, a few months back, a few quarters back, actually a friend of mine shared a fantastic anecdote a few days back. Till a few months back, the only discussion in investor meetings and boardrooms was chase growth at any cost. There is no unit economics, there is no profitability in question, just chase growth. That is what we are here to do. And now the last few months, the only discussion is where is the profitability, where is the EBITDA. My question to you, sir, is that this slowdown which we are seeing now, and I feel, and maybe you can correct me, that the whole mentality of chasing growth at any cost, I think is fundamentally incorrect. It has to change, but do you think that investors also will learn through this economic cycle now? Will people become more rational?
No, you can't accuse investors of too much intelligence. You can only accuse them of greed and fear because, you pour money when the money is available, and when it dries up, you sit quiet, right? The cycle is going to happen again. That's the nature of the beast. Human beings move by greed and fear. They're the only two emotions that operate in the public markets or the private markets. And that's going to happen again and again. It's not that somebody is going to calculate and do. Look, let me tell you one thing. Arnab comes to me and says, I'm starting something, give me $10 million. He's got a PPT. He gives me some projections. What are you going to do with the projections? Nobody knows what to do with it. For example, the regulators say you must have a valuation report. The guy who values does not know half the business as it is. So when you do something, we'll tell Arnab, okay Arnab, I'll give you 10 million, but I want first in the waterfall, first money will come to me and blah, blah, blah and all that, and I give him money and it works. Well, I believe Arnab, he's passionate, energetic, he'll work 24/7 and he wants to be a billionaire, so ride on his back and make the money, right? That's how you invest. Because it's the PPT. What are the analysis you do? Analysis you do when you go to public markets like him and look at all the data, right? There's got to be data. You look at the face of the founder and, body language and all the nice stuff, how he talks, and you give the money. You understand? So investment is an art. Okay? And that's how you fund entrepreneurs. And you have a portfolio. If you have 25 startups, maybe 5 will be unicorns if you're very good. Maybe 10 will fail. It's fine, and you get decent returns because you're getting risk. In the last 30 years, the US, the returns have been something like 15 to 17% for venture, which is the highest class of assets in the United States. The data proves so. You understand? And they've gone through multiple cycles. So we're going to go through cycles. We got to do this. But the key thing is very simple. You have to create a sustainable business. And what a sustainable business means? Sustainable business means cash in the bank is the only reality in economics and in life. Make sure the cash in the bank doesn't diminish. You earn cash flows, add to the cash, don't bring it down beyond a point, and keep it. And every day, open your ledger, do puja every day in the morning, till the evening, count again, and remain happy, then you survive.
What do you think, Mr. Bikhchandani?
Look, I think it's good discipline that companies, you build a big profitable company when money is a little tight. If you have too much money, you tend to spend it suboptimally. It's too easy. So it's good to have a little less money. You'll work harder. You will make things happen. And yes, some companies will make it, like Mohan said, and some may not, and that's life.
Just to add to what Mr. Pai said, I think Arnab is a businessman. You talk to him any time of the day. The only thing he talks about is profitability. That I'm here to scale the business, but it has to be profitable. So I think a lot of founders need to learn from Arnab also in that sense. So just one more thing, sir, in this context only. So while all of us in India are extremely optimistic about the prospects, I think India is doing fairly well macroeconomics wise. But what do you think how is global market looking at India? So you must be talking to your global counterpart investors. How are they looking at India right now?
You see, for the global markets, India has always been a curiosity and a rounding off error. Because, we didn't allow too much of capital to come in. See, only 2% of our GDP is coming in as FDI every year. Okay? This year we're getting 100 billion, maybe 3% because the GDP is much bigger. So India has been marginal to the world. We have been a controlled market. We are a much more open market today. FIs only own 600 billion of the $3.3 trillion in the public markets. In the private markets, maybe 300 billion, right? Compared to China, which has got maybe many trillions of value. Correct? And the total value of all the stocks and bonds in the world is $275 trillion. So we are very small. So we must understand we are very small. And we are still a poor country. Mera Bharat Mahan is very good, 5G is very good, everything is good. But our per capita income is 1,75,000. Bihar is only 50,000 rupees. Bihar is 50,000. UP is 80,000. Karnataka is 3,05,000. Bangalore is 8.5 lakhs. Richest city in India. So diversity is very high. So we must understand, we have to be optimistic. We have to work hard. We are a poor country. We must take the per capita income to $40,000 a year. $40,000 a year will mean about $56 trillion of GDP. It's a very large amount, but we can still count. We know how to count, right? So please understand that the reality of India is very different from what we talk here. We have to be optimistic. We have to work towards it. We have a huge growth ahead. We are supply constrained, not demand constrained, but demand at a price. When the price is low, demand will shoot through the roof. That's what China did. Now, China has grown at 9.9% a year from 1978 till 2022. China is a $19 trillion economy, $30 trillion in PPP. Can we be a China? Maybe not. But can we grow at 8.5% a year for the next 10 years? Of course we can. We got a very clean banking sector, no NPS. You know, they gave money to the Bush and Steel, 40,000 crores enough to everybody. They should give money just like, I mean, we should have got money from the banks at that point of time. You know, you made a mistake. They're giving out money, doling out money, 12 to 15 lakh crores of NPS. But they cleaned up their act. Now they become very strong banks. So banking system is in good shape. Stock markets are in good shape. Our supply chain costs are 14% of GDP. US is 6%, China is 7%. Because the GST has come down to 12%. Because of the roads that are building will come down to 10%. And if we get a warehouse, it will come to 8%. We are becoming competitive in manufacturing. The PLI scheme is a fantastic scheme to improve manufacturing. And all the reforms and hard decisions have happened. Now the animal spirit in the Indians is there. And like Pranav said, young people are optimistic. They want to be enthusiastic. They're going to work hard. They're going to use technology. They're going to take India forward. You understand? And that is what makes you enthusiastic. And that's what is going to create this country. And let us remember one thing. Whether you like it or not, the sun will rise in the morning and set in the evening. And it's going to happen again and again. So be optimistic, rise up with hope, work very hard, and have a great dinner, go to sleep, get back, get to work, and go ahead. And that's what it is, right? Right, Sanjeev?
Absolutely, absolutely.
I mean, he's a billionaire. Sanjeev is a billionaire, but you know, look at the man. He works 24/7. He doesn't have a jet going off for a holiday to wherever rich people go for holiday. Suhail, you got to tell him how to spend his money, man. He doesn't have style. Look at this guy. You know, get him a nice wardrobe, make him up, get him all those nice, you know all the glamour in London and all that. Go after this guy. Look at this guy. Billionaire. People will be ashamed of billionaires if they see Sanjeev.
I have nothing to say to that, but I will, so will be a meeting, okay? No, so look, our feedback on how foreign investors are viewing India. I don't know that much of public markets, but I know more about private markets. Well, I know public markets also because we're listed and we meet investors. I think, look, China is definitely not flavor of the month right now, as far as US and Europe are concerned. So there isn't money is coming out of China. Now, if there's a certain emerging market pocket, right, India is the best place to go right now for many, many people. And that's put us in a good spot relatively. That China mein paisa nahi ja raha hai. India is good. Brazil is not looking too good. Russia, of course, is untouchable, right? And therefore, India is positioned very well. But within that, obviously, people will be very discerning on where they invest, which company and how they invest, because of the higher risk being perceived, given the contraction globally in financial markets. But India will be all right.
I've been meeting foreign investors from 94, 300 investors a year when our CFO, only KK Mystery used to come after 96. And we have sold India for so many years. So India is certainly on people's map, but we make it difficult for them to get money into India. To open a demat account for a foreign investor, you've got to do something with the embassy and all kind of things. To get a PAN number, we've got to do some funny thing and sign physically. Nobody signs physically. I was told that the sovereign of a neighboring country, very rich person, wanted to invest in India, but it took him 4 months to open an account with the repository, and he was signing in Arabic so that, it didn't come in the field, and he gave up. We're the only country in the world which make it difficult for people to get money in. Once they get money in, they make money head over heels. We got to open up and get all the money. I keep telling government, go to Japan, get $100 billion of money payable after 50 years at 0.5% interest to build up infrastructure. They'll give you the money. And because after 50 years, the person who gave the money is not there, and the person who took the money is not there, why bother? Get the great infrastructure, right? We got to learn how to take money from foreign capital. Foreign capital is fantastic. They got surplus money. Go take how much ever you want and invest in a country fondly, and it's okay. Let the government should not take the debt. Private sector can take the debt, right? That's why we need an Adani. He knows how to take money. He's raising $10 billion of capital. We should applaud him because he's going to invest in India. He's going to create the largest alternate energy company in India. He's going to create the largest cement company in the world. He's going to create the largest transmission company, the largest port company. We should applaud them. We need this kind of entrepreneurs to take risks, hopefully with foreign capital and not from our banks. Our banks are giving money too, but he's a great entrepreneur. Look at Dhirubhai Ambani, what he did. He transformed India. Look at Mukesh Ambani. He spent $40 billion to give us Jio. 23 GB of data every single month for every individual in the country. For 100 rupees, unlimited data. The cheapest data plan in India. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. $6.6 billion of UPI transactions every month. How will it happen without a mobile phone and a cheap data plan? Indians spend 7 hours a day looking at the internet. You go anywhere in India, everybody is watching movies. I don't know what they're watching. I mean, Sohail knows because he monitors them. They're watching all kind of stuff, right? Now, we need great entrepreneurs. We need young people to think big, and we got to think big. Foreign capital will come. You got to go market. Foreign capital will come if you go and sell. You go and get market. Tell them you're going to get 30% a year, and I'm going to be the greatest investor. Out of 100, maybe 30 will buy the argument and give you money. Go get the money.
So, both of you mentioned about the China angle in all of this, and I was attending a global conference, I think about 4 years back in 2018, late 2018. And one of the speakers there mentioned about China plus one strategy, which honestly wasn't even a word at that time, a phrase at that time. And he mentioned that India needs to be proactive at this point in time. The world is going to look beyond China in terms of supply chain diversification. And this time India needs to be proactive and not reactive. Else again, countries like Philippines, Vietnam are going to take those supply chains away. And fortunately, right at the start of COVID, April 2020, India did come out with a massive PLI policy. And I think it has done phenomenal wonders, and I'm sure Mr. Pai is laughing. He would tell us some stories for that. But the reality is that that policy alone has galvanized the manufacturing ecosystem in India. And I was reading, I think this morning in Economic Times, I think what Apple is exporting $4 billion of mobile phones from India this year, which is a phenomenal number. What else do you think, Mr. Pai, India should be doing structurally now? So while
Look, we have to go market the country. I want Suhail Seth to create a marketing strategy for India and lead the marketing drive for the next 5 years instead of going having nice dinners all over the world and get us $500 billion of capital in 5 years. Right, Arnab? Yeah, that's what we do. See, we have to market. The world is built on marketing. Let me tell you one instance, Arnab. An American kid will sell a $25 stuff for $100 and make the consumer feel that it's got a great stuff. An Indian will sell a $100 stuff for $25 and feel sorry for the consumer. You don't feel sorry for the consumer. You go suck it to them. You understand? We have to market. What we lack is not the great institution, the great banks. You know, Bank of Baroda quoting at 0.5 times book, 6.6 times book. HDFC is 4 times book. The great bank, good management, making obscene amount of profits. Why are they quoting at 0.6? They got to market better. Yes, the owner is the government of India and Delhi, and it's difficult with Delhi and all that. But we have to market. The PE of a company in the listed market is a question of the faith investors have in you, and you have to market, you have to market, you have to market, you have to market. Please market this poor billionaire. I mean, if you market him and his PE goes up to 60, 70, we'll get more valuation, Suhail. Suhail, you got to really work in the future.
But sir, besides...
Arnab, we need a fourth chair here, and Suhail needs to come up. Suhail, you got to answer that.
And besides putting Mr. Suhail Seth under more pressure, what else do you think India should be doing structurally?
See, we got good policies, we got everything, we got a bad image, we got a negative image. Let's be careful. And the negative image is buttressed by the left who created negative thing. About the hijab controversy, to say there's a ban on hijab. There's no ban on hijab in this country. You can wear whatever you want. You can go nude in the streets. We are okay. We're the most liberal country in the world. But we got a bad image because we don't know how to address the global media. And we don't know how to get the image. We have to build our image. We have to get the best companies go out. We got to get the best marketing czars to go out. And we got to build the brand. And we got to do it. We got to lobby in the US. We don't put money in lobbying. US is a lobbying market. Democracy is a system. Democracy is a system of competitive lobbying. We don't lobby. We don't understand. We got to lobby. We got to spend money. We got to buy some lords and others to talk great things and have dinner parties, right? That's what everybody does. That's what the Chinese did. The Chinese bought over all opinion makers in America. They got what they want, right? So we got to market. You should go on a road show 200 days a year. He must go on a road show 150 days a year instead of sitting in Delhi and coming for a conference like this. You must go get money, man. Marketing. I'm honest. We got everything in this country. Please believe me. We have to market more.
Yeah, so listen, my personal experience, when I talk to companies, including, especially in manufacturing, China plus one is happening. Okay, and there are people who are getting orders from US companies, European companies, saying that, listen, I know you're 40% more expensive than China right now, but I'll buy your product anyway. I see you as a strategic sourcing base. And we know over time as you scale, you will come down to China's cost levels. So what we have to do is make sure that enough of this comes our way rather than go to Vietnam or Philippines. Right? For that, we got to ensure that the traditional Inspector Raj does not come in the way. And that is implementation at the state level. Mohan, you don't agree? What do you think?
Look, Mukesh Ambani has grown so fast. Adani is growing so fast. Right? Tatas are growing so fast in manufacturing. Yes, there are challenges. People take bribes. In my state of Karnataka, bribing has gone a multiple fold, but it's still growing. We still have 15 million square feet of grade A office space being observed every single year. See, I tell you, let me give an example, Sanjeev, because we got to think very differently. The IT industry started exporting and addressing the global markets. The global markets is 1.5 trillion. When we started, the Indian market was 50 billion. Today, we export 178 billion. 60% of global outsourcing comes here. 5.1 million people are employed. 500,000 people have hired last year, the largest in the world. The industry last year was worth 225 billion. This year, there will be $200 billion of export, $250 billion of industry. Is the largest industry in India. Will create 700,000 jobs, right? Of the top 10 software service companies of market value in the world, 5 are Indian. Of the top 5, 3 are Indian. Of the 3 million employees in the top 10, 2.1 million are Indians. Of the 6 million Indians in America in software, 1 million are Indians. Of the 9 million working for American companies globally, 3.5 million are Indians. Look at this, man. We did it. Why can't everybody do it? You got to scale up. You got to address the global markets, not the Indian markets. Arnab, one Maruti, I think, had an operating margin of 18% for autos. Ford had 8 or 9% in the best year. Why such high profits? Levers has got 30% operating margin before advertisement. They spend 9% of sales on advertisement. No FMCG company earns 30% operating. Ask well, he'll tell you. Everybody wants fat profits. You got to look at the world, expand, and become very big globally. That's what the ambition should be, not this Indian market. You got to go to, other countries and conquer instead of spending time in Delhi. Go do it, man. You are young. Go do it. See, I'm serious. Address the global market of 92 trillion, not the Indian market of 3.15 trillion is small. And once you have scale, then you are going to be global master. How do you build the multinationals? We have to build the Indian multinationals. We have to go out. We have to raise capital. You understand? And everything is here in this country. We can badmouth India till the cows come home. But we have to change India. Murthy used to tell us, Arnab, he said, it seems Dick Whittington was in London, went to London from a small city, and he met somebody in the street. He said, sir, I heard the streets of London are paved with gold. I couldn't find any. Then he said, young man, the streets of London are not paved with gold. The streets of London are not paved. And you got to do the paving. So we got to do it. All of us in this room, I got to do it. We got to do it, man. You understood what I'm saying, Sanjeev? Sanjeev, you have grown so much in this country. You have been through all those pain. Despite that, you have grown. Am I right? Without that, you have been 10 times the size, right?
I'll go overseas. I'll take Sohail with me.
And I think Mr. Pai is going to ensure that Mr. Bhikchandani takes up the executive roles at InfoEdge again. In terms of image management, a funny incident again. A few days back, a friend of mine called me from Abu Dhabi. He works there with the Royal Fund. And he was saying that India needs to work at its image management big time. So people in UAE are talking about which country is going to come to their side if there is a war with Iran, Iraq, Syria, etc. And the only news which play about India in UAE is that Mr. Kejriwal's auto was stopped by BJP in Gujarat. And this is honestly bad because all these people are only talking about these stupid things about India. And I think India can do a lot with image management, Mr. Seth. I think you can help there. And in terms of getting back to the question about structural reforms, while everything seems to be going our way in terms of macroeconomics right now, where do you think India can go wrong? What are the potential pitfalls we should be avoiding?
All the pitfalls gone wrong, it will happen. There's high corruption in Bangalore, corruption in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, everywhere. because they're rich state, people are making money. There is a breakdown of law and order in Bengal. There's anarchy in Delhi because of the anarchist party. A lot of things are happening in this country, but they're all par for the course. We've been through this. We are a cacophonous democracy. A lot of things happen. You blow up everything else in this country, right? We about this. Arnab, I want to make an unpopular statement. We've got 200 million Muslims in this country. It's the only country which has given them superior rights under the constitution. They can follow their personal laws, right? They get special money for their upliftment, correct? And we do so much for them as a country because our founding fathers said so. But today it's because some small lynching incidents, very small incidents, these are all crimes. They should be punished. Suddenly everybody is getting lynched. How can 200 million people be hurt? They're living together with everybody. Every day they're having meals together. They're joining together. Look at the negative image that's been done. Look, we have problems. We are sorting it out. But that should not inhibit you from doing what you want to achieve, man. The world has got surplus money. We must go get it. We must go market. It's up to us for not getting it, okay? So we should not wallow in self-pity. We got problems. We don't have power. We don't have this. Come on. It's okay. We are an emerging country. We are growing. Even US doesn't have power. Suel, tell me in Europe, are they going to shiver in the dark because of lack of gas? Correct. I mean, look at what is happening there, right? I mean, go to San Francisco. There are homeless people on the street. In San Francisco, Arnab, you go to a shop and rob less than 900, take away less than $900, there's no police will go after you. Yeah. And you can sit in front of the shop and nobody can go. 10% of San Francisco has gone away from the city. That's what somebody told me who's been there. Man, we don't talk about it in India. Why are we so negative? Let us be positive. Let us focus on right stuff. Let's grow. Am I right? I mean, there's so many good things happening in this country. Let's not talk about problems. There are problems, we're solving them. Modi has done more for the poor of this country in 8 years than any prime minister in India's history. The data says so. 25 lakh crores has been transferred to the accounts of all the poor people in this country in 8 years. 25 lakh crores. 5 crore houses are being built. 468 million bank accounts are being opened. 1,80,000 crores of deposits are there. Look at all this, man. No country has done this. Why are we talking about all these negative problem? Let's look at solutions. Let us look at what to do. Let us do 10x. Arnab, please take the flight to wherever you want to go and raise your valuation to 5 billion, Arnab. Yeah, we'll help you out. And Sanjeev will put $1 billion.
So take Sohail with you, huh? Absolutely. No, look, I mean, I'll just give a couple of stories. So we launched Naukri in 1997, right? It was on one floor of my father's house in East Delhi. The voltage was 160, right? The power would go 3-4 hours a day, right? We still worked. So entrepreneurs will overcome hardships if you want it bad enough, right? And there'll be enough Indians who want it bad enough. So I would second what Mohan said, that listen, we will overcome our problems and we'll make it.
My final question to both of you, some pieces of advice to the Indian startup ecosystem, the founders, while we are weathering this bit of a funding storm of sorts.
The sun is going to rise in the morning, set in the evening. Be optimistic, keep your head down and work. Work 24/7, 365 days a year, focus on the business, run a very good sustainable model, and go market. You'll raise capital. Don't worry about all this. These are all part of growing up. These are all part of growing up. It's just 18 months, 24 months. We've been through 30-35 years of business. We've seen all this up and down every time. When it goes up, oh, Mera Bharat Mahan. When it comes from Mera Bharat Gaya. No Gaya also. Gaya is still there in Bihar, right? It's been there for thousands of years, be for thousands of years. Why do we bother? See, my advice is, please stick and build sustainable businesses. It's going to take you 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. Valuation is not the end game. Valuation is a means to building a business, and build it sustainably, and you'll do well, and you'll create jobs. That is it. The market is there. I want to end, Arnab, when I was growing up, I graduated in 1979. Diwar was the movie. Angry young man with nothing in him, right? A failed country. You know who were the heroes then? Haji Mastan and Karim Lala. Even you have heard of them, right? We are a failed country. From there we have come to say our heroes are Sanjeev Bikhchandani and Paytm, Vijay Shekhar Sharma and Baiju. Baiju is $22 billion, man. You got $22 billion. Have you met him? Such a confident young man. He will sell anything to you over the next 1 hour. and take $1 billion from my pocket, even if you don't have it. That's what we need.
I think Sohail's job is under threat.
But you would want to share...
I'm not being facetious. I'm not being silly. I'm not being facetious. All I'm saying is, look, go out and get it. Constraints are no constraints, and you can overcome them. We need optimism. We got great hope. This is a growing country. The country constrained by supply. Everything is in our favor. We are a young nation of 25, 29 years average, right? Go get it. The world is a big place. Make the world your stage, and you'll succeed. It takes time. It's not going to happen tomorrow. There's a lot of hard work, a lot of self-sacrifice, a lot of travel, but you're going to do it. I mean, Arnab is a hero to me. He started his own channel with zero money, right, Arnab? Some savings were there, but but look at him today. The most successful TV channel in India. Millions of followers. Whatever Arnab says becomes the big show, correct? He destroyed everybody, right? Why can't you be an Arnab? Right, Arnab?
I don't want to give Arnab competition. Mr. Bhikchandani, your some piece of wisdom
what I always tell young startups, right, and I'll go back to that advice, that the customer's money is better than the investor's money. Right? Because if you're getting the customer's money and you're getting it at a price that's higher than your cost, then chances are you have a viable business and a good idea, as long as you can get enough customers, right? And if you're getting the customer's money, the investor's money will almost certainly follow. Because investors love to invest behind businesses that are getting customer money. Right? On the other hand, if you get the investor's money first, there's no guarantee that the customer's money will follow. Because getting investors' money very often is about impressing a couple of MBAs in their early 30s, with a PowerPoint, right? And he believes you and he gives you some money, and then you go out, and then if you don't get customer money, because the customer is not going to be influenced by that. The customer is not your mother, not your father, not your cousin, not your brother, not your sister. The customer is somebody who will give you money a second time, only if it worked the first time, right? So if you focus on getting customer money, and you are successful at it, many problems will get solved. So focus on the customer, is what I'd say.
In my closing remarks, actually both the gentlemen sitting here, irrespective of the funding environment, last 5 years of massive bull run, I think, and I've seen on the sidelines, their advice to the startups have remained exactly the same. Focus on frugality, focus on business building, value creation instead of valuation. So thanks a lot, Mr. Pai, Mr. Bhikchandani, for a fantastic session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pai, Mr. Bhikchandani, and Lavkesh Kapoor. Ladies
Style? For me, it's the pursuit of timeless elegance. Crisp, clean, classic, subtle brilliance. You don't know what it is that catches your eye, but it does, The cut, the color, the lines. There's something in the essence of the evergreen. You feel special, selected. That's when I know I found the right fit, when I feel selected.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by Senior Advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to a religion, that is protected. This kind of an approach saying, we will not bend, we will not allow our daughters to study unless you change your rule, I hope this does not ever prevail as a legal argument.
TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been arrested by ED in the recruitment of primary teachers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating Mahakaleshwar Temple Corridor in Ujjain. It's the Diamond Jubilee of the Indian Air Force, and celebrations are on at Jammu and Kashmir.
2 women in Kerala were murdered and buried in a horrific case of human sacrifice.
Over 200 families in Assam's Dhimaji district have been affected by floods due to heavy rainfall.
night that when fire broke out in the bus stand area of the Banihal that falls in the Ramban district.
Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, chief of Gujarat, has been finally arrested now.
When the attacks actually took place in the capital city of Kiev, they essentially said that drones that were supplied by Iran.
There was a statement made in the Supreme Court by senior advocate Ahmadi when he said, if hijab is not there, the girls will not be allowed to go to colleges. Isn't that the very question, that the problem is the orthodoxy that's being seen with women?
As a matter of law, if something is essential to a religion, that is protected. This kind of an approach saying, we will not bend, we will not allow our daughters to study unless you change your rule, I hope this does not ever prevail as a legal argument.
TMC MLA
And more breaking news coming in, this one with regard to the election announcement. We are getting to know now that the EC may announce only Himachal dates today. Top sources telling Republic that EC may not announce Gujarat dates today. So announcement likely pertaining to Himachal Pradesh polls. Sources telling Republic that the EC may declare only Himachal poll dates today. So that's a breaking update coming in at 3 p.m. We can expect that big announcement by the Election Commission pertaining to polls in Himachal Pradesh. Sources telling Republic that the ECI is likely to make announcement on Himachal Pradesh elections only, whereas Gujarat election dates may be announced later. So all eyes on that announcement that will happen by the Election Commission, in which the EC will declare dates for the Himachal Pradesh polls. So that big announcement that is expected this afternoon in a short while from now. We're getting to know that the Gujarat poll dates may be delayed, so that announcement that is expected by the Election Commission pertaining to the Himachal Pradesh polls. We have our executive editor Niranjan also joining us. Niranjan, a big announcement today pertaining to Himachal Pradesh polls. Give us more details.
Well, yeah, so we are starting off with a few updates that we're getting in about the Election Commission news conference that is going to be held later today. In fact, we're also building up to the Gyanvapi verdict. So we're switching between two different stories. Samiksha, first up, your question about the Election Commission news conference. All eyes will be on what the Election Commission says about the schedule of the Himachal Pradesh elections and the Gujarat elections. Now, we are hearing that the dates for the Gujarat elections may not be announced. There is a possibility that the Himachal Pradesh elections and the Gujarat elections may not happen together. Now, that's a possibility. Of course, we'll have to wait for that officially. But I'm switching track right now to the big verdict that is expected at Gyanvapi in Varanasi. We have Piyush, our correspondent inside the court. And I'm also being joined on the broadcast by Kapil Madan and Karan, both of whom are with me here, and we are at the Taj Palace for the India Economic Summit, but we are breaking away right now for some breaking news updates coming in from Varanasi. In about 7 to 8 minutes is when we are expecting the verdict, in fact less than that. We're inside the courtroom. Let me tell you that some of the updates coming in right now are around 4 to 5 plaintiffs seeking scientific investigation. They want a carbon dating of the Shivling, basically, that was found inside the Wuzukhana, what the Muslim side calls the Wuzukhana. The Hindu side has been maintaining for the longest time that it is a Shivling, and that they've also been offering prayers at this vicinity for years together. Now, before I go across to either of my colleagues here with me, let me go across to Piyush, who's at the courtroom, to get an update. Piyush, last we checked, Piyush, the judge hadn't arrived. It was scheduled for 2 p.m. What's the update on your end?
Well, Niranjan, what we're now learning is that judge has arrived, and in few minutes from now, in fact, any minute from now, we can expect the big verdict to be out from this Varanasi court. Remember that movements are taking place. We're already seeing a few security development taking place. In fact, what we are hearing is that that any minute from now we can expect, we are entering also inside the Varanasi court, trying to show you what's actually happening here. You can clearly see as to how the security has been beefed up. Any minute from now, the verdict would be out, where it would be decided by the court if the carbon dating is going to take place or not. Why it is being sought? Remember that Hindu petitions are demanding that carbon dating should take place of the entire Vazu area, and why they want, because they want to ascertain the age of the Shivlinga which has been found inside the Gyanvapi complex. On the other side, contrary to this, the Muslim side is saying that it does not come under suit and it should not be allowed, and Muslim side have been objecting to this, and looking at that, today the Varanasi court is going to finally decide what is going to happen, if carbon dating will take place or not. Remember that it has been a long pending demand of the Hindu side since the day we saw that massive announcement of Baba Mil Gaye, Baba Mil Gaye. Since then, the Muslim sides have, Hindu sides, have been demanding that carbon dating should be done, and they want to ascertain the age, they want to ascertain the character of the entire area, and that is why they have been pressing for this very demand. Remember that in April 2021, 5 women petitioners had approached to Varanasi court demanding that they should be given permission to offer prayers there at Ma Shringar Gauri's spot, which is there in Gyanvapi complex. After that, the court, after listening to their views, their plea, they had decided that yes, survey will take place, and then following survey, we also saw how the report was submitted. Then Muslim side approached to Supreme Court saying that this entire case comes under Worship Act 1991. Now finally, Varanasi court today is going to take a decision if carbon dating will take place. Before that, massive development taking place here inside the court. I'm showing you live pictures from inside Varanasi court. Security has been beefed up. Any minute from now, we can expect a word coming out from the either of the lawyers of Hindu side or from Muslim side, Vishnu Shankar Jain, along with all the petitioners, Muslim petitioners, Hindu petitioners. They all have reached. Any minute from now, Niranjan, we will expect that big order, and when that comes up, there is a process which further follows.
Piyush, can you hear me?
Yes, Niranjan.
Piyush, you keep a track. I want you to keep looking at your phone, because I know you're outside the courtroom and you will get the update first. So I want you to be live with us. The moment you have that, don't wait, just shout out and tell us what the verdict is. I also have Kapil Sankla joining us. So Karan, Kapil Sankla and Kapil Madan all joining us on the broadcast. And we also have Swapnil Kothari joining us remotely via a video link on the broadcast. Let me quickly get in all our panelists. The Gyanvapi verdict on carbon dating is expected any minute now. Let me start with you, Kapil. Are you for it, against it?
So I'll tell you what, I'll give you a legal answer to that. As we all understand that the Muslim side's application for dismissal of the suit was rejected. So now the judge having rejected that application, it is a natural next step that he will proceed with the suit and finding out the historical, taking out the historical fact, this inquiry. So my understanding is that this application for carbon dating should be allowed. Most likely it will be allowed.
Kapil Sankla, do you think it should be allowed? Do you think it will put a rest to the debate on whether it's a Shivling or whether it's a Vuzukhana at Gyanvapi?
Well, the first part, should it be allowed? Definitely. The fact-finding, the purpose of any civil court is to fact-find and to unearth the truth. When there are two different divergent views, the court is within its power to actually appoint someone to find out the truth. In this case, it's appointed an expert who's going to give a report as to the carbon dating. Now, that's the first part of it. The second part of it, whether it will give a quietus to it, the answer is no, because it would be a material evidence that would help the court to come to the right conclusion, but there would still be the entire trial, evidences, there could be also another witness or an expert who could come in, etc., etc. But as far as this issue is concerned, should it be done? Most definitely, because that's the purpose of the court, to find out what the truth is and to find out which party is right, so to say.
Yeah, but I wonder why when scientifically, last week we decided, how to look at the story. It's essentially science versus politics, right?
Absolutely.
It's science versus politics, right? It's science versus politics. So when science is going to end this debate, why do you think some sides or the Muslim side in this case has an issue with carbon dating if scientifically it's going to end the debate?
Well, that's the whole debate. I mean, the Hindu side has been maintaining from day one that it's important to ascertain what this is. They believe it's the Shivling. They believe it's their right to worship. And that suit is now maintained. So it was a huge boost to the Hindu side. All they're asking for is, as Kapil rightly said, this is the next logical step. It's important to fact find what this is. And if it is in their favor, then we have a different legal direction to it. It is their right to worship, I believe, that should sustain. And I look at it not just from a legal point. As a devout Hindu, as an Indian, I believe it's also a civilizational urge to correct a historical injustice. This also acquires great importance at a time when the Supreme Court is also hearing petitions challenging the Places of Worship Act. So I think this is something which has political connotations, legal connotations, and above all, a civilizational connotation as far as I see.
Absolutely. And let me get an answer from Swapnil Kothari as well. Swapnil, as we wait for that verdict, we are hearing that it's going to happen anytime now. Just a few updates. First up, Swapnil, that only 58 people associated with the proceedings, including the counsels, are allowed inside the courtroom. The order will be dictated anytime soon. So I'm just going across to Piyush. The moment I get some update from him. But let me get in Swapnil as well. Swapnil, we've heard some very nasty debates on Gyanvapi. And the reason I'm calling it nasty is because, you had this cacophony and people making all sort of absurd claims. While Hindu side claims it's a Shivling, some claiming it's a Wuzukhana or an ablution pond. And we've seen the fallout of some of those debates, right? You've seen the social fabric being... Okay, I think Piyush has an update. Swapnil, wait with me. Piyush, what's the update there, Piyush? Do you have an update? I think it's outside the courtroom, some action there, Piyush.
Well, what we are seeing, Ranjan, right now is that security has been beefed up. It usually happens on the day when there is hearing on Gyanvapi in Varanasi court, and that is why security has been beefed up. Let's continue to show you the pictures from right inside the Varanasi court, from where we are right now reporting. You can clearly see how the UP police corps have been deployed, and some senior officers have also come in to look into security arrangements. Judge has not come yet. This is what we are learning, which certainly telling us that it might take few more minutes for the order to be out. But yes, it's going to be a decisive order if if the Varanasi court decides what is going to happen as far as the demand of Hindu side is concerned, where they are seeking that carbon dating should be done. This is basically a demand, Niranjan, because they want to ascertain the age of the entire Wuzu area, to which the Muslim side is calling that it's a fountain. It's a fountain, but the Hindu side is claiming that it's a Shivlingam, and that is why they want to ascertain the age. And through this process, through carbon dating, one can ascertain the age and also character of any archaeological finding which is 20,000 years old. And also there is another process which tells about the age and character of any archaeological finding which is 50,000 old. So there are different procedures on which the ASI works. But if this happens, then it is going to be a big win, because if Varanasi court decides to let the carbon dating take place, then Hindu petitioners who have been demanding to know since when the Shivlinga was established there, that is going to be a big edge for Hindu side. But the Muslim side is claiming that this entire case does not come under the suit, and that is why that should not be allowed to happen, because that is the property of Waqf. Remember that there has been a massive opposition coming in on the entire issue, but finally today the court is going to decide what is going to happen. In April 2021, the 5 petitioners had approached the court demanding that they should be allowed to offer prayers there at Marshingar Gauri spot there in Gyanvapi complex. And since then, multiple marathon hearings have taken place in Gyanvapi case in Varanasi court. Supreme Court had to intervene, and like our guests are also telling us, Niranjan, that it is taking place at a time when 1991 Worship Act is also in the Supreme Court. So any minute from now, we can expect the verdict to be out, because what we are now learning is that the judges have arrived. Yes, we are getting a few confirmation from our sources that judges have arrived, and that is why media is being asked. You can clearly see the pictures. Now the media is being asked, the cameras are being asked to go out of the complex area, because we can expect the hearing, we can expect the verdict to be out any minute from now, and they are going to decide if carbon dating will take place or not. Vishnu Shankar Jain along with Subhashandan Chaturvedi, Sudhir Tripathi, and also the petitioners. All of them have now entered inside the court, and right now as we are speaking, they are keeping a close watch on all the developments. And before that, the security has also been briefed here in Varanasi court. So any minute from now, we can expect that big judgment to be out. And now we are also being asked to move out of the court complex, looking at the security of this entire vicinity. Remember that a couple of days back, the Varanasi court had also, in fact, a threat call was also made to do some antisocial activities here as the Gyanvapi matter is going on. A few threatening calls were being received by the officials, and that is why the security has also been beefed up. Let me also continue to show you live pictures from inside the complex. Remember that looking at the security and also the challenges which the officials are facing, security has been beefed up, and any minute from now we can expect that verdict to be out.